In one of the hangars, something was happening. There was a muffled voice outside, and inside those walls, something was happening. A man was sitting in a chair with an unfolded newspaper. There was thick smoke coming from him, and his men were standing around him. He used to be able to stab a man, but now all he had to do was knock on the door and the police would be there. At these words, his voice darkened. Turning the newspaper to face forward, he showed the latest news report about the construction accident. The man continued speaking, and his address was to the girl who was hanging in front of him. Despite the fact that the duty stuck them her father, he didn't care who was responsible for it. The girl was in a suspended state, her mouth firmly taped shut, and her body clutched by a tight rope. She didn't know what awaited her or what this thug would do to her. A loud cracking sound echoed through the room. The man took his eyes off the girl who was still dangling in front of him like an exquisite piece of jewelry. It was his phone. He picked it up and demanded an answer. Were people able to find this girl's father? He sat silent for a while, but then his eyes began to widen. He didn't like what he was told at all. Tilting his head to the side, he even took the cigarette out of his mouth to question what he had just heard. As the strange words escaped his lips, the girl lifted her head. Tears welled up in her eyes, for the man had spoken of the very unemployed man who had died. The man was furious that such information had been brought to him, for he was not going to believe the nonsense he had just been told on the phone. A guy entered the room, clutching a long piece of rebar in his hand. The bandit, jumping up from his seat, shouted furiously and, at the same time, stared at the entrant in surprise. After all, the one who had died was now standing before him quite alive. The guy was calm and did not throw away words. He slowly began to walk forward. With a wave of his armature, rage contorted on his face. How he survived was none of their damn business. He had come here for another reason. At that very moment, all those men in black suits ran towards the one guy. Each one had a bat in his hands and was ready to destroy the troublemaker. On the bridge, where cars were passing by in a hurry, in which people were sitting without a thought that now something terrible was happening in this place. Two men stained with blood looked around anxiously and tried not to draw attention to themselves with their behavior. One of them went to the trunk of the car. The other looked around and was ready to signal if something went wrong. Inside the trunk lay a man completely covered in blood. He was on the verge of his death. His only thought at that very moment was that he didn't understand how this had happened. He could no longer resist. His eyes were already glimmering with emptiness. Two men picked up the boy's body. One of them worried that he might still be alive, but the other assured him that if not now, he would definitely die at the bottom of the river. And a moment later, Hwan Seok's body was thrown over the bridge. As he flew, a heavy stone was tied to him in the same way, so that he would remain at the bottom of the river for a long time to come. In that moment, as he was being pulled deeper and deeper, and the water pressed a heavy weight on his lungs, he thought frantically for the first time that he wanted to live. Hwan Seok sat in his room, clutching a cigarette in his zoomies. He was pretty angry about losing in a computer game for the umpteenth time. Suddenly, loud knocking started at the door. The girl wasn't going to back down. She called out to him with fury, knowing that Hwan Seok was definitely home now. Hwan Seok clucked his tongue loudly and wasn't even going to respond to her call. His gaze was fixed on the computer monitor. But the girl's screams continued and grew louder and more furious. He jerked up abruptly, unable to stand her noise any longer, and went to the front door, swearing aggressively under his breath. The door swung open and she appeared on the threshold. Her stern gaze was fixed on the guy, and she stood with one hand at her side, clutching a folder in the other. Hwan Seok forgot about everything for a second as his gaze fell on the girl. Remembering that he was facing a schoolgirl, the guy tried to figure out how he could come to his senses and start having a constructive dialogue. He found nothing better than to remind the girl of his age, and he was already 28 years old, and that it was not worth it for schoolgirls to break in the door to the elders. When she came to her senses, she held out her hand to him and demanded the money Hwan Seok was supposed to give her. She wasn't interested in the man himself. Hwan Seok stared at the girl in bewilderment, clearly shocked by her insolent behavior. Since he couldn't understand why she was demanding money from him, the girl decided to explain it to him on her fingers, reminding him about the water bill that he had used and never paid for 2 months. The guy had obviously forgotten that they had 1 meter for 2 apartments and paid it together. Won Seok went back to the apartment saying that he would solve everything now. The girl smelled a pungent odor coming from him. After a minute, he returned to her, taking her hand. The man put 2 packs of cigarettes in her hand, figuring that would be enough for payment. Figuring it was a grand bargain since he'd given about $9 for the 2 packs, the guy prompted her to throw in a couple more cents so she could sell them to her girlfriends. And a second later, she threw those cigarettes over the balcony of their house. Hwan Seok jumped up on the spot, definitely not expecting such a violent reaction. She reached out his hand to her and put a candy in it. The girl lamented because of his irresponsibility. After all, he couldn't pay for water, but he bought cigarettes for himself. She kept insisting that the man should get smart. That's why she gave him candy to eat instead of cigarettes. She wanted him to pay his bills instead of spending money on crap. When she left, she threatened to turn off his water if he came home from school and didn't have the money. He looked at her in surprise and didn't know what to say. Shamed, Hwang Seok lowered his gaze to his palm, which still held the candy the girl had given him. The little candy could have changed his thinking a lot, or it could have remained just an ordinary candy. Once upon a time, he was just a very ordinary kid who went to school, gaining standard knowledge for adult life. He did not consider the school program to be exemplary, and so he practically did not study. One day he was taking a test on which his future depended. That day, feeling his rebellious temper, the guy decided to mark all the answers in one row, not thinking about what the questions were and whether his answers would be correct. And what was his surprise when he got approval from the universities that accepted him for further studies. Hwang Seok was shocked that he would have to spend another 4 years of meaningless study at meaningless universities in the country. His father gave him some sound advice that if a person lives debt-free, then he will be able to stay afloat. But this advice was successfully forgotten when the guy enrolled, having taken a considerable loan for education. He had to take a part-time job at one of the gas stations. On one of the monotonous working days, the guy was doing his job. A car pulled up and everything was standard. He inserted the gun into the car's tank as he smelled the odor of a cigarette. Hwang Seok knew the safety rules and went to the window of the car. The man he saw there was just holding a cigarette in his mouth, and after a second his displeasure was replaced with a threatening look that didn't bode well. The driver made it to the point where the senior administrator had to bow low before him and apologize for Hwang Seok's inappropriate behavior. The same administrator then turned to the guy and whispered to make him apologize to such an important person. From under his lowered head, he looked towards his boss and saw no reason to apologize. Quite unexpectedly, Hwang Seok clasped the man's chubby cheeks in his hands. The man didn't even realize what had started to happen and looked at the guy in a stupor. Suddenly, the guy's face began to close in on the driver's head until the collision became painful. The guy sharply and accurately hit him in the bridge of the nose. Red blood rushed, and the administrator almost had a heart attack. The building of a company in the city. Hwang Seok, as always, borrowed a suit from his friend Hyeon, came to the 33rd interview. He didn't feel comfortable in it, but there was no other choice. A panel sat before him to decide if he was suitable for the job he had come to apply for. Each man asked him questions. For this day, Hwang Seok had tidied up his hair and looked very well groomed. He mentally called such questions funny, but in reality, they were asked to screen out second-rate college graduates. The board listened to him with a bored look and also waited for the answer to such dumb and tricky questions to eventually give him a well-deserved rejection. The guy decided to break the years-old system and invited them to listen to his question. The guy got up from his seat and gave the panel the middle finger. He wanted to know how many fingers they could all see. Hwang Seok had always dreamed of little. All he wanted was to close all his debts forever, pay his bills, and eat 3 meals a day. After a failed job interview, he met up with his friend Hyung at a bar. After listening to him, The guy claimed it was all the fault of his crappy temper. Hwan Seok raised his shot glass of soju, his eyebrow creeping upward. He didn't think his temper was somehow wrong, but his friend wasn't afraid to tell the guy the truth to his face. Hen knew how his friend could react to words that seemed somehow off to him and how quickly his behavior changed in a bad way. When their shot glasses were empty, they took up the bottle again and poured another shot. Hen continued to tell him off like a little child. Then he reminded his friend of the fact that he himself had not had a very good life. He had to work 14 hours a day in a shabby factory without bonuses or allowances. Hen was ready to say something about it, but first he took another shot of alcoholic beverage into his mouth. He didn't even put the shot glass on the table, once again pouring himself another shot. Because Hwang Seok couldn't hold down a job, he didn't have enough experience, and his age no longer allowed him to be a young professional. Hwang Seok lowered his eyes, for his friend's words were too insightful. He himself knew that time was running out and his behavior was only making things worse. The guys continued talking and didn't immediately notice a man passing by their table. He immediately noticed a familiar face and turned to Hwan Seok's friend. Hyeon immediately stood up from his seat, greeting his boss at work. Hwan Seok raised his head and looked at this Mr. Park. The man stood in front of his subordinate in a staggered manner. Mr. Park looked reproachfully at the table full of alcohol. It wasn't hard to guess what they were doing here, except that Mr. Park's reaction was quite extraordinary. He slapped his subordinate in the face. He was furious at the fact that this fool could afford a vacation at all, and even with alcohol. Hwan Seok's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at his friend and the man who had allowed himself to raise his hand with wide-open eyes. The guy continued to watch as his friend was being mutilated by Mr. Park, loudly berating Hen for his poor performance and having to vent about his screw-ups to his superiors. Hwang Seok swallowed hard as he struggled to keep his temper in check. His friend's boss continued to berate Hyeon in a humiliating manner. It seemed to Mr. Park that scolding wasn't enough to humiliate Hyung, so he made him make a pathetic face like he did at work. He couldn't stand it, but at the last moment his body froze in place. He looked at his friend with a completely different gaze. Hyeon stood on all fours in front of his boss, squirming his face and howling strangely, and then started twirling his ass like he was a dumb dog. Hwan Seok remained standing still. He couldn't bring himself to move, and his friend continued to grovel, losing his dignity in front of his boss. Hwan Seok was horrified because his friend was nothing like him. He himself would never in his life be able to stoop to such a low level and humiliate himself in front of a man. He watched silently as his friend lost all respect, and it was his choice to behave like that just to please his superiors. It was getting dark outside. Hwang Seok walked back to his house with a bad feeling from the day. After going up to his floor, he walked toward his apartment. He stopped when he heard someone's voice and a sharp, loud knock. There were two men standing at one of the doors. One was long and thin, the other shorter and rounded. One of them pounded on the door with his foot several times with force and shouted loudly to have the door opened for him. Hwan Seok recognized them. He looked at the two men in silence and continued to stand there, watching as they banged on the doors. The men continued to bang on the doors without noticing the presence of an intruder. They had been making a ruckus in the house for the third week now, trying to get at the landlord. It was only now that the boy remembered that the apartment belonged to the schoolgirl who had demanded money from him this morning. He was about to enter his apartment. The guy had absolutely no desire to interfere in this situation. After all, it was none of his business. Then the lanky man took out a knife and cut the hose from the canister that stood against the wall. His movements were sharp and precise. The man held the hose from which the gas hissed out. He clamped his nose with his fingers so as not to inhale the vapors himself. That's when Hwang Seok decided to intervene. He called out to the men, drawing their attention to himself. The men turned around and looked at the guy standing in front of them. Hwan Seok wasn't happy that they decided to use this method. He asked what would happen if the girl actually died because of their actions, except the answer was too abrupt and without words. The long-haired man, without too much emotion, got straight to the point and kicked the guy in the stomach with his foot. He fell to the floor with his back against the balcony railing. The man stood opposite and looked down at him. Hwan Seok didn't say anything in shock, but the lanky man didn't care. He punched him again and harder. The boy clutched his head and clenched his body to cover up the vulnerable parts of his body. When he stopped beating him, the man ordered Hwan Seok to go into his apartment with his eyes and ears closed and forget what he had seen and heard. Thinking that this lesson was enough for the nosy neighbor, the lanky man turned his back on him and strode toward his partner. Hwan Seok was horrified by what had happened. He realized that the jerk had only taken out his anger on him. The chubby partner wasn't thrilled with the lanky man's plan. There was a note of doubt in his voice as he was unwilling to go to such methods. Hwan Seok's hand rested on the floor. An unknown force struggled within him, and the thought of his friend who would plead with Hwan Seok with all his might to calm down arose in his mind. This time, there were bandits against him. Running into them could get him killed. Life was already shitty, so he grabbed a board that was on the floor and smashed it into the head of one of the bandits with all his might. The long-haired one got what he deserved, flying a few meters away from the guy's blow. Puffy stared at his friend in surprise, confused at how events had changed. Hwan Seok wasn't going to talk to them anymore. They had attacked first, and what he was doing now was quite reasonable. The next blow came at the fat face of the chubby one. With one stick, the guy knocked the thugs to the floor and swung at them again and then again and again. He hit them with all his might, and the sounds of the blows echoed throughout the courtyard. Hwan Seok was furious, and nothing could stop him now. In the silence of the night, his eyes flashed with anger. He couldn't let these subhumans continue to live in peace when others had to suffer because of them. The injustice of this world pissed him off, and these freaks were making it worse. The blows continued to echo deafeningly around the neighborhood. He beat them until the stick in his hand broke off. The men were sitting against the railing wall, their faces covered in abrasions, and there were no areas on their bodies that didn't hurt. Hwan Seok confidently felt that this would be a good lesson for them and would make them not show up in this place again. He was skewered by the anger he felt towards these thugs. Adding a few more threatening words, the guy really felt that it would be enough for those to get out of this house and never come back. Hwan Seok was very pleased with himself. A slight smirk shone on his face, despite the fact that he himself had gotten no less than those two brats. The feeling of a hard day had faded into the background, as he had just been able to relieve his stress. The long-haired man, through the pain, quietly pulled his hand to the back of his jacket. A terrible idea was brewing in his mind. While Hwan Seok was pleased with himself and dreaming of a good night, the lanky man pulled out a hidden knife. The blade flashed in the darkness, letting the boy know that his dream was not destined to happen. Long-haired lunged towards the guy, his knife entering ever so gently into his body without any obstruction. Hwan Seok's eyes bulged from the sickening pain he felt. Blood, scarlet and sticky, splattered in all directions as the bandit pressed his weapon into his flesh. The bandit recoiled from him, leaving the guy standing there horrified and bleeding. Hwan Seok put his hand to where the wound was. He could feel the warm liquid flowing out of there all too quickly. But that didn't seem to be enough for the long-haired man. He lunged at the boy with renewed fury. With one hand on the boy's mouth, he began to pierce his body with the knife with the other. Blow after blow, the weapon went in and out of Hwan Seok's flesh. He could do nothing about it, feeling his end approaching. The balcony where they were continued to make horrible sounds, slurping and squelching thrust after thrust. Blood splattered on the walls, leaving an undeniable trail of crime. Hwan Seok was completely covered in blood, and his body was like a sieve, collapsed and no longer showing signs of life. His eyes lost their usual luster, turning into dull saucers. A short time later, he was thrown off the bridge into the cold and deep Soul River. The stone that was tied to him pulled him inexorably to the bottom. He died, having lived a not sweet life, having run into thugs. The desk calendar pointed to the date, which was today, April 1st, like an evil joke. A day passed, followed by another. The calendar was turning over its leaves. The days flew by like a blink of an eye. And now 3 days have passed since those events. Back on the day of the murder, Hwang Seok couldn't hear anything because his heart was no longer beating. Around him, the cry of the long-haired man's partner resounded. He looked at the guy's corpse in horror, dreading the consequences that could fall on their heads. The men stood around the corpse, the chubby one keeping his eyes on the guy and continuing to thunderously state the fact that the lanky one had smashed him, except that the partner himself was trying to keep his cool and not give in to the chubby's panicked state. The lanky one was more collected, and in his head had already matured a further plan of action. Looking into the chubby's eyes, he ordered in a harsh tone to take the corpse and drag it to the trunk of their car. He did not immediately rush to fulfill the order. Panic did not release its cold hands from the neck of the chubby. All their conversation took place at the door, and the men did not even suspect that through the peephole someone might be watching their crime. They were too busy with the pressing problem to think of such a trifle. The girl to whom they had just a short time ago knocked so furiously at the door stood at the peephole, breathless, with tears in her eyes. She could not believe that it was really happening. She heard every word they said and was afraid to do anything about it. Her whole body shuddered with the horror of what these thugs had done to a person who wasn't even involved. She clamped her hand over her mouth, trying not to make a single sound that would give away her presence. Hwang Seok's character had been lousy since he was a child. He vividly remembered one such day when his father had been called to school. The teacher had reprimanded the lad in a stern voice, letting his father know that he was too problematic. The boy's father bowed before the teacher, apologizing for his son's behavior. He took the blame as he felt he had spent little time on his upbringing. The boy listened silently as his father continued to apologize and promised that such behavior would not happen again and his son would not cause such problems. After the meeting with the teacher was over, the father and son walked out of the school. They walked in silence for a while, thinking about their own things. The mood was not cheerful. The boy was not happy that it came to the point of calling his father. At some point the father spoke. His tone was tired, but he still wanted to understand what had happened to make his son resort to fists. The boy turned to him then and angrily told him that he had been bullied about not having a mom. He didn't even now consider himself guilty for what he had done. Then his father turned sharply toward him and swung his arm in his direction with a swing. And such a sharp swing was only to give his son a high five. Their hands clashed and their eyes sparkled. The father praised his son, something he could stand up for himself. And Hwang Seok himself was happy to have such an understanding father. He didn't punish his son, for those who had been slandering the family should get what they deserved. He commendably stroked his head as they continued walking. The man was proud of his son, who was able to kick the asses of the simpletons who tried to bully him, and it was like that every time. His father never scolded Hwang Seok for the fights he put up. His father worked at a factory in Gyeonggi-do. After every call to school, they would go to his workplace and then return home together afterward. They walked into a room where people were already bustling about working. They were greeted in a friendly manner, and his father was worried that he wouldn't be too late. One of his father's subordinates leaned over to the boy, realizing that his father was being called to school again for inappropriate behavior. But the boy thought that wasn't the case, and even revealed that his father planned to take him to a barbecue for good behavior. Hwang Seok thought his father was a good boss. Everyone was nice and friendly to him. When the employees heard about the barbecue, they immediately got excited and asked him to come to the barbecue. The father didn't mind and was happy to see them as guests. Putting the heavy bag on his shoulders, the man turned around and with a smile on his face continued the conversation. Since he didn't have a wife who was against the guests, he saw no reason to refuse them. Hwang Seok's mother had died when he was very young. The boy watched his father's work from the sidelines. He was proud to have such a respected, strong, and always cheerful man by his side. His father did his work diligently and never complained of fatigue. At one moment, the boy heard a strange hissing sound that was not peculiar to this place. He turned his head sharply in the direction it was coming from. Hwang Seok saw something strange. Something was obviously wrong, and the boy immediately started calling for his father to look at what he saw. The hissing sound intensified and drew his attention even more. Hwang Seok pointed his finger in the direction where the smoke was rising from. The man froze, for this was indeed a problem. After a while, the workers were already rushing out of the factory where the fire had started. Scarlet flames covered the building with their tongues. There was a real fuss and panic among the workers. When they had run away to a more or less safe distance, everyone stopped to catch their breath. The man wanted to know if everyone had had time to run outside. The workers were glad that the boy had spotted the smoke in time. Everyone was excited, for this situation was extremely unsafe. The man was irritably indignant, for what had happened was not surprising. He felt guilty about what had happened because he had not been able to get his boss to take action, even though he had told him more than once about the breakdown in the tank that had started the fire. One of the workers came to the place where the people were gathered. He looked more excited than the others and called out to the boy's father. Behind him, a real fire had already broken out, stretching around the perimeter of the entire building. His face was frightened, for he had just remembered the group of workers who had gone to the warehouse, and he had not seen these people among the others who had managed to run out of the building. The black, billowing smoke was rising higher and higher. The hot fire continued to lick the walls of the factory, and there could still be people inside the place. The men crowded anxiously around their supervisor. Everyone was terrified that there might still be people inside, and the poisonous gas must have already filled the corridors of the factory. One of the workers looked away, and with only his body he felt a cool breeze blow near him. It was the man who had rushed from his seat. All of them, as one, started yelling for their boss, the boy's father, to stop and not risk his life. Hwang Seok himself froze in place, unable to believe that his dad had run toward the factory. That day he saw the greatest man who fearlessly rushed towards the blazing building to try and save the people who remained inside. Despite all the fears and poisonous gas, he was going to accomplish the feat of a real man. The boy was proud of his father, and at the same time his heart was bursting with anxiety. He kept shouting in his wake for him to hear how much he supported him. Sadly, that day was the last time Hwang Seok saw his father. The memorial photo stood on the table, wrapped in a mourning ribbon, and from the photo, a smiling man looked out at the world. Hwang Seok stood in front of his father's photo wearing mourning clothes. It was the day of his funeral. He couldn't forget how he heroically ran into the burning building 5 times and managed to carry 5 workers out. Unfortunately, the poisonous gas was merciless and eventually took this brave man. The funeral was attended by fellow workers who were furious at what had happened. One of the employees angrily put down his shot glass, banging it loudly against the table. The man's heroic act was twisted as if he was responsible for the incident. They were in desperate straits, for there was nothing they could do about the problem, and their dead boss would no longer be able to stand up for himself. The easiest thing to do was to blame it on him. Hwang Seok heard the conversation between the men, but what could he do when even the adults were down on their luck because they were just ordinary workers who no one would want to listen to? The boy sat silently near the memorial stand, saying goodbye to his beloved father. Despite the fact that too much had already been said, one phrase from the adults excited him the most. The boy's heart shuddered as it reached his ears that his father's death was senseless. That was what made him get up from his seat then. The man who was discussing the incident tipped a shot glass into his mouth, lamenting about getting the hell out of this country. Hwang Seok came even closer to him. Looking up, the worker turned his attention to the guy who had approached them. He didn't know what to say to him, so he waited silently for the guy to speak. Hwang Seok clenched his fist tightly and looked at his father's subordinates. Tears of pain and grief welled up in his eyes. He was silent, trying to find his voice to say what he thought about it. And the boy spoke. He didn't think his father's death was senseless. His dad had heroically saved 5 people at the cost of his own life. Wang Xiok, being a child who had lost his only family member, could no longer behave like an adult, and tears flowed from his eyes. His heart had cracked painfully then, and despite everything, there was no way he could consider his father's death meaningless. Now, as his body sank deeper and deeper into the abyss of the Soul River, all he could think about was that he couldn't die the way his father did. At that moment, it seemed to him that he could have done too much more, but he died a completely meaningless death. The guy kept getting pulled to the bottom, and there was no more light that could pull him back up. After Huan Seok's death, life for the rest of the world didn't stop. Nothing changed, and everything went on as usual. It was early morning. The sun was just starting to rise, and people were already starting the day. A little later, the subway was already crowded with bustling people who were eager to get to their business. Everyone had their own worries, their own problems, and no one cared about the guy who had been thrown into the river. The first rays of sunlight were making their way into the boy's room, filling it with warm light. A leaf on the desk calendar flipped over, indicating that it was the 4th of April. Wang Xiok jerked up in his bed a little too abruptly, making his head ache and a wailing sound come out of his throat as if he hadn't been able to take a breath of fresh air in a very long time. Cold sweat covered his face as he tried to catch his breath, his heart pounding frantically in his chest. His eyes were bulging. He was trying to realize what had happened to him. His eyes began to run quickly around, but everything he saw was painfully familiar to him. On one side of the wall was a small kitchen area. The sink so-and-so was filled with dishes. On the other side of the wall was his computer, with some of the guy's personal belongings lying on it in disarray. Turning his head once more, he stated the fact that he was in his home. His heart was calming down a little and not beating so hard against his chest. And then he remembered how seriously he had been wounded. His head sank sharply down, and his heart pounded again with renewed vigor, throbbing loudly in his temples. Pulling up his shirt, Huan Xiok inspected his stomach for stab wounds, but there wasn't even a scratch on his stomach. His flesh had definitely not been stabbed by anyone with a sharp knife or thrust into him many times. He froze for a while, completely unaware of what had happened to him. After all, everything he remembered was too real to be called a terrible dream. The sun painted the walls of the house where the boy lived with scarlet color. After getting dressed, Huan Xiok walked out onto the balcony, resting his elbows on the railing. He puffed on his cigarette, feeling a strange pain all over his body. At this time, a girl began to climb the stairs to the floor where her apartment was located. There was one flight of stairs left to the place she needed to go. When the girl reached the long balcony that led through many apartments, she stopped. Standing in front of her was a guy with a cigarette that she knew. He, hearing someone's approach, turned around in her direction. The girl stared at the guy in front of her as if she saw a living ghost. The appeal to the guy burst from her lips, and the heart in her chest skipped a beat. After all, she couldn't believe that she saw him in front of her. Won Seok himself twitched, because this was the girl who had recently demanded that he pay his bills, and he had completely forgotten about it, and of course hadn't gotten the money to give it to her. He felt very uncomfortable thinking that she was about to start reprimanding him like a little kid about money again. Raising his hand, he scratched the back of his head carelessly and began to mumble something inaudible to himself. The girl continued to stand still and stare at him. Won Seok sensed something wrong and looked at the girl with surprised eyes. She didn't show any aggression towards him at all like she did yesterday morning. The girl continued to look at him silently and fearfully. The guy thought about the strange behavior of the girl. From his gaze did not hide the fact that she was trembling. Her head was down, her back slumped. He wanted to understand what had happened to her. The wall still had the same bloody stains that served as proof of the night's crime. It was with great difficulty that she raised her eyes to the guy standing in front of her, not realizing what was happening. Hot tears flowed down her cheeks. The girl continued to not believe that he was alive. After all, she had witnessed what the thugs had done to him. He continued to stare at her in surprise, trying to put the puzzle together in his head, for he had assured himself that everything that had happened during the night was just a dream. Seeing his incomprehension, the girl asked him the same question again, and the man still remained confused. But then his mood changed dramatically, and a strange grimace appeared on his face. A tear trickled from his eye as he felt hurt at the thought that the girl had already buried him. And yet he was standing in front of her now, alive. Scratching the back of his head again, he thought about the fact that the girl might have wished him dead just because he hadn't paid his bills yet. She tried to talk about the incident that had happened 3 days ago, but the man was unwilling to listen to her. Convinced that she was demanding money from him, he gave his word that he could keep his promise. Turning away from the girl, he asked her to follow him. She looked at his back in surprise, not knowing if she should follow this strange man. Then the guy said in a tired voice that he was going to give her the money for the bills. The girl was still in a state of bewilderment. She couldn't understand what was happening now and why he was acting as if nothing had happened in this very place 3 days ago. Wang Xiuk slowly walked toward the stairs leading downward, and she slowly followed him. His mind was swirling with different thoughts, and none of them could explain what had happened to him. She even called the police that night, and the bandits never came to her again. When it was almost dark, they went to a store where they could withdraw money from the card. Wang Xiuk took out his card and started to put it into the ATM. The sound of the ATM machine accepting the card was heard. He was all cowardly at the thought of having to use that card again. He didn't want to withdraw cash from it, but Wang Xiuk had no other choice. The girl stood behind him waiting. As he stared at the ATM monitor, his face completely dissolved. Wang Xiuk had already seen his credit rating plummeting. It was too much for him to bear, making him want to howl with resentment and helplessness against this cruel world. A trembling finger typed in the password for the card. Each digit was given to him with great difficulty, and when he entered the main menu of the ATM, the girl intervened. She poked her finger on the button to refuse operations. This caused Wang Xiuk to be very surprised. The girl pulled out the card that the ATM spit out, and the guy didn't understand what was going on and why the girl even started behaving like that. She showed his own card, asking if it was a credit card. He slouched down and started scratching the back of his head again. It was indeed a credit card, and he didn't hide that information from her, feeling his voice lose its power. And at the very moment she heard that the card was indeed a credit card, the girl chopped the credit card into 2 pieces in one sharp motion. Wang Xiuk stared in horror at what she had just done. He started yelling at the girl for what she had just done. Meanwhile, the girl herself completely calmly walked over to the trash can and threw the broken card there. She thought she had done a righteous deed. He calmly turned to him and told him all the things he himself had recently thought about as he stood there entering the password for the card. The more he charged on that card, the worse his credit rating was getting. Then his eyes flooded with tears at her next words. After all, she had completely ruthlessly called him a fool who would risk his credit history like that just to pay the water bill. Wang Xiuk's head snapped up, because of her actions, not only would he not be able to pay the water bill, but he would have nothing to live on. This was too much for him, as he no longer had a card. When she approached him with an offer to feed him, the boy's face stretched in surprise. He raised his head and looked at her questioningly. The schoolgirl approached the counter where there was instant food, assuming that the man hadn't had dinner yet. And so she had the urge to buy him dinner. He looked at her dejectedly, not knowing how to react. Wang Xiuk really hadn't eaten yet, and such an offer was too generous for him. After a while, they steamed instant noodles from the store and went outside, where they settled down at a table. Even though it was cheap food, it smelled good, was hot and hearty. Wrapping a generous portion of noodles on his chopsticks, Wang Xiuk smiled. Relieved, he didn't even hesitate to offer to buy some kimchi for the schoolgirl. But she thought his offer was impertinent and firmly pointed it out to him. Lowering his head, the guy put the hot noodles in his mouth and began to eat them with gusto. He didn't realize he was so hungry, and now this divine, instant food warmed his soul. She watched him silently, frowning, still lost in speculation about what had happened to this man. As he gorged himself on the food with gusto, the girl asked him a question that made the hot and flavorful noodles lose their flavor. She wondered how such a healthy man could live on someone else's neck and be unemployed. Hwang Seok decided to remind the schoolgirl of the problem that was in the city. There was too much unemployment among the youth. He poked her a few times with his chopsticks. However, it didn't sound convincing to the girl at all. Then she began to talk incessantly about what he did all day long, listing everything from endless computer games to watching porn. She knew all of this because the walls between their rooms were extremely thin. Hwang Seok choked, and the contents of his mouth just spilled out. The guy shuddered at the girl's insightful words as she continued to press him. Her gaze was piercing, for she knew she was telling the truth. Hwang Seok had nothing to counter her words. The schoolgirl placed her chopsticks on the table, reminding the man that he should get a job and work no matter what. The schoolgirl rose from her chair and leaned her hands on the table. She spoke sternly, trying to get through to this grown man. He looked up at the girl, seeing the seriousness in her gaze. He now understood what the girl was talking about. His heart trembled with excitement, for such a young girl was saying things that were too sensible. And she continued to look at him piercingly, for some of the words sounded not only to him, but to herself. Thinking that this would be enough, the schoolgirl stepped away from the table and said goodbye to the man. He surprisingly held out a bowl of noodles, which she didn't even touch. Then the girl waved her hand and offered him to eat her portion as well, knowing that one would not be enough for him. The boy was left alone with his thoughts, feeling depressed, because he had never had a schoolgirl feed him and tell him off, as if he was a little kid and not her. His gaze fell on the book that remained on the table, which belonged to the schoolgirl. He silently just stared at it for a while. There was nothing left for him to do but take that book with him to return to the girl. Despite her dislike for him, he was grateful to her for this evening and considered it his long time to return the textbook. It was late, many buildings were empty and the lights were off. She walked down the dark street and her head was filled with thoughts of this man. It seemed wrong to her that she had left early, for she could well have waited for him, but she felt that she could have cried at any moment in front of him. A slight smile touched her lips as she realized that the man she thought had died because of those thugs was alive. It warmed her soul, for that night the schoolgirl had been too much afraid. She kept thinking about Hwang Seok, who was alive. She didn't notice how someone approached her in the dark and silently. A second later, a thick and heavy hand clamped her mouth. The schoolgirl's eyes opened wide, and her heart skipped a beat in the unbridled fright she felt at that moment. She had been caught by the very bandits who had been pawing at her door for 3 weeks. She mooed and tried to break free, but the chubby's arm was too wide for her to make a single sound. Her hands clenched tightly, giving her no chance to fight back. Long turned to his partner, a doubt in him as to whether they had the right girl. Then the chubby one confirmed that it was the right girl. The chubby one held the schoolgirl tightly, and the lanky one stepped in front of her and bent down so that he could look her straight in the face. He had several questions for her, which he was about to voice now. The first question was about her father, who they were apparently trying to find. The girl clamped her eyes shut, unable to look into the face of this bandit. She was pierced by the strongest fear for her own life. But he had another question to ask. He reminded her of the incident that had happened 3 days ago, how the bandit had killed her nosy neighbor with his own hands with multiple knife strokes. Then a sinister grin stretched across his face, for he knew that this schoolgirl knew all about it and had seen what he had done to that poor man. Suddenly Hwang Seok appeared in the alleyway and saw the 2 thugs holding the girl. He shouted loudly at them, causing them to jerk toward him. Hwang Seok was furious that these 2 freaks dared to attack a schoolgirl. He tisked loudly, as this was really not normal. When the two thugs were able to look at the man who had interfered in their conversation with the schoolgirl, their faces twisted in horror. They stared at him and could not believe that they had seen him alive. Long, feeling the pressure, turned to his partner and asked him a question. After all, they had done everything they could to keep the body from floating. Puffy was in an equally shocked state. Both of them had a cold sweat running down their faces. Won-seok froze. He recognized these bandits, and the realization came to him too quickly. Looking at the bandits who still continued to hold the girl tightly, the guy was able to recognize them. After all, they were the ones who had come to her apartment 3 weeks in a row and banged on the doors. The men looked at each other and at the boy in horror, and he continued to say that these assholes and in a terrible dream he had dreamed, and now, even now, appear in real life. Puffy was more scared than anything else, and the first thing that came to his mind was that the guy was an unsettled spirit that had come for them. Completely distracted by the girl, the chubby didn't immediately realize that his hand had slipped off the girl's face. The schoolgirl drew in a sharp breath, hot tears streaming down her eyes. She screamed at the top of her voice, turning to the boy and warning him of the danger. Just as she was about to tell him who these men were, she was sharply yanked back, and then a stony fist struck her in the solar plexus. A shrieking sound erupted from the girl. Long was furious at what was going on here, and he certainly wasn't giving this schoolgirl his word. Won-seok's face twisted with rage because the lanky man dared to raise his hand at the girl. His eyes flashed with anger, his mouth grinned, and his teeth clenched tightly until they gritted. The bandits turned around, horrified to see that the man they had slaughtered a few days ago appeared to be alive and uninjured. Won-seok rushed toward the girl without a second thought. Her thugs pushed her away and tensed up at the lack of understanding of what was going on here. The schoolgirl herself fell to the asphalt, hitting her knees painfully. The bandits decided to get out of the place as soon as possible. The guy jumped up to the girl, worried about her condition. She was trembling all over from fear and the pain the bandit had caused her. He raised his head, his eyebrows drawn together at the bridge of his nose and his mouth curved in anger. Won-seok couldn't let these people go unpunished. The girl saw the determination in his gaze and tried to hold the guy back. She didn't want him to follow them, but it was too late. The boy left her in a dark alley and chased after the offenders. The girl called out to him, but he did not hear her, completely absorbed in the feeling of vindictiveness and hatred for these cruel people. They broke into some building site where there was no light or people at all. The men wanted to hide in this place so the guy wouldn't find them. Even though they were running fast, Won-seok was no less speedy. He managed to catch up with these thugs, and now only a few meters separated them. In the silence, the stomping of their feet echoed loudly. The bandits were still in shock that they were being chased by a guy they had definitely killed. They still thought he was a rebellious ghost who had come for their souls. Won-seok noticed a stone lying in his path and immediately bent down to pick it up. He didn't worry at all about the consequences that could come from his actions. The two stones swiftly flew towards the thugs and successfully hit their targets. They crashed into the backs of the heads of the two who were trying to get away from the guy. Muffled sounds were heard, and the men felt a sharp pain in their heads. Because the rocks had hit their targets, the bandits stopped, no longer able to run away, and their heads were also cracking from the pain. Won-seok was also out of breath as he caught up to them and was breathing heavily. The boy straightened his back and told them in a menacing voice why he had slapped them in the back of the head. He was still thinking about how everything that had happened to him was just a nightmare. His face contorted with rage. He couldn't let those two men live for all their atrocities, so he sentenced the bandits to death. His voice was quite confident and sounded threatening. Longshanks looked at the boy from under his forehead. He was already very much annoyed with this guy, and anger began to boil in his veins. Deciding that he wasn't afraid of this guy anymore, the lanky man rushed towards him. He wanted him to finally die, and shouting these words, he swiftly stepped towards the guy. The bandit pressed himself against the guy. There was a strong pressure between them, and without fear of repercussions, the lanky man committed another crime. Wan Seok was pressed against the bandit's body. His eyes glanced in his direction, and a merry chuckle escaped his lips. Pulling away from the thug, the guy pulled up his clothes, a knife protruding from his knife that had successfully entered the textbook he had picked up from the table. Even though Hwang Seok thought their last encounter was just a dream, he decided to prepare himself this time and prepared himself in advance, expecting such a prank. Hwang Seok's fist swiftly flew toward the lanky man and smashed into his face. The sound of bone cracking was disgusting. The thug collapsed to the ground from the blow, but the boy continued to vent his rage. He began to kick him with his foot, hitting him in different parts of his body. He was using all his strength now, completely unwilling to hurt the offender who tried to stick a knife in him. Puffy by this time began to come to his senses. He was holding his head, where there was a cleft from a blow with a stone. Blood trickled down his cheeks. The guy on the sidelines continued to throw erratic blows at his partner. Because they were doing all this at a support that was not stable, the shock of the blows caused the pipes on top to shift. A loud scraping and a series of dangerous sounds were heard. The pipes that were on top flew downwards, directly onto the guys who were below. Hwang Seok turned around at this sound and only saw the dangerous objects approaching. There was a violent rumble that sent vibrations through the ground. A column of dust rose up, hiding the people who were there under its cover. The pipes continued to fall chaotically to the ground. The rumbling did not subside. Puffy watched in horror as his partner and that guy were covered in heavy metal pipes. As the pipes continued to fall from the top of the support, Puffy jumped to his feet, worried that he too might fall asleep, and screamed and ran away from the scene. When the devastation had ceased, bloody footprints were left on the ground, indicating that the incident had not been without victims. The calendar days once again whizzed by as if in an instant. 3 days after the events that had occurred at the construction site, Hwang Seok's eyes opened wide. He took a panicked breath on a full lungful of air, his heart thudding in his chest. The guy with his arms spread out was lying in the bed of his room. The bright light of the sun was streaming into his room. He tried to come to his senses and realized that he was at home. With rapid breathing, Hwang Seok stood up, trying to comprehend what had happened to him. After a while of his pondering, he got out of bed and went to his computer. With his toe, the guy pressed the copter, which clacked audibly. He sat down at the desk and rested his head on his hand. He was having another weird nightmare, and it was starting to stress him out a lot. He placed his hand on the computer mouse, waiting for the computer to turn on. Clamping a cigarette between his lips, he lit it, and the acrid smoke entered his lungs. Various thoughts rushed chaotically through his head. He even began to think that he might have gotten sick with something that was causing him such vivid nightmares. When the computer fully booted up, he started clicking his mouse. At one point, he saw something that made his lips part and his cigarette stagger dangerously, ready to fall out. The boy's eyes opened wide when he saw what was written in the latest news of the city. He froze, for he could not believe what he saw before his eyes. Foul language escaped his lips. The news feed was a summary of an incident that had happened at a construction site. The very construction site he thought he was dreaming about. It was also stated that the accident was not without casualties. There were 2 fatalities. Fear ran through his body, and his eyes couldn't tear themselves away from the page with the picture of the construction site and the collapsed pipes. He was sure that he had seen the same place in his nightmare. Hwang Seok abruptly snapped out of his seat. He had a lot of different thoughts in his head, but he couldn't find a good explanation. So he decided to go to the construction site to see the tragedy with his own eyes. And as soon as he was about to leave his apartment, as suddenly his phone came to life and began to ring. He walked over to it and took the call. An unfamiliar female voice sounded in the receiver. She wanted to know if she could get to the right person. The guy confirmed that he was Hwang Seok. The girl on the other end said that she had been trying to contact him for 3 days, but he hadn't picked up the phone. Hwang Seok lowered his eyes to the desk calendar, where there was indeed a completely different date. She continued talking and started congratulating the guy for successfully hiring him at Suit Korea. He froze in surprise, for he had not expected to hear such cherished words. His eyes widened even more when the woman's voice suggested that he come to their company's office today. He was speechless for a moment. This call was more mystical than anything that had happened to him lately. The guy arrived at the building where he had had his last interview, and as he was sure, a failed one. The girl who called him started giving him a tour of the company building. They went to the break room where the employees could take a quiet break. At this time, the guys could play table soccer in peace, resting between work hours. The company valued the comfort of their employees. They also offered comfortable places to work, where you could sit in a chair and perform various tasks of the company. And if fatigue was too strong, the company provided rooms for sleeping, so that the employee could fully rest his body and mind. The girl continued to talk about the peculiarities of their company. She herself looked very spectacular. Stylish hairstyle, light makeup, emphasizing her beauty, as well as tight clothes. Despite the fact that the skirt was short, everything looked harmonious on her. She informed about her free work schedule, and the guy couldn't hear anything because his eyes were fixed on the roundness of her figure. Thinking that the information she gave him was enough, the girl beckoned him to follow her to do the paperwork. He followed her as if mesmerized. Once in her office, the girl put the contract on the table, which the guy had to familiarize himself with by next week, at which time they would start the internship. She continued talking sweetly to him, asking him to bring his bank statement and social security card. And that's when Hwan Suk came to his senses. His hand reached up to his head and awkwardly ruffled his hair, since he had a problem with it. He originally wanted to see if the girl had mistaken him for someone else. After all, he was certain that the interview for this company was a failure. He then remembered the shameful act he had committed at the interview by showing the panel his long middle finger. Now, he averted his gaze, considering the gesture not the most prudent of his life. The girl leaned back in her chair and looked at Hwang Seok appraisingly. She knew about the incident that had happened at the job interview. Without any hesitation, she showed him the same gesture. From her words, it was clear that the man who dared to do such a thing was not weak-willed and had attracted the attention of this company. The girl smirked at his dumbfounded look. She reached her hand to her desk drawer, speaking to him plainly. His candidacy was too controversial. She pulled out a dossier on the guy and started quoting his words. His resume didn't shine at all, but there was something about him that caught their attention. All her words had put the guy in a state of severe embarrassment. When he heard the quotes from his resume, Hwan Seok looked at himself in a different way and understood why the girl had put so much emphasis on the fact that they had originally thought it was some kind of prank. She continued, for someone from above had turned his attention to this guy. His principled beliefs, as well as the guy's presentation, caused positive emotions. Hwang Seok couldn't find a seat, but listened attentively to the girl's words. She took a photo frame from her desk and turned it to face the guy. He didn't immediately realize who he saw in the picture. On the photo were the faces of the employees of this company, and in the center stood a man of foreign origin from France. It was he who became the guy's representative. It was because of this man, who was imbued with the guy's letter, that he was now sitting against the girl and getting his job. Hwang Seok felt a strange feeling, because he couldn't understand what he had gotten the foreigner to do. The girl stood up from the table, talking about this foreigner who had come to Korea 3 years ago to gain experience. She looked out the window, which had a beautiful view of the city. The foreigner was struck to the core by the foreign country, especially that Koreans were incredibly hard-working and had an excellent work ethic. She continued her monologue about how the work structure in Korea was structured and what impressions it evoked in the foreigner. The foreigner couldn't help but notice that Koreans followed their superiors blindly and obeyed their orders without any room for objection. The day the foreigner received Hwang Seok's letter, he was delighted with it. After all, He had never met anyone like him in Korea. That's why he considered him worthy of a position in their company. She held out her hand in his direction and warned him that the personnel department would not be happy with an employee like him and would remind him of that more than once. Wang Xiak was still dumbfounded as he listened to all of the employee's words. Then her face brightened with a smile, because she, like the foreign representative, had high hopes for this guy and was ready to support him. She let him know that she believed in him and that he would not let down their expectations, and that he would be able to prove the HR department wrong with his work. Wang Xiak couldn't believe that this was really happening to him. Someone had evaluated him and was also able to believe him. This was something unimaginable to him. He stood up abruptly from his chair, which had rolled away from him. Walking over to the female employee, Wang Xiak squeezed her hand tightly. Her words seemed to give him a sense of inspiration, and now he felt that he could succeed. This was the chance for a better life. His lips curved into a satisfied smirk. He was willing to do anything not to let down the expectations of this beautiful lady. The employee couldn't get enough of this man who was in her eyes incredibly determined. When the day was already coming to an end and the sun was once again caressing the house in which the guy lived with scarlet light, he returned home. Putting his hands in his pants pockets, the boy slowly walked up the stairs. His thoughts were swirling in his head again, and all he could think about was that the job offer was a dream. Wang Xiak's face swam as he remembered the female co-worker who had hired him. He still couldn't believe that everything was really happening. As soon as he reached his floor, he heard a loud voice. Wang Xiak stared in surprise at the direction he heard the voice coming from. A man was standing at the door and was banging on the apartment door with force, continuing to yell for someone to open the door for him. The guy, on the other hand, stopped and stared at this troublemaker. He was banging on the doors and yelling so hard that he didn't even notice Wang Xiak's appearance on the balcony. Wang Xiak himself felt a strange feeling as if he had seen this situation before, like the doors on his floor were being banged on with all his might and shouted at. The guy visibly tensed up his shoulders. He stepped closer to the troublemaker and stood in front of him. The man, sensing someone's presence, spun toward the guy. Wang Xiak was ready to act at any moment. He stepped back slightly when the man turned to face him. The man reached into the secret pocket of his jacket and started to speak. The boy's eyes twitched, for he had seen it all before, and a strange feeling made him act immediately without waiting for the words the man wanted to say. Wang Xiak drove a punch into the man's face with all his might. The blow was quite strong. The man fell to the floor with a great pain in his face, covering his face with his hands. He didn't expect to be attacked with fists. Wang Xiak started to shout threateningly at the villain, promising him retribution if he didn't get away. The guy was sure that he was just another collector in front of him. The man panicked, his arms raised, his nose bleeding, and he tried to explain that he wasn't who Wang Xiak thought he was. He was Yo Rin's teacher. Slumped against the wall, the man had only come here to find the girl who attended his school. Wang Xiak was taken aback by such a statement, and after a while, the teacher was still able to pull out a teacher's ID card from Misan High from his pocket. Wang Xiak took it in his hands and studied it carefully, checking the photo against the padded face that was in front of him. Realizing his mistake, he bowed low, realizing that he had made a mistake by mistaking the teacher for the collectors. Kim Jong himself acted honorably without blaming him much for getting punched in the face. The guy was ready to burn with shame for his rash actions. Never before had he felt so guilty. He told in an awkward voice that the girl the teacher was looking for was his neighbor, but also asked the man what had happened. Then the teacher, with his head down and anxiety in his voice, told him that Yo Rin had been out of shock for like 3 days without an explanation. He had come to check if the girl was okay. Wang Xiak looked at him in surprise. The boy was very puzzled by such a statement from the teacher. It was as if a scraper had been used to scramble his brains as memories began to swirl before his eyes. Suddenly the boy remembered the night the girl had gone to the store with him and destroyed his card, and also that night had treated the guy to hot noodles. And then he remembered what had happened in the dark alley and how the two thugs had apprehended the girl. And then it slowly began to dawn on him that he had been out of his life for 3 days. The girl had disappeared 3 days ago, and he hadn't been reached for 3 days. He pressed himself angrily against the door to Yo Rin's apartment and began to push the door open. The teacher was astonished at such a drastic change in the guy's behavior and recoiled from him automatically. The boy remembered what had happened that night. The girl was being hunted by thugs, and it had been 3 days since that incident. Anything could have happened in that time. The teacher couldn't believe this guy was willing to break into an apartment without permission. Except that he didn't have to kick the doors in. He turned the handle on the door and it easily yielded to his onslaught. They both froze in anticipation. The doors opened with a quiet creak. They were unlocked, which made them fearful of what might be behind them. Wan Seok slowly began to open them and sunlight streamed into Yo Rin's room. Both men looked inward into the room in silence, and what opened up to their gaze shocked both of them. Hwang Seok's eyes were anxious to see what was going on in the schoolgirl's room. The teacher also had no words to express his emotions. The room itself was in a devastating state. Someone had gone to great lengths to make such a mess. The girl's belongings were lying on the floor and the furniture was overturned, with all the things piled out of the closet. They were clearly trying to find something. The men never dared to enter her room, staying on the doorstep. Because they were so dumbfounded by what was happening, they didn't notice the presence of another person on the balcony. The chubby thug was standing behind the wall, watching in panic at what was happening at the girl's door. He saw a guy he already had a good memory of. Cold sweat began to drip down his face, and thoughts whirled frantically in his head. The horror that this guy was once again standing completely unharmed was total. Puffy didn't want to believe his own eyes, for he had witnessed his death twice. From the hangar came an indignant voice, a man complaining about how good his life had been in the 80s. With a cigarette in his mouth, he studied the latest news reports, rustling the newspaper in his hands. His voice was still as disgruntled as ever, for now he could not carry out his own atrocities as he once had. Turning the newspaper to face forward, he displayed the latest news summary of the construction accident. The man's lips curled, for he had lost one of his own men there, and the girl's father was to blame. He gave the girl a scrutinizing look, confident that she would be of use to him as well. Yo Rin was suspended and could do nothing. Her mouth was tightly taped shut to keep her from making a sound. Her body was being tightly squeezed by the tight rope, causing painful sensations. The man was distracted when he heard the phone ringing, echoing throughout the hangar. He answered his gaze from the girl who was hanging in front of him like an exquisite piece of jewelry. It was his phone. He picked it up and demanded an answer. Were the men able to find this girl's father? The boss shifted his gaze to the girl who was still in a suspended state. This kind of Yo Rin's appearance was something he liked very much. He sat silently for a while, but then his eyes began to widen. He didn't like what he heard at all. The man felt a surge of indignation. After all, the words of his man seemed to him a complete nonsense. What he heard made him sit up differently. Bowing his head, he took a cigarette out of his mouth. But it did not change the essence of the matter because the one who before him had made the report repeated the same thing. At her boss's indignation, Yo Rin raised her head. She realized who was being talked about. But his next words came as a shock, for the man had repeated to himself what he had heard not a moment too soon. The unemployed man had been resurrected. Hwang Seok slammed his fist against the wall with all his might. His rage was too strong for him to contain his emotions. After everything he had seen, and the realization that the girl hadn't been home in 3 days, he knew she was at their place. But bad thoughts of what they might have done to her caused him to have another fit of rage. Anger reflected on the boy's face. He made a promise to himself that he would deal with them, no matter what it cost him. The teacher still didn't understand what was going on, but clearly realized that this guy had guessed what might have happened here. He was also very confused by the mess in the girl's room, especially when he knew she couldn't have done such a thing on her own. Worried about his student, he immediately suggested that Juan Siak go to the police to help them find the girl. The boy was still furious, but he also listened to his teacher's words. He decided to heed Kim Jung's suggestion, and they went to the police station so that they could help them. They sat across from one investigator, and Juan Siak went into detail about how the girl's apartment had been tried for 3 weeks now by people with gangster looks. The policeman listened attentively and asked related questions. Then a new question followed, which Juan Siak was able to answer with difficulty. He hadn't seen Yeo Rin being kidnapped and couldn't gather himself to give a coherent answer. Suddenly, another man came up from behind and slapped Juan Siak on the back of the head with all his might. The boy shrieked in surprise and sudden pain, and the teacher stared at the man who clearly knew Juan Siak by sight and could afford to behave like that, with an upturned and frightened face. The one who had punched the guy with anger continued to say he was already familiar with him, and if Juan Siak showed up at the police station, then he had done something wrong again. The man immediately turned his gaze to the teacher sitting next to him, who still had the mark of the guy's fist on his face. He immediately realized that there had been a fight between the two of them, which made him even more furious, because that was the only reason Juan Siak was here. The guy stared at the police officer indignantly. Detective O leaned over to the teacher and pointed his finger at Juan Siak and told him one more sad fact about him, that he could often borrow money and that it wouldn't do him any good. Juan Siak was even more indignant at such accusations, because that wasn't the reason they had come here. Juan Siak was seething with anger over what he had gotten for nothing. The man who took the statement from them quickly stated the gist of the case these people had come for. Detective O walked around the desk and looked at the monitor, the computer where the case details were written on. The man visibly tensed. The address he saw on the screen looked very familiar. He squinted his eyes as if it would help him to better realize how he could have known the address on the application. Then he looked up sharply at the teacher, wanting to know if he had personally seen the girl being kidnapped. Kim Jung fidgeted uncomfortably in his chair because he hadn't seen it. Juan Siak jumped up from his chair and jabbed his finger at the monitor. He repeated what they had told the police officer, except Detective O was still emphasizing to them that none of them had seen the girl being kidnapped. The guy froze in place when he heard Detective O's commanding tone asking him to delete all information about Detective Han's kidnapping, and those two should be sent home. Juan Siak turned to face the detective and was furious at such orders from him. The guy kept insisting that Yeo Rin had been kidnapped, but the detective didn't want to hear anything more on the matter. The man grimaced with indignation as he bowed his head and spoke about the girl's father, who was a drunkard and in his opinion could have made such a mess of the apartment. He didn't think this case was worth their time. The teacher and Juan Siak himself looked at Detective O in utter shock and confusion. They didn't want to believe that the police didn't want to believe and help them. The detective, on the other hand, assured them that the girl could have simply run away from home, tired of her father's behavior. Kim Jung, feeling anxious for his student, continued to insist on at least some action from the police. He had to report that Yeo Rin hadn't been in shock for 3 days. Detective O's words pissed off Juan Siak too much. The guy clenched his jaws tightly, trying to keep his cool. The detective was clearly making it clear that they wouldn't be pursuing this case. The man waved his hand in a valiant manner for them to get out of the police station and not bother them anymore. Juan Siak was furious, but held himself in check. His fists clenched tightly, for it took a lot of effort for him to restrain himself. He wanted the police to have some sort of response to their statement. Detective O himself twisted his head with a disgruntled grimace toward the boy. The guy kept insisting on his own, that they should at least inspect Yeo Rin's apartment. He was pressuring the man, because suddenly it would turn out that something had really happened to the girl. His face was distorted with anger and resentment towards the detective. Tension was building between them. They were struggling to keep themselves in check so as not to cross the permissible line. The teacher stood to his feet and felt the pressure more than anyone else, worried that the situation might have gotten worse. While Hwan Seok and Detective Oh glared at each other, Detective Han got up from behind the desk and called out to his partner to come over to him. They walked into the office where there were no outside stairs. The man wanted to know what was the reason for Detective Oh's behavior. He stood in front of him with his arms folded and spoke calmly, but Detective Oh himself was angry at such stupid questions. He sipped the coffee he had just brewed for himself. Because they needed to justify the statistics, the detective didn't want to take the case. Detective Oh clearly thought this case was a dead end and wasn't even going to get involved so as not to mess up their police station's statistics. He glared menacingly at his partner, who clearly didn't like it, but he didn't dare disobey. At the same time, while the two detectives were having a conversation, Hwan Seok mustered up the courage to follow their conversation through the small slit in the door that the two had recklessly left. The doors opened slightly, and the two detectives turned around with a startled gasp. The smile on Hwan Seok's face stretched, revealing white teeth. The boy had heard enough to form an opinion about the police. The detectives decided to selectively investigate cases. The boy immediately grabbed the chair closest to him. A second later, he used it to break the window in the room where the two detectives were. The guy's patience broke, especially when he realized the reason why they didn't want to take the case. There was an immediate uproar in the precinct office. All the investigators abruptly jumped up and rushed towards the guy who had just broken the window. Hwang Seok swiveled his head, expecting an attack from any direction, and prepared to fight back. A short while later, the precinct was a complete shambles. The detectives were beaten and angry. Each had abrasions on their faces as well as various bruises. They all looked in the direction of the man who was apologizing to them. Hwan Seok's friend Hyun had already shown up at the station and bowed low, promising to teach the guy how to behave and that it wouldn't happen again. The guy wasn't in a hurry to bow down and apologize. He also had visible abrasions and bruises. Even the teacher stood, bowed. Detective Oh raged, but made no effort to detain the lad, all for the sake of the girl they thought had been kidnapped. Hyeon still spoke too kindly and tried to smooth over the situation that had arisen. Hwan Seok, on his way out of the office as if nothing had happened here, turned to his friend and beckoned him to leave. Detective Oh held himself back, but there was nothing he could do, as Hwan Seok found out the real reason why they didn't want to take the case. After a while, they walked down the street. Hwan Seok was the first to go. All his thoughts were on Yo-rin and what he needed to do first. His friend Hyung was following him, trying to reprimand him for his rude behavior at the station. The teacher just followed behind them. When Hin mentioned that he could go to jail and never see life again, the boy told him that he had been hired, except that Hyung himself stopped, not believing his words. Hwan Seok didn't see the point of staying with them any longer and went on his way. His friend still tried to get through to him, but it was all in vain. He stood there staring at his friend as he walked away. His chest was filled with resentment at Hwan Seok's terrible behavior. The teacher felt there was nothing more he could do and said goodbye to Hyun. When Hyeon turned to Kim Jong, he noticed that he also had an abrasion on his face. The teacher awkwardly touched his head, but didn't go into details about the incident. Hwang Seok walked back to the house they were staying in. It was already dark. He reached for the light switch and the light came on in the room. Putting his hands in his pockets, he once again scrutinized the room in which destruction reigned. His eyes closed, and only now did he realize how tired he was. The boy had tried so hard to tell the detective all the details of what had happened that it was hard for him to think now. And yet the memories turned out not to be a dream at all, as he had originally thought. All the events that had happened to him were quite real. He walked to the back of the room, continuing to think about how he had managed to survive. His thoughts were jumping from event to event, and now he was trying to figure out what could have happened to his roommate. Something caught the guy's attention, and he stared at one point for a few seconds, keeping his gaze fixed on it. Beneath his feet, candy that seemed all too familiar was rolling on the floor. It was the same candy that the girl had given him not so long ago. Abruptly crouching down, he picked up one of them. With a deft movement, the guy spared the candy wrapper and jerked it into his mouth. As soon as the taste of the candy touched his tongue, the image of the girl immediately rose before his eyes. Her serious face and the way she was telling him off, and the moment when she jumped up from her seat and said those words as if she was talking to herself. Hwan Seok felt very awkward then. He didn't enjoy the candy for long. The candy got on his teeth and a crunch sounded in the room. Then the image of the girl who hoped for a good job and gave him a chance to get a job in their company appeared before his eyes, and the last words of his friend Hen continued to echo in his head. For some time he didn't move at all. There was too much information in his thoughts, and that chaotically flashed in his head. But then, pulling himself together, he rose to his feet, stretching to his full height. Chewing on his candy, he tried to get rid of a lot of thoughts that were keeping him busy. As a matter of fact, this matter was not of his mind, and he was under no obligation to risk his own life for this neighbor girl. At the moment when the guy was about to leave the neighbor's apartment, suddenly the phone that didn't belong to him rang. The guy immediately turned around at this sound and his eyes searched for its source. The phone was under the bed, by the overturned chair. It continued to ring insistently. Hwan Seok thought for a moment about whether or not he should pick up the phone, but he picked it up. It was a man's voice, and it was addressed to the girl's father. Hwan Seok tensed up, realizing that he was being talked to by a thug who thought Cha Hyun Seok had picked up the phone. Hwan Seok tries to find out who the man was, but on the other end of the line his questioning only elicited laughter. The caller gets straight to the point and tells him that an interesting photo was sent to this number. The guy took the handset away from his ear and started logging into the app to see the photo that had been sent. His heart shook and his eyes widened when he saw that photo. On the phone, the picture was of his roommate Yeo Rin, and she was tied up and suspended on a rope. The tension in the guy's soul rose, for he understood how scared the girl was right now. The voice from the phone continued to speak threateningly, telling her father to bring the money she owed, or else the girl would become an oriental harlot. The boy's jaws clenched, and he roared with the rage that had awakened in his body. The office where the debt collectors had set up. The boss was sitting in a chair, and there were many men around. Those who stood as one were dressed in black uniforms and listened attentively to what was being discussed. They were preparing for the arrival of the girl's father. The man felt quite comfortable as he told the others what they would do if he didn't bring money to pay off his debts. His lips spread into a smile as he thought of what he would do to the man if he didn't pay the debt. Puffy stepped closer to his boss and wanted to know what to do about that unemployed guy who resurrected every time he died. His boss stared at him and accused him of only imagining it and that it couldn't happen. He was starting to get annoyed with the subject. He started pointing his finger at him and didn't even want to hear any more about the magical return of the dead guy after 3 days. Puffy stood there with a downcast face, for he was completely unwilling to be believed and thought to be crazy. A sharp, loud sound echoed throughout the room they were in. The boss jumped up in his chair in fright, and the chubby man jerked just as frightened. After a second, the man relaxed and sat more comfortably in the chair. He put his foot on his leg and looked at the man who had come in, immediately offering his services as a loaner. After all, he knew that this was the only reason people came to him, and those who returned the money he knew all by sight. Puffy looked in the direction of the entered guy and his face immediately twisted with fear, because he had already seen him more than once. Cold sweat began to roll down his face in clumps. Hwang Seok was holding a rebar in his hand, and he hadn't come here to borrow his money. He was brought here for one purpose only, to find the missing girl. Puffy immediately leaned over to the boss and started pointing his finger at the guy who had come in, saying that he was the man who had been hit by the pipes at the construction site. The boss twitched because he didn't want to believe it. Gathering himself, he put his hand to his face and thought, remembering what was written in the newspaper. After all, it was stated that there was nothing left alive from the second guy. Rolling his eyes, the boss tried to find out what was the secret of this tenacious guy. He asked to know the secret that lurked in this mysterious guy. A chuckle escaped Hwang Seok's lips. He hadn't figured out what had happened to him yet, but to the man, he mysteriously replied that he hadn't survived. All eyes were only on this interesting guy who had come into the boss's office. There was silence in the room when the man simply said in one word that he had been resurrected. Hwang Seok himself continued to stand in front of all these people without an ounce of fear or doubt. The tension in the room rose, and then he swung his rebar sharply, coming in handy to punish everyone involved in the girl's abduction. Fury clouded Hwang Seok's eyes, and he was going to tear the place apart until he found out where she was being hidden. The people present stared in surprise at the guy who was ready to attack them. The boss didn't even move when the guy swung the rebar. The first blow landed on the first closest guy who was sitting on the couch. Hwang Seok's rage was too strong, so he generously shared it with the others. From such a strong blow, the bandit flew aside and collapsed from the couch. Hwang Seok looked around the room, expecting an attack from the other men and preparing to continue the fight. A crowd of angry thugs rushed toward him. Each one was armed with a metal bat and wanted to take a swing at this smug guy who had risked such a cocky barge into their neighborhood. A fight broke out. Hwang Seok swung the rebar, hitting one of the men closest to him. The one collapsed with a scream, letting the bat out of his hands. The boss continued to sit in his chair and silently watched what was happening in his office. The men all pounced on the guy at once, trying to get at him with their weapons. The man lit another cigarette as he continued to watch the fight. His head tilted as he watched the guy fight appraisingly. It seemed to him that the guy was too badly behaved in the fight, and it was strange to come to them and be in such weak shape. Because of the obviously large number of men, Hwang Seok was already without his armature. He tried to cover himself with his arms, but the blows from the metal bats kept hitting his body painfully. Blow after blow he received without respite and without stopping, while one swung the other was already hitting. The boy collapsed to his knees, pressing his hand against his ribs. He felt pain in every part of his body. Blood was already running down his face. He was flung down and began to be kicked mercilessly. Those who were not involved in this massacre stood aside. One of them inquired about the condition of the one who had been hit first. The man was holding tightly to his jaw, which hurt very badly. When he came to his senses, the man put his hand inside his jacket, and in a second he was already taking it out, holding a long knife that glistened dangerously in the light. The man turned to his men who were still beating the guy lying there. They heard the order to drag the lad to his feet to get even with him on their own. At that very moment, the boss rose from his chair. He adjusted his jacket and ordered everyone to stop. Looking at the guy lying in a pool of blood, he reminded the others that their organs would be of no use to them. The boss already had his own plans for this insolent man who dared to attack them. The boss began to slowly walk towards the lying Hwang Seok. He talked about how that guy was too lucky to be alive after the incident at the construction site. The man crouched down and looked at Hwang Seok, who was still trying to get up. The boss even speculated that he wanted to protect the girl so fiercely because the girl was his girlfriend. Hwang Seok coughed up blood. The guy was still trying to get up and even remained conscious after such a severe beating. The man was surprised at such a strong zeal. Hwang Seok himself wondered why he wanted to help this girl so much, who had been berating him time and time again. After all, they didn't even know each other, and he had only learned her name yesterday. The boss continued to listen to the guy, not suspecting a trick. Hwang Seok continued talking, and his hand reached for his leg. After a moment, the guy grabbed the knife he had stashed from his pant leg and pulled it sharply out of hiding. Knowing that some bastard had kidnapped a defenseless schoolgirl, the guy couldn't stay away. Rising abruptly, He grabbed the boss by his jacket. The man jumped to his feet in surprise, trying to dodge. But the guy, surprisingly, was still able to move quickly and nimbly. He immediately slid behind the thug's back and put a cold and sharp blade to his neck. The boss froze, unwilling to make an unnecessary movement that could have jeopardized his life. The crowd immediately rushed towards the boss. The guy pressed the knife even harder against the man's throat and shouted to the bandits to stay where they were and not move. Despite having a sharp blade at the bandit's neck, he radiated incredible calmness. The man was ready to demonstrate how he butchered carcasses. Such words caused a look of surprise on the guy's face, for he thought he was able to take them by surprise. After the boss was furious at his subordinates for beating this guy so weakly that he could still stand on his feet, the man slightly slanted his gaze and whispered that he was about to demonstrate his strength. Hwan-seok was completely bewildered after all. He was the one holding the knife to his throat. But the boss was not at all intimidated and did not move to meet him, begging for mercy. The boss leaned forward sharply, completely unafraid as the blade traveled down his neck. The knife sank into his skin with ease, leaving a bloody trail. He made such an action in order to give him the opportunity to swing. Afterward, the boss crashed the back of his head into the guy's head with all his might. A thud sounded. From such an unexpected action, the guy released the knife from his hands, feeling a sharp pain in his face. While Hwan-seok bent over clutching his face in pain, the boss rubbed his fists together and walked towards his desk. He reached out and picked up a weighty ashtray. A moment later, he used the same ashtray to smack the guy in the head again. He put enough force into that blow to teach the insolent fellow not to underestimate him. It was enough to knock him off his feet. Hwan-seok collapsed on the cold floor. The boss shoved the ashtray away from him and was furious at what was happening here. The man cupped his chin and pointed his fingers at his carotid artery, teaching the man how to properly threaten others. If he did that, the thug wouldn't dare move. Tired of this circus, the man turned his back on the guy and gave his men orders to finish him off in some warehouse. The bandits immediately rushed to carry out their boss's order. One of them picked up the guy and started to lift him up. Hwan-seok no longer had the strength to resist. One of his men called out to the boss, drawing his attention. The man turned around sharply, waiting to hear what the man wanted him to do. The man pointed at the boy. Around his body were tied steel plates that prevented him from painful blows. The boss was surprised that he had come to them without a plan and only protecting his body with plates. This guy was pissing him off, so he waved his hand and ordered to get him out of the office. He would go after them later. Having loaded into the car, the bandits drove to fulfill the order of their boss. They were talking on various topics, being in a very cheerful mood. One of them turned back, glancing at his partner. The one who had turned around had lashed out at the chubby one for not responding to his story. The chubby one himself immediately started making excuses. He had been trying to understand something the whole time and started to slurring it. Hwan-seok was lying tied up in the car. His mouth was taped shut. His arms and body were bound with rope. The thugs continued to talk loudly. Puffy started talking again about how he'd seen his partner finish this guy off a week ago. Hwan-seok shuddered slightly as he regained consciousness. He could hear the voices of the bandits as they continued to discuss what had happened. Puffy admitted that they had covered up the confrontation with him before the incident at the construction site. Hwan-seok spun around, trying to minimize the noise. He managed to get a lighter and set it on fire so that the rope restraining his arms burned and freed him. Puffy at this time was recounting how they had thrown the guy's body into the river, and now it was a big mystery to him how he could have escaped. Hwan-seok quietly stood up, picking up the rope he had coiled from his body. He threw it too sharply around the chubby's neck, and with all the strength he had, the guy pulled on it. The chubby man gave a loud grunt as he felt the strangulation. He couldn't do anything. The air had stopped flowing into his lungs. Hearing the strange sounds, everyone turned their heads towards the chubby man and saw that Hwan-seok had come to his senses and was pouncing on their partner. Even the one who was driving turned around, oblivious to the fact that they were now driving on the road. Hwan Seok smirked echidnously, for it was difficult for the others to get to him now. He continued to pull hard on the rope, depriving the chubby one, who was already turning purple from choking, of his senses. The guy himself was curious to know what the reason was for his resurrection every time. Continuing to smile sinisterly, he was ready to conduct an experiment. Because of the events that were happening in the car, the distracted driver stopped watching the road and the car began to toss from side to side. It was immediately clear that something was happening there. The boss was also riding in the car, and suddenly an excited voice called out to him. He looked at the man who called out to him with a withering glance. The man who was driving the boss's car pointed to a car with other members of their group. He immediately noticed that something was wrong there as it stopped driving smoothly. He was in great suspense, realizing that something was wrong there. Suddenly, the same car completely lost control and flew off the bridge. Hwan Seok and the other gangsters were in it. The boss and the driver watched in horror as the car flew off the bridge. There was a look of fear on their faces, as they didn't expect this to happen. A few moments later, the car full of people plunged under the water. Rescue work was already underway on the bridge. A girl anchor of a news channel was reporting on the scene. The boss was sitting in the chair watching the news about the accident he had witnessed. The girl continued to cover the events that happened there. The boss's anger was so intense that he threw that very ashtray at the TV, shattering the screen to pieces. He was furious that because of one jerk, he had lost so many people. The man paced around the office screaming and couldn't stop his anger. He turned to the man who was standing behind him and wanted to know if they had been able to find the father of that schoolgirl. But they still hadn't managed to do so. The boss's patience was running out and he ordered to call their partners to get rid of the girl. Only a man stopped him. He warned the boss about the danger of exposure as they were already being closely followed by the police. The boss continued to yell and assure them that they needed to get rid of the girl. If she was found, it would be very bad for all of them. The situation was getting out of his control. A sudden rumbling sound silenced the man and made him flinch with fright. He turned around sharply to look at whoever had entered their office. A male voice, all too familiar with cheerful notes, inquired about the guy's condition. Hwan Seok entered the office. He was smoking a cigarette in a funky manner. The bandit's face twisted with horror, because there was no way this guy could be standing in front of him right now. The eyes saw, but the mind refused to believe. Everyone was frozen in a daze as they looked at the guy standing in front of them, perfectly healthy and uninjured. Hwan Seok decided to share with them some interesting information he had learned. A cheerful grin graced his face, and he was confident and pleased that he had managed to daze the others with his sudden appearance. The day the car fell into the river, the water filled the interior too quickly. Hwan Seok was hit hard when they hit the water, but he was conscious and in a lot of pain. His lungs were ready to burst and realization came to him, causing his eyes to open wide. He had been in this position once before. Memories began to come over his mind in waves. The day he had been thrown off the bridge with a stone tied to his body, Hwan Seok had died, and he realized it clearly now. The boy clutched at his chest, and his thoughts raced with a new wave. He realized that the day the tragedy happened at the construction site, he had died again. His eyes widened even more when he realized that the dates were out of order. They didn't agree with his feeling at all. The boy remembered that the first time he had died was on the day of the interview. He remembered the day vividly as he showed the panel the middle finger at the time. The next time he died was at a construction site, and that was on the 4th. And yesterday, when he testified at the police station, he wrote the date April 7th. It was as if the chronology of events was flashing before his eyes. He finally realized that he needed 3 days to come alive. He closed his eyes, prepared for the possibility that he was about to die, and in his mind he was calculating what date he would wake up again. A moment later he opened his eyes again. His body was overcome by panic because only now he thought about the fact that he might not wake up and die for real, forever. The guy began to look around the car in a hurry. The body of one of the thugs hovered near him. The man was already dead. Hwan Seok saw that blank stare and lifelessness on his face. The panic state was overtaking him even more. Right now, in this state, he couldn't understand why he thought he could resurrect at all. His heart clenched in his chest, his lungs burning with fire. He reached for the door handle, wanting to get out of this car and try to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. His eyes blurred, his body stopped obeying, his eyes became too dark, and Hwan Seok died. Suddenly, he felt the power in his own body and he swung his arm frantically. His eyes widened and his lungs sucked in air. Hwan Seok froze, afraid to move. With his eyes, the boy swept his room, realizing he was at home. It was hard for him to breathe, and as if he was greedy, he tried to catch his breath, still feeling the pressure in his chest. Cold sweat began to roll off his face. Rising from the bed, the boy noticed something off to the side. His face tensed and his eyes widened. His heart skipped a beat at the rising anxiety. It was April 11th on the calendar. 3 days had passed. He continued to stare at his calendar, realizing it was all true and couldn't believe his luck. A coarse chuckle escaped his lips, bursting into a wild laughter. The boss was furious when he saw this guy in front of him. Face twisted with anger, fists clenched tightly, he shouted at the entire office, not understanding how this guy could stand completely unharmed in front of them. While the shouting continued to emanate from the man, the guy with a smirk calmly smoked his cigarette, completely unconcerned about the consequences this gangster group could arrange for him. The boss's mouth never closed from screaming. Even the veins on his face were bulging. Because of Hwang Seok, his guys were dead. He gave the order to smash him as soon as possible and get it over with. The men with their bats again rushed towards the man, ready to finally put an end to him. But the guy did not even move, not afraid to feel the blows of the weapon on his body again. Suddenly, Hwan Seok stretched his hand forward, asking everyone to stop. For some reason, all the bandits stopped abruptly and froze in place. He pulled something that looked like a bottle out of his Olympic and held it up to his face. Heat came from the cigarette and transferred to the fabric that was there. A moment later, the scorched bottle was thrown towards the bandit group. They were still standing in complete bewilderment and did not even try to take any action. The bottle soundly fell to the floor and rolled to the feet of the bandits. The fire was spreading stronger and stronger on the bottle. The boss stood behind the backs of his men. He watched the actions of the guy and even remembered the old days when he had such messes on a daily basis. Assuming that it was an ordinary gas canister, he didn't even bother. Only a few seconds later, there was a strong explosion from the building where the office of the bandit group was located. Flames burst out of the building, and thick, billowing dark smoke rose into the air. The fire and smoke spread through the office, scorching everyone present. The men tried to cover themselves with their hands, but they were in the very epicenter of the explosive crushing wave. The blast wave was so strong that it hit the group's boss, who was injured and bleeding profusely. A worried subordinate immediately came running to him, worried about their boss's condition. The boss was pressing his hand against his head wound, half of his face covered in blood. Fury raged in the man's voice. He was using the most unflattering expressions to call the guy who had arranged all this. His men were confused and couldn't come to their senses. The boss kept shouting and giving commands to hurry up and put out the fire that was still raging in his office. Right now, no one was paying attention to Hwang Seok, who had unbuttoned his Olympics, showing off what was hiding there. The boss turned his attention to the guy. He wanted his men to come to their senses faster and finish that guy off, but his gaze stopped on him, and his eyes widened at what he saw. Hwan Seok came more prepared this time. He had brought a whole batch of these explosives with him and was ready to use them to finally finish off these thugs. He looked very confident because he realized that just from one bottle he managed to create such chaos, and what would happen if he used all of them. That's what the guy was getting ready to find out. He wasn't going to give them a break or talk to him, because he realized that there would be no mercy for him. Hwan Seok held another bottle up to his cigarette, which easily spread its heat to the paper wrapped around the explosive bottle. The bottle was on fire and the guy launched it towards his enemies. This time, the boss no longer stood with a confident face, already knowing what kind of explosion would happen in the aftermath. His men began to scatter, trying to find cover. The fire bottle flew straight into the gang leader's face. It wasn't long before it hit him and exploded, destroying everything in its path. As if in slow motion, the boss saw death or very serious injuries approaching his face. But all of a sudden, a bald man who was twice as big as the boss himself appeared in front of the head of the gang. With a single movement of his hand, he was able to knock the fire bottle aside. It immediately flew out the window and exploded outside the office in midair. Hwang Seok tensed up, not expecting to see such a desperate and fearless man. Realizing that the man wasn't afraid to take such a step, he might have a problem with him. This man didn't even make a face. His imperturbable appearance only spoke of his incredible strength of mind and fearlessness in the face of grave danger. Standing tall, he seemed like a rock made of flesh and blood to Hwang Seok. The man with the imperturbable face came too close to the boy. Hwang Seok felt a strong sense of tension and excitement. Completely unexpectedly to Hwang Seok, the bald man spoke the words that the guy had come to this place for. He was going to give him the schoolgirl. Hwang Seok looked up at him and didn't even immediately realize what he meant. This was something the guy hadn't expected at all. But the man reiterated that he was going to give him the girl who had caused him to trash their office. As he walked past the surprised guy, the man beckoned for him to follow him. Hwang Seok was still in shock and turned around sharply, watching his enemy. Coming out of his stupor, the guy immediately clenched his fists, guessing that it couldn't be that simple. Foul language came out of him, for he was not a fool to believe in this man's good intentions. In their conversation intervened the boss, who, opening his mouth, began to yell loudly at his subordinate. Apparently, this decision was just as much of a surprise to him. The head of the gang continued to yell in a bad voice. He didn't like the fact that this big man decided to make his own decisions, despite the fact that there was no such order. The man was like a delinquent boy listening to the insults directed at him, but even that didn't make him flinch in the face of his boss's anger. In a calm voice, the man suggested that he look out the window and see what was going on. There was already a crowd of people below, looking fearfully at the burning building. Some were frightened, some were taking pictures on their phones, and some were calling the police to come quickly to investigate what had happened. The thug and his boss were looking out the window. The man told the plan of their further actions, and in his opinion, this explosion could still be hushed up. But if the police arrived while they were dealing with the guy, things would get worse. Hwang Seok watched them intently, keeping his eyes on them, trying to find the slightest trick in their actions. The bully continued to tell the chapter about the consequences if this case wasn't wrapped up quickly. Too much could come out and then their group would be all tied up and put in jail. Hwang Seok, who had heard everything, suddenly approached them. Both of them turned to him sharply, not expecting this guy to have the nerve to eavesdrop on their conversation. Now it was clear why the bulky guy had made the decision to return the schoolgirl to him. Realizing that returning the schoolgirl was something they needed right now, as they couldn't let the police get wind of it, Hwang Seok waved his finger at the bald man who had previously wanted to take him to the girl. He was even curious as to what this gangster group was hiding so much that they were so afraid of the police. The two stood silently at the window and did not even try to take any action towards this daring guy. The man watched Hwang Seok with astonishment. He was trying to understand why this small guy was acting so fearless. Hwang Seok turned around once more and once again drove the bulky guy over with an insolent tone. He felt that the power was now in his hands, and that gave him an excuse to behave so brazenly. In the very hangar where the schoolgirl was being held, 3 men were sitting. They were angry, for it had been a week and no one had come to replace them. One of them started blaming his partner Hen for the fact that he was the reason they were given such lame assignments. The men were already drunk and could be allowed to say whatever they wanted. He was also frustrated that the food was running low and they still hadn't heard from their superiors. The man turned his head and his gaze traveled to something very tempting as the blush became more pronounced. Not far from them lay the bound Yeo Rin. The girl was conscious and had heard about everything those two had said. Tears came to her eyes when it came to her shapely body. It was as if the men had seen her for the first time, only now they could appreciate the girl's figure. They were like two cats devouring her with their gaze, imagining the most lustful thoughts in their heads. Hen, who held a shot glass in his hand, immediately stopped their excited fantasy. The man turned to the man in charge with chagrin. He reminded them that there were far more powerful people above them who could do anything to them if they tampered with their goods. The schoolgirl was horrified at the kind of talk that went on between the men. Her tears flowed even more when they started to tell each other that the boss wouldn't find out if they played with the girl. Hen turned his head towards the schoolgirl. Drool began to flow from his mouth as he was already imagining what he was about to feel. Lustful desires began to take over his body, and thoughts went too far in his head. Despite being the only one who was against abusing the girl, he himself was the first to rise, chasing the guys away to go outside for a smoke. They stared at him in surprise. The man was already in his own thoughts. His hand pulled the fly of his pants, which soundly unbuttoned. Hen finally decided that he would do everything for his own pleasure. The girl realized that the man's intentions were most disgusting. She tried to stand up and help herself in some way. The ropes were pulling her body too tightly, making it impossible for her to free herself. Hen slowly came closer with his pants already down. The man stepped closer, holding a serrated knife in one hand and massaging the inside of his friend's underpants with his other hand. He apologized to the girl for not having too big a cock, even admitting that he was embarrassed. Hen lowered the knife between the girl's legs, hooking the blade of the rope that held them together. Yeo Rin was trembling with fear at what these freaks could do to her now. She tried to scream, but her mouth was tightly tied, giving her no way to call for help. Despite this, the girl realized that no one would be able to help her. The two who had been asked to leave the hangar crouched by the door, smoking their cigarettes. One of them resented Hen for thinking he was in charge and deciding to be the first to use the girl's body. They started making fun of his small cock and placing bets on how long it would take him to get it done. One was sure that he wouldn't last more than 5 minutes, and the other didn't even guarantee 3 minutes. There was a great rumbling sound, and a second later the same schoolgirl came running out of the hangar. Her legs were untied, but her hands were still clutched tightly by the rope. She flew past the two guards so fast that they didn't immediately realize what had happened. The men watched the girl run away and laughed at the fact that Hen hadn't lasted 30 seconds. It was only a moment later that it began to dawn on them that they were assholes for letting the girl escape. As they jumped to their feet, panic flooded their bodies, for if they let the girl get away, they would be buried alive. Hen was in the hangar and sat on his knees with his hands firmly between his legs. His whole body was shuddering, and a thin moan came from him. Tears and snot washed down his face as the man raised his head and let out a moan of pain throughout the hangar. Yeo Rin gave him a good slap on his cock, causing him to escape. In the darkness, a car was passing through the thicket of trees. After the car stopped, the bully and Hwan Siak got out. The guy started looking around, trying to figure out where the man had taken him. He didn't like what was happening now. Hwan Siak immediately assumed that this was probably the place where the bandits hid the bodies of the people they had killed. He sharply turned his head to the thug and threateningly warned him to give him the girl. While the boy was making threats, the thug was silently minding his own business. He pulled a brass knuckle from his pocket which fit his fingers perfectly. The bully was preparing for a more interesting pastime, which he had planned back in the office. A moment later, his fist armed with brass knuckles was already speeding toward the boy. Hwan Siak immediately felt a terrifying pain in his jaw. Blood spurted lightning fast from his mouth and the place where the knuckles had struck. This blow was so strong that the guy flew away from the bully for several meters and twisted several times. Despite the fact that he was in a completely disadvantaged and defenseless state, Hwan Seok continued to threaten. But the bulky man approached him, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, and swung his knuckle fist once more. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, Yo-Rin was running. The girl, despite being tied up, ran through the trees like a madwoman. The guards ran after her, shouting at her back and threatening her non-stop. Tears were pouring from her eyes. She couldn't see where she was running, and her heart was beating frantically in her chest. She was scared, and only the adrenaline that raged in her blood gave her the strength to continue her escape. Hwang Seok's face was devastated. His cheeks were wrinkled and covered in blood, and his mouth was missing a few teeth. The thug raised his arm for another strike, but stopped at the last moment with his hand frozen. He glanced at the boy lying beneath him. Watching Hwan Seok closely, he noted the fact that the guy had stopped breathing. He watched him for a while to make sure he was dead. The man grabbed Hwan Seok by the hair and pulled him to the side. Now he had the task of taking care of the body so that it couldn't be found for a long time yet. Once upon a time, things had changed drastically in Yo-Rin's life. A single event had managed to shatter the girl's peaceful life. Her father went bankrupt, racked up debts, and had no way to solve the problem. One night, debt collectors came to them, destroyed their apartment, and demanded payment. The girl's father, Cha Hyun Seok, sat with his head bowed, blood gushing from his nose. Just 2 years ago, this family didn't know such problems. But now he had unsustainable problems and debts that made him and his daughter suffer. The frightened girl sat in the corner of the room and watched in horror as her father was threatened to be harvested for organs. Her heart sank with fear of these terrible people. When the debt collectors left their home, her father began to clean up the chaos left behind by their visit. He took a brush and diligently swept away the shards of glass. Yo-Rin was still hesitant to come out of her corner. Cha Hyun raised his head and in a polite voice with a note of concern asked his daughter to stand up so he could clean where she was sitting. The girl raised her head and accusingly began to rebuke him for not keeping his promise. The man had said not too long ago that he had worked things out with the debt collectors. She wanted to understand what was the reason why they had started coming to them again. She looked at him hopefully when she suggested that he go to the police for help. It pained her to see a dear man who was destroying his life and dragging her to that bottom. The girl's father listened to her monologue in silence. He could not resist her in any way, for all her words were true. He froze, unable to do anything. The only thing he could do was to apologize to her for his mistakes. He continued sweeping the floor while the girl still sat there in the corner watching her helpless father. Yo-Rin was so tired of being afraid that it was making her feel painful. The girl's body trembled. Gaining her courage, she jumped to her feet and screamed at her father. She didn't need his apology. He didn't even glance in her direction, continuing to monotonously sweep up the shards. The schoolgirl no longer had the ability to tolerate what was happening in her family. She grabbed her bag and started stuffing the first thing she could find into it. Cha Hyun noticed what his daughter was doing and straightened up. The man tried to approach her, but the girl was determined to leave the house. She no longer had the energy to endure and dread every time she heard someone's footsteps under their door. Once her bag was packed, she slung it on her shoulder and headed for the door out of the apartment. Cha Hyun watched in silence as his daughter walked away. She looked back at her father before she left, hot tears flowing from her eyes. Anger and despair were bubbling up in the girl. She was fed up with everything. She didn't want to live like this anymore and see her father beaten up forever. Cha Hyon didn't answer her. He felt heartbroken that he had put his daughter in such danger by his stupid act and ruined her youth. The girl left home, leaving her father in the empty and ruined apartment with a deep guilt in his heart. The doors creaked shut, leaving Cha Hyon alone. After a while, as it turned out, it was not her who left home, but her father left the apartment and has not appeared in the girl's life since then. The girl continued to run as fast as she could, chased not by people but by real animals who only wanted to abuse her and do worse. She looked back for a second and her heart clenched at the fact that her pursuers were catching up with her. Would she be able to get out of this forest and find a way to escape? Rin was in a terrible situation, and no one could save her. Fearful people with faces twisted with rage were rushing to catch up with the escaped girl. They realized that their lives depended on her. If anyone found out that she had escaped, they would simply be killed. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of her, and the girl's eyes opened wide. Rin stopped abruptly and shuddered as she felt a sense of hope for salvation. A car was driving in front of her, accelerating loudly. The schoolgirl was right in front of her. The driver must have seen that the girl was in trouble and helped her. She continued to stand and did not move, thus preventing the car from passing. An intense fear for her life was restraining her body and at the same time throbbing for her to get out of the way. There was very little distance left between her and the car, when suddenly, to Rin's relief, the car whistlingly began to brake. She was shivering and couldn't calm her body down. The first thing she did was to run around the car and approach the driver's door. The hope of salvation was right in front of her. The schoolgirl looked out the window where the driver was. The men who were chasing her slowed down, trying to figure out whose car it was and what they should do now. They were breathing heavily after such an exhausting run. The girl continued to stand near the car, whose doors slowly began to open with a click. A bald man stepped out of the car, his face twisted when he saw the one in front of him. He was furious when he recognized the girl, and now wanted to find out what was going on here and why the captive had managed to escape. When Rin saw the man, panic came over her head. The girl didn't want to believe that her only rescue had been in vain. There was no way she could deal with this bandit. The guards, as soon as they saw the one who stepped out of the car, immediately twitched in horror. Hyeon Nim would reach them soon, and they would feel the wrath of the bandit group for their missteps. Without any words, young Nim approached the guards. He swung one of them off his leg, so hard that he flew aside, emitting all the air he had in him. The men fell to the floor and tried to explain how the girl had escaped. The thug continued to pummel them with his foot, trampling them into the dirt. The girl stood behind and watched in horror as they were beaten. Realizing that there would be no more rescue, she sank to her knees, unable to resist her terrible fate any longer. She had nowhere to run. Even if she ran away again, this Hyung Nim would quickly catch up with her. She didn't have much strength left. She was near the car the bully got out of and whimpered in despair. She couldn't escape anymore, but within seconds, the car came to life. The wheels whistled and started towing along the ground, making a great noise. Hearing this sound, Hyun Nim turned around abruptly, distracted from beating his men. The man he was holding by the throat was on the verge of death. Putting the punishment aside for later, Hyun Nim abruptly ducked onto the hood of the car, trying to stop it. There was a collision of force between the car and the man. Rin raised her head and watched in shock at what was happening. She couldn't understand who was in the car and why she ran over her own man. Hyun Nim flew into the air when his strength wasn't enough. The guards looked on in a daze at what was going on here. Someone behind the wheel knocked the bulky man to the ground, and then the car crashed into the first tree it came across. The guards immediately ran over to their main man, who had blood dripping from his face and was lying on the ground without moving. Won Seok came out of the car. The guy looked terrible. His face was completely covered in blood and swollen from his injuries. He turned to the girl, asking her not to cry, but his pronunciation was too badly affected due to the blows and he was very whispery. Rin couldn't believe her eyes. Her heart was pounding so fast she thought it was going to burst out of her chest. She saw a familiar face, her neighbor who had tried to save her time and time again. Even though there wasn't a living spot on the guy's face, he was still trying to be cheerful and even smiled at the girl. His smile was missing teeth, but that was the least of his worries right now. He immediately set about helping her untie her hands. As he pulled the ropes off, The girl felt a sense of relief, for she had long since stopped feeling them when they were in the same position all the time. Hayan Nim was still unconscious. The guards kept calling out to him, but the man did not respond to their voices. The guy continued to untie the ropes on the girl's body and tried to calm her down. His words were difficult to understand. He was twisting them too much because of his missing teeth, but the girl realized that he did not wish her harm. When the ropes were no longer restraining her body, Yo Rin abruptly turned toward Hwan Seok and rushed to hug him. The guy was so much surprised by this reaction that he didn't immediately react to such a warm embrace from the girl. He slowly lowered his eyes to her, and the schoolgirl cried even harder, thanking him for not being afraid to come here and try to save her. She thanked him relentlessly. Tears continued to flow from her eyes. She was having a hard time stopping her attack that covered her from head to toe. Yo Rin had already lost all hope of being saved, and then he appeared, causing her emotions to stay with her. Hwan Seok smiled with a painful smile. It was nice to know that someone was so grateful to him. He gently ran his hand through Yo Rin's hair. She continued to cry, covering her mouth with her hands and trying to calm herself down. Hwang Seok suggested that the girl go home. Those words were like a healing medicine that gave more strength to both of them. The guy's eyes widened when he saw something that excited him so much. Looking at Yo Rin, he couldn't help but notice the terrible marks that the rope had left on her arms. They looked bad, all bruised, and the skin itself was too transfixed. The schoolgirl herself at that moment did not feel that pain at all. Such wounds would remind her of those terrible days she had spent in captivity for a very long time. He couldn't take his eyes off of Yo Rin's hands, realizing the horror and pain she had endured. Anger boiled up in him, and his mind flashed to a plan he would implement to get even with those who had been involved in her abuse. The boy raised his head as his ears were touched by the shouting of the guards. They were still trying unsuccessfully to shout to their main man who had recently been hit by Hwan Seok's car. The men hovered over Hyung Nim's body, unsure of what to do. The thug was too big for them to have the strength to at least carry him to the hangar and help him in any way. Hwan Seok rose to his feet. He realized that they still needed to get out of this place, and there were two people in front of him who could very well prevent them from doing so. The guards looked at the guy who stood in front of them. They didn't know who he was, as they were seeing him for the first time. One of them assumed that he knew how to fight. They immediately tensed up as Hwan Seok began to thrust himself at them. The guy's fists were tightly clenched, his head was down, and his whole body showed that he was determined. Then Hwan Seok raised his bloody face, expressing only the rage and anger that was raging inside his body. The two of them turned blue with fear as they had already been beaten up pretty badly, and now there was a chance that they would be hurt again. They trembled at the mere thought of it. They even forgot that there were twice as many of them. Except Hwan Seok didn't go to them specifically. He quickly dashed to the car and pulled the door handle. The guy called out to Yo Rin to get into the car as soon as possible. The girl immediately listened to him and ran towards him. The two silently watched as these guys were about to run away without trying to confront them. Realizing that this was a bad thing and that they would get more for it, one of the guards jumped to his feet. The other one was just as scared but started to get up. The guy and the girl were already in the car and had locked the doors. The guards were banging on the car and the window, trying to get the guy on the weak side. They couldn't let them just run away and at least wanted to hold up the car somehow. Hwan Seok didn't go for provocation this time. He turned his face away from the window, completely ignoring these thugs. There was only one goal for him right now, and that was to get Yo Rin home safely. The two couldn't do anything else. They didn't have a car to rush after them in pursuit. They just stood silently and watched as their captive escaped from them. That was the end of their story. There was nothing more they could do. Running after the car was useless. Left with their fears, the men continued to look in the direction in which the car had already disappeared from sight. They were very afraid of Hen Nim's awakening because then they would definitely become dead men. The bulky man's eyes opened. He remembered everything that had happened. His face was frowning, and his thoughts were angrily trying to determine the next course of action. He certainly wasn't going to let this go. The car stopped in front of the house where the boys lived. Hwan Seok decided to bring the girl home. He looked at Yeo Rin and asked her to go home and get some rest. He also decided that he should go to the police station to report everything. The girl was still very worried. She was worried about the guy now and asked him to first of all go to the hospital where he could be treated. His face was too mangled and needed a doctor's intervention. The guy smiled slightly. Even such an innocent emotion triggered many painful impulses in him. Still, he tried not to let the girl see that he was bothered by what was going on with his face. After dropping her off outside their house, the guy took the car to the police station. The girl continued to stand and watch as the car grew distant. She was infinitely grateful to the man and felt very badly that he had to interfere in this story and bring too much danger upon himself. The car pulled up to the main gate of the police station, but the guy decided not to stop there. But with more gas, he drove past the police station and drove on. For some reason, he decided not to go to the police, being sure that these people would not leave it so easily. A plan of action was already brewing in his head, which he was on his way to fulfill. Hwan Seok reached the office of the gangster group and brought a huge gas cylinder with him. He was determined to finish off these people once and for all, and he was more determined than ever. In his hands he held his lighter, with which he would perform the final act to destroy these freaks. The guy stood by the door for a while and took no action. He was gathering his thoughts before breaking into their lair. A moment later, the guy swiftly kicked the door, which, under his pressure, swung open with a clatter. He burst into the office, determined that this would be his last death. He had a gas canister in his hand and was ready to use it immediately. The office met him in total silence. The guy's eyes raced around the room, trying to find someone. He was surprised because there was no one here. When he felt someone sneaking up on him from behind, Hwan Seok turned around sharply. Massive hands were already reaching for him with eager intent to grab him. Hyun Nim were too close to him, his face contorted with that anger and hatred for Hwan Seok. He wished for his death with his entire body. Hwan Seok abruptly opened his eyes and inhaled too loudly. He didn't immediately realize what had happened to him. His heart was thudding against his ribs, and a low ringing could be heard in his ears. The guy lifted himself up and started looking around, realizing he was in his own room. He still couldn't understand what had happened or how he had gotten here. He started to get out of bed and looked at his desk where the calendar was. Terror coursed through his entire body as he realized that 3 more days had passed since that day. And a second later came the new realization that he had left the girl outside their house, and he himself had been missing for 3 days. Anxiety and panic began to throb loudly on his temples. He opened the front door with lightning speed and ran out onto the shared balcony of their house, wanting to make sure that Yeo Rin was okay and that the girl had not been touched in the 3 days he had been gone. Hwang Seok stopped abruptly, various voices coming to his ears, and there was something in front of him that made him unable to move. He stood and saw a strange crowd of people in front of him. They were looking worriedly at something and discussing it. At the door to the girl's apartment stood the police. The doors were open and there was yellow tape hanging from them, announcing that this was a crime scene. Standing a little farther away was a girl journalist who was covering news events and was now talking about what had happened in this apartment. She was talking about how the girl's apartment had clearly been broken into by someone. There were a lot of shoe prints on the floor and the whole room had been trashed. Hwang Seok listened attentively to the journalist to realize what had happened while he was away. The girl also reported on the news that Yeo Rin had apparently tried to fight back against those who had broken into her apartment. She then reported that the schoolgirl was now in the hospital. Hwang Seok's heart clenched, for he hadn't been able to protect the girl as he had planned. His eyes widened at every new word the reporter said. Yeo Rin was now in the hospital. Her condition was critical. The girl was too badly injured from the attack and was not regaining consciousness. The news channels couldn't stop broadcasting the terrible news that happened to the high school girl. The police threw their best efforts to find the culprits that the girl had fallen from the roof. A loud and rapid stomping could be heard in the hospital corridor. The men who were patients turned around in surprise at this sound, and in just a second their source was known. Hwang Seok rushed as fast as he could. He rather wanted to see Yeo Rin and make sure she was okay. The news continued to show the story of the attack on the girl. Some woman had witnessed the event and was describing the thugs who were attacking the schoolgirl. Hwang Seok saw all of this and kept rushing to the girl, not understanding how this could have happened. The moment they had broken up, he thought he had taken care of her safety, and now he didn't know what could have gone wrong. That night when he drove her to their house, the guy gave her the key to his own apartment. The girl reached out her hand to take it. At that moment it seemed to him that it was the right choice. After all, they wouldn't be looking for her in his apartment. The guy said all this while sitting in the car, ready to go on to help her solve this problem. He told the girl about the money that was stashed in his nightstand, and also asked her to spend the night in a sauna where there were people and it didn't cost much. Yeo Rin listened to him silently while looking at the key he gave her. Even though his face was badly beaten up, the guy was still more worried about the girl than his own condition. He didn't want anything to happen to her and was doing everything he could at that moment. She looked at him with an overly sad look, feeling unbearable guilt that he had to suffer so much and help her, protect and save her. That night, the girl agreed to follow his every instruction. The doctors dumbfoundedly began to look in the direction from which the noise was coming, disturbing the hospital's peace and their work. They were surprised at such a strong push that was now happening not far from them. Two nurses were trying with an onslaught to block the way of a guy who was trying to sneak into the ICU. Since he was not a relative of the girl, he had no right to come in here. Despite the girl's pleas and entreaties, Hwang Seok tried to squeeze his way in. But surprisingly, the nurses were very strong and were able to hold back his onslaught, pushing the guy back into the hallway. Yeo Rin continued to be unconscious. He called out to her, hoping that when the girl heard his voice she would open her eyes. But such naive dreams were too rash and hopeless. The girl never opened her eyes. That night, she obediently followed Hwang Seok's instructions and entered his apartment. She found the money in the same nightstand that her boyfriend had told her about. She pulled out a bill and was glad that there was at least some money. Then she got up and was about to leave the room to fulfill his further instructions. But at some point, the girl stopped and looked around. Yeo Rin looked around the room with a stern gaze, resentment beginning to brew in her chest from the atmosphere that prevailed in this room. Before her eyes was sheer chaos and weeks without cleaning. The room was cluttered with various trash that had just been piling up here for weeks. Everything was lying around. The trash was not thrown away and the smell was not pleasant. After a while, she was already tying up the third garbage bag, which was completely full. At the same time, she kept wailing about how lazy the guy was, that he could not do basic things in his own apartment. After such a thorough cleaning, the girl exhaled with relief. It had taken her no small amount of effort to get this room looking clean. She exhaled heavily and rubbed her head with her hand. Then she remembered Hwang Seok's face as soon as she saw him there in the forest. That smile and the face drenched in blood. At that moment, he was very happy that he was able to find her. From that act, Yeo Rin trembled and hot tears came to her eyes once again. She was so grateful to him for her rescue that cleaning the guy's room was only a minimal thank you. She sat and cried, too tired from the days she had been held captive. The girl realized that she would never be able to thank Hwang Seok for her rescue the way she was supposed to. After a while, she finished cleaning, wiping down all the surfaces, making the room seem to glisten with cleanliness. She stood in the middle of the apartment and looked around proudly. She had managed to make this pigsty look prosperous. Suddenly someone's loud stomping came to her ears, then a thump, and then more stomping. The girl's heart skipped a beat with fear. She tensed her whole body, realizing that the knocking was on the next door of her apartment. Her eyes widened as the entire conversation that was going on between the thugs reached her. According to the thugs, their boss was furious and had scattered his men to every public place the girl could go to. The door to the apartment she was hiding in was treacherously ajar. A couple moments later, she heard another stomp of footsteps, causing her whole body to shudder. The doors began to open with a quiet creak, and her heart was about to burst out of her chest. This room was too small, and there was no place to hide, and there was no time to hide. A woman entered the room, and she immediately started shouting, addressing Huang Xiok, who she assumed must be home. She had come to collect the rent payment for the apartment. The woman stopped when she saw a completely different person in the room than the one she was looking for. Yeo Rin stood awkwardly and trembling in the middle of the room, unsure of what to do. Fear was washing over her body in waves because being seen here by the landlord would not lead to anything good. The girl knew the woman's temperament. The woman glared at the girl, immediately recognizing her as Huang Xiok's roommate. Anger came over Yeo Rin as she began to reprimand her for being by herself in a grown man's room, and even so late at night. The woman's voice intensified with each word, turning to a scream. This scared Yeo Rin too much, as she realized that the landlord could attract the attention of the bandits with her screams. Tears sprang from the girl's eyes, and she put her finger to her lips, trying to calm the woman down. The gang in the girl's room immediately heard the strange screams. They raised their heads and listened suspiciously to the voices. The woman pulled the girl out of Huang Xiok's room by the arm and forcefully pulled her towards her apartment as she continued to tell her off. The girl begged and pleaded with her to be quiet, but she didn't want to hear a word she said. At the same moment, a man looked out of the girl's apartment. He looked unhappily in the direction of the screaming wife. The bandit wanted to yell at her to shut her mouth, but his gaze fell on the girl standing behind the woman. Yeo Rin saw their faces again and realized that she was definitely not mistaken. These were the same bandits who had come to her door time after time after time and then dared to kidnap her. The woman looked at them with a perplexed look, without the slightest realization of what was going on here. The schoolgirl abruptly pulled her hand out of the woman's hand, who stepped aside, looking surprised at the girl, who ran off in a different direction. The bandits immediately left her apartment, and an order was given to catch up with her. The woman was shocked that so many scary men were trying to catch one little schoolgirl. She wanted to know what this girl had done, but her answer was ignored. All of the gangsters' attention was on the fleeing Yeo Rin. The gang caught up with the girl on the roof of the house. They were in no hurry to approach her, and the girl herself had her back against a ledge that warned people against falling off the roof. They were all breathing heavily after the intense climb up the ladder. The boys stood in front of her, blocking the only escape route. They knew that there was nowhere else for her to go, and they could easily catch her. Tears ran down Yeo Rin's cheeks without drying up. She realized that she was trapped on this roof like an animal. The schoolgirl had one last hope that she couldn't let go. The girl turned sharply to the side where the view from the roof was. She started screaming, begging for help, and calling the police. Her voice echoed throughout the neighborhood of their yard. She even revealed that she was a schoolgirl and kept screaming for help, hoping that someone would respond. But nothing happened after her scream. Silence fell on her shoulders. Only the wind howled between the houses. Even though there were lights on in almost every apartment, no one dared to even look out the window. She continued to stare hopefully toward the empty balconies. No one dared to come out to help her. The men behind her began to comment on the girl's actions. Somehow neither were sure that her actions would not produce success. Their boss came up to them. He was watching the girl curiously. In his opinion, she had worked up her throat for nothing. A slight smirk contorted his lips. She looked away when she heard his voice. Panic was beating against her body, but there was nothing the schoolgirl could do. She tried, but no one answered her call. The man began to mentally press the girl. He liked to look at her as if she was a hunted animal. At this moment, the gang leader felt like a predator. As his voice echoed around him, the woman quietly walked down the stairs, worried about getting crushed and mutilated by such scary people. He told her about her voice being heard all around the house, except that people were too scared for their lives and didn't dare come out to help her. The man then pulled out his cell phone. The screen of the smartphone activated. He turned it towards Yeo Rin so that she could see what was on the phone screen. He decided to give her a visual demonstration of what happened to those who dared to meddle in other people's affairs. The girl's eyes widened at the horror that came over her in a cold wave. What she saw on the gang leader's phone screen was too terrifying for her to comprehend. He was smugly showing her a picture of someone very much familiar to her. The one man who, despite everything, decided to stand up against an entire, dangerous gang in the city. The guy didn't look alive and was in some tin barrel filled with an unknown liquid. Realizing that Hwan Seok had died because of her, Yeo Rin's legs gave out on their own. She was no longer able to bear the heavy weight that had fallen on her very young shoulders. The boss bowed his head and decided to reveal a little secret to the girl. His lips stretched into a smile, revealing his snow-white teeth. He confessed that he had no intention of selling her. All he needed to do was lure the girl's father out and she would be able to leave. The moral pressure was simply destroying the girl from all sides. He continued to talk to her and she no longer reacted to his words, remaining somewhere deep in her own thoughts. Already after one moment she jumped to her feet quite suddenly and just as abruptly and quickly threw herself over the parapet of the roof. The man was puzzled, trying to comprehend what had just happened. He clearly didn't expect this girl to take such a desperate step. Hwan Seok's mind kept going back to the news he had seen on TV. He didn't want to believe it, but the reality was there. The guy was walking like death through the hospital, not knowing what he should do now. He kept walking and blamed himself the whole way, believing he hadn't done enough to keep the girl safe. Now, because of his arrogance and desire to destroy the group, Yeo Rin was lying in critical condition. His nerves were definitely giving out. The guy pressed his hand to his head as he continued to shower himself with accusations. He was so consumed with revenge that he didn't think enough about the girl. Those thoughts were weighing him down too much. Frustrated, he made his way to the elevator. The one hurriedly came to his call and the guy entered the stall. And just a few seconds after the elevator doors closed, the other doors opened and a man of incredibly tall stature appeared. Hyeon Nim had gotten to the floor where the girl was lying. He stood in front of the intensive care door and froze for a while. And after a few seconds, the big man's hand reached for the doorknob. Before coming to the hospital, he had been to a meeting called by the head of the gangster group. Sitting in the boss's chair, all cowardly with anger that his whole plan had gone awry. He was too worried the police would spring into action and they would all soon be put behind bars. Grabbing his head, the man caught a panic attack. He wasn't worried about the documents the police might find since they were planned to be burned. What worried him most was the awakening of the girl, who would immediately tell who was the culprit and everything that had happened to her. The boss couldn't bear such a heavy burden, and even began to think about packing his things and taking off somewhere abroad while there was such an opportunity. Hin Nam watched his boss very carefully. At one point he turned to his boss, asking him not to get too discouraged. The man looked up at the big man with surprise. Hin Nam had already thought of what he was going to do to make things easier for his boss. He asked him to rely on him. The big man was now in the girl's room. He took out his knife from his jacket with sharp prongs that left lacerations on her body. Yeo Rin lay before him completely defenseless. Hwang Seok remembered the moment he realized the ability he had. In that instant he felt invincible. He had been so confident in his abilities that he had become prideful. He had never imagined that he would lose this war. Because of his overconfidence, he lost the purpose of what was really important. By leaving that night and leaving the girl alone, he had made a grave mistake. Even at that moment, he was on his way to the police station, but he never stopped there. Though now he felt he should have at least called the police. And then, as he stood in front of the office with a large tank, he didn't think about the girl at all. Hwan Seok was blinded by the revenge he decided to take without thinking about the consequences and the fact that those freaks could get the girl. Right now, he was out on the roof of the hospital wing and smoking a cigarette. All his thoughts were swirling and all as one screaming at him that he was to blame. The girl was lying in the hospital bed only because of his selfishness. He felt very bad, and living with the thought of the girl being hurt because of him was simply unbearable. Coming out of his own whippings, Hwan Seok noticed voices that caught his attention strongly. One of the doctors was complaining about the fact that it was his shift that got the girl. Two of the doctors, like Hwan Seok, had gone to the roof to have a smoke and discuss the latest news. The one with the glasses was clearly resentful that the girl had gone to him. He was worried that the head doctor would push him too hard because of her. The man smoked nervously and continued to share his feelings about this girl's admission. Because she had the attention of the police and reporters, she had to be moved to the VIP ward and given better treatment than he would have liked. Hwan Seok started to rise from the bench, anger boiling up in his body with every new word he heard. The doctor wouldn't quiet his monologue of complaints. He also didn't like the fact that the girl had no guardian and no one was paying the hospital bills. The guy slowly started walking towards the two doctors who continued to complain about the deplorable state of affairs. They were completely oblivious to him, immersed in their own problems. Hwan Seok's fist clenched tightly when the words came out of the doctor's mouth that he wouldn't mind letting the girl die. Then a lot of his problems would solve themselves. Suddenly, another doctor came out to them, slightly out of breath as he rushed to find the girl's doctor. Both of them turned around to him, not understanding what could have gotten him so excited. Hwan Seok froze when he heard the doctor say that the girl's guardian had shown up at the hospital. There was hope in his heart that Yeo Rin's father had seen the news and rushed to the hospital. The girl's doctor immediately started asking questions, causing the doctor who had arrived to hesitate slightly, as he wasn't exactly sure if it was her guardian. He told about the strange man who dared to enter the room. This raised even more questions, for how dare they even let an unknown man into the girl's room? All three of them hesitated and decided to find out what that man looked like. As soon as Hwang Seok heard the terrifyingly familiar description, his heart sank. A tall and bald man was led into Yeo Rin's room. At the same time, there was pitch-black silence in the girl's room. Hyun Nim raised a sharp knife above her body. A light gleamed ominously through his glasses, and his hand slowly began to lower to finish the job he had started. The boy took off. He ran as fast as his legs could move. He raced down the stairs, unaware of the obstacles in his way, and berated himself for being too inconsiderate this time too. He had not even considered the fact that, despite the girl's condition, she would continue to be hunted. The knife swiftly went downward, right into the place where the girl's heart was pounding. The guy's breathing had stopped completely. He couldn't let that bald man finish his job. Hwan Seok didn't want to believe that he had screwed up here too. Flying into the girl's room, the guy was met with emptiness and silence. She wasn't here anymore. The worst thoughts popped into his head. At the same time, the nurses were flying with Yeo Rin on a gurney down the hospital corridor, trying to resuscitate her in time. Hyun Nim stood to the side, coming around the corner. From there, he had a view of the nurses rushing down the corridor, carrying the girl to the ICU. His lips curved and tightened in frustration that the plan had failed to materialize. The man also witnessed the doctor begin nervously demanding an explanation from the nurse. He didn't like the willfulness of the junior staff because the actions were carried out without his knowledge. The woman was annoyed because of this attitude of the doctor. After all, the girl's condition worsened, and they could not reach him. Hyun Nam continued to follow their argument, hiding behind the corner of the corridor. He didn't want to miss anything and know what they would do. Figuring he wouldn't find out more, the man picked up his phone and walked the other way down the hallway. He called his boss to give a report on the current situation. He reckoned that the doctors were already determined not to save the girl. Therefore, he decided that she would die anyway without his intervention. At some point during the conversation, the bald man felt a nudge in his shoulder. It was so strong that it silenced him. He only caught a glimpse of the guy rushing past him, but even in that second he felt a suspiciously familiar feeling stirring up a storm of emotion in his chest. The doctor wasn't even going to do anything. He turned away from the nurse and gave the command to postpone the surgery because he wasn't going to do anything. The woman sank and looked at him with anger, realizing that he was committing a terrible act. Suddenly a folder with documents was snatched from her hands. The jerk was sharp, so she was unable to hold on to the documents. Hwang Seok was revealed to be the brazen one, and he silently took out a pen and began to fill in the document he had just snatched from the nurse. The doctor turned around in surprise, and the woman stood awkwardly in shock. The guy filled out the paperwork completely and put his own name in, becoming the girl's guardian. He poked that folder into the doctor's chest to finally start doing something already. Hwang Seok's face was angry. He was annoyed that without one single signature, this doctor didn't want to do anything and could let the girl die. As he left, the guy threw them a few more threatening words that would definitely make these doctors move. The doctor himself was clutching the documents in his hands and was shivering with fear that he would now be holding a report to such an intimidating guy. Hyun Nim was in a state of shock when he realized who this guy was. He immediately recognized him and couldn't understand how he could be here right now since he had finished him off with his own hands. Hwang Seok came close to him and looked up at the tall man. He was still puzzled and trying to gather his thoughts. He didn't even answer his boss, who was still on the line. The man didn't understand how this could have happened and was horrified that Hwang Seok was standing in front of him now, perfectly healthy and alive, and still threatening and insolent as he had been in their previous encounters. But now there was a deep change in his voice. Hwang Seok's gaze was murderous, just enough for Hwang Nim to realize that he was now serious for revenge. The man couldn't understand how this guy was in front of him now. He remembered the night at the office when he had come in and the bulky guy had attacked him from behind. Then he had knocked him out and put him in a barrel of a substance that corroded the bones. It was the surest way to kill him, and it left no trace. But now this same guy was standing in front of him, and Hwang Nim had seen him with his own eyes. If someone else had told him about it, he wouldn't have believed it. Hwang Seok's wild gaze was reflected in his glasses. Their conversation was interrupted by a nurse who called out to Hwang Seok, and he turned his head in her direction. The woman asked him to fill out some more paperwork since he was the guardian of the schoolgirl. The guy immediately agreed to do so, and the bulky man stood still in a stupor behind him. Thinking that he should take care of Yo Rin initially, Hwang Seok said goodbye to the bulky man for a while. The man couldn't even say anything to him, just stared at him silently. When he turned around, the guy whispered that he would destroy their office very soon, and judging from his gaze, he was quite serious. Hwang Seok was so angry that he could barely contain himself from killing Hyun Nim right there in the hallway. But now was not the time or place. He would definitely fulfill his promise. The machine beside the girl's bed made a monotonous beeping sound. Hwang Seok sat beside her and just watched. Yo Rin was still unconscious. Despite the fact that the girl couldn't hear him, Hwang Seok still started talking to her. It seemed to him that she might have opened her eyes when he would talk to her. He shared with her the shock of how clean his apartment was. The guy immediately guessed that Yeo Rin had done her best. At first he even thought he was in someone else's room. He said it all with such kindness and affection. He really wanted the girl to open her eyes, come to her senses and be okay. He said a lot of things, angry that she didn't hide as she should have done. Wondering how things had gotten that way, but there was no answer. Only the beeping sound of the machine echoed around the room. Knowing the state she was in now, Hwang Seok was terrified. After all, her life was hanging by a single thread. The guy's body shuddered. His hand reached for his face, and he closed himself off from the world for a moment, sinking into the most uncomplicated of thoughts. It was very painful for him to look at her in such a state, and to know that those who had done such a thing to Yeo Rin were now living quietly and not even feeling guilty and unpunished. He continued to sit beside the girl, realizing that he couldn't help her now. All that was left was to wait and hope that she could pull herself out of such a state. The sound of the phone brought him out of his deep thoughts. Huang Xiok immediately turned around. He didn't even realize he was in such a nervous state. He pulled out his phone and looked at the text message. It was from his job, which he had safely forgotten about. There was an invitation to a briefing. He had completely forgotten about being hired. So much had happened in the last few days that it wasn't surprising. Despite what was going on in his soul and thoughts, Huang Xiok's gaze was too determined. He realized that he could no longer miss the opportunity to start a different life. The first thing Huang Xiok decided to do was to clean up his appearance. It had been a long time since he had cut his hair, and he needed to be more groomed before going to work. That's why he went to a stylist. The stylist asked him various questions, and the most important was how much he wanted to change his image. Huang Xiok's head drooped and a searing pain filled his eyes. He remembered his first death, the first time he felt death on his lips, how the sharp knife had entered his flesh, and the scarlet blood rushed in every direction. He also remembered being beaten with metal bats and how he felt at that moment. Anger, adrenaline, and searing pain. And he couldn't forget the night he'd felt the knuckle blow to his face, the iron taste of blood in his mouth, and the teeth he'd spit out after a while. And now he was ready to change radically. He did not care what the master improvised. The most important thing was to make him look cool afterward. In the Hall of South Korea, preparations were in full swing. Today, new employees would be briefed at this place. The girl who hired the guy smilingly watched the preparations going on. She was pleased that there were so many new employees this year, and she had high hopes for a certain candidate. The girl turned her head as she felt someone enter the hall. She did not immediately guess who the person was who stood in front of her, but his face immediately seemed very familiar to her. A moment later, the girl's eyes brightened as she recognized him, and yet her voice trembled timidly as she said his name. Huang Xiok had changed so much that she really couldn't recognize him right away. She was surprised to see him so early after all. The briefing would only begin in a short while. Huang Xiok didn't utter a word. He reached into his jacket pocket with his hand. Huang Xiok held out the contract he had signed with the firm not too long ago. The girl looked at him in surprise, not realizing what had happened. After all, he had come here for the sake of returning it. She picked up the papers and verified that it was indeed the same contract she and he had signed on a recent acquaintance. Taking the contract away from her face, she continued to stare at him, finding herself perplexed. The guy only apologized. He didn't have any work to do right now. Initially, he needed to take care of matters that didn't involve work. New Huang Xiok looked at her. There was a slight sadness in his eyes, but it immediately disappeared as soon as he remembered what it was all for. The new hairstyle and hair color made him stand out even more and added a certain fire to his look. There was no point in going into the details of his affairs. The guy immediately turned around and went to leave the hall. The girl, as if she was just now coming to her senses, started to call out to him. She wanted to try to change his mind after all. She could not believe that the guy so easily was ready to give up a place in the firm, which recently so eager to get, and could not even imagine that he would be accepted for the job. But he was unwavering in his decision. Huang Xiok left the room without going into details. The girl who had not small hopes for him was left alone with the guy's contract in complete confusion. After a while, Huang Xiok was already outside the building where the office of the bandit gang was located. The guy was ready for their meeting. He clutched the hammer tightly in his hand. Before entering the building and doing what he had planned, he stood outside for a while, gathering his thoughts. There was no fear of death in his soul now. His hand reached for his shirt, and he began to undo the buttons one by one. The determination in his gaze was blazing. Huang Xiok raised his head, ready for action to destroy everyone involved in Yeo Rin's mutilation. He was prepared again this time, and wrapped in bandages and strapped on his heavy tools, Wan Siok headed forward, bringing vengeance and destruction to the lives of the bandits. The boss sat in his chair and was furious at what was happening. He had learned that the unemployed guy had reappeared despite being killed repeatedly. This caused his body to tremble with anger and resentment. Sitting beside him was Hyun Nim, who was reporting the situation. The gang leader turned his head toward Hyun Nim, his voice filled with bitterness and irritation because he had failed to do his job for the umpteenth time. He didn't understand how this was happening. He was sure that the guy was dead, and in previous times he had died the same way. It was all too suspicious, and he felt a strong resentment about it. Hyun Nim's face contorted as he counted the number of times Hwan Seok had to die. If they had thought it was luck at the time, they were now really thinking that there was something else going on. After all, he had killed him with his own hands, and the guy still came back. Then he said something that even he himself thought was wild and unrealistic. Hyun Nim assumed that he had the superpower of resurrection. The boss looked at him as if he had said something unimaginable, but the truth was that they had actually talked about it. And even despite all the arguments and facts that were around and only confirmed such unimaginable speculation, the head of the gang did not want to hear about such fantastic things. It just did not fit in his head, as it was beyond the boundaries of understanding. He simply started yelling at his subordinate to stop talking such nonsense. Hen Nim sat silently, unable to answer, as he realized how silly it was to prove that a person could be resurrected after death. A phone call rang in the room. The boss brought the receiver to his face and looked at the caller's name with fear. It was Director Kim Min-hyuk, a person who could cause a veritable storm of terror in the boss's body with just one call. Kim Min sat in his office and spoke to Founder Chan. His voice was calm, like a serpent lurking in ambush. The man sat slumped in his chair, throwing his leg over his foot. The man got straight to the point, noting that he had seen the news lately. He didn't like the fact that Founder Jong was getting too much attention with his work. There was a scared and trembling voice on the phone. Kim Min immediately sensed the fear of his person, and he liked it. He was unwilling to listen to the explanation on the phone and proposed a meeting. The boss sat in silence for a while, just listening to the beeps of the abandoned handset. There was silence in the office. Everyone realized that someone higher up had called, since their boss had a look of terror and worry written all over his face. The first to speak was Hing Ming. He was worried about his boss and wanted to know what had happened. To him, this conversation seemed too short for there to be a reason to be so upset. Founder Jong, on the other hand, sat in a panic. Those few seconds of their conversation were enough to realize that he wasn't going to be well anytime soon. His body was all shivering. Director Kim Min hadn't said anything to help him realize what was going to happen to him next, and it was even more frightening. Hyun Nim was similarly infected by his boss's anxiety. He didn't want him to get hurt because of their poor performance, so he promised to finally solve the problem that had arisen around this whole situation today. He cast a glance at the table that stood nearby. Many weapons and torture tools were stacked there. Hyun Nim was ready to use every single one of these items to finally destroy Hwang Seok. There was also the loud sound of a chainsaw in the office, which they also decided to use to make that guy tell who he was. This time, they also decided to prepare for their meeting. The rage in the body of the bully was fiery, and this time he would do everything to destroy the guy, chop him into small pieces and feed him to the fish. His hands clutched tightly the chainsaw with which he intended to do it all. The others had the same fire in their eyes and were armed. The boss ran his fingers approvingly over his chin. He really liked the thirst his men felt and thought that would be enough for them to carry out their plan. Founder Chan wanted this unemployed man dead more than anyone else. Tonight he would have to hear that the meticulous fellow had been destroyed, and there would be no more trouble from him. After the meeting, he and his man walked down to the parking lot. The subordinate went faster to get a car for the boss and take him wherever he indicated. The head of the gang couldn't stop thinking about the problems that had been heaped on his shoulders. All he could think about now was his upcoming meeting with Kim Min, not knowing what to expect from him, and his thoughts kept coming back to the strange guy. The subordinate walked to the car and politely opened the door, giving his boss the opportunity to comfortably get into the car. The sudden blow that came from behind completely knocked the spirit out of the man. His eyes opened wide and a sharp pain swept through his entire body. Hwan Seok came up to him and attacked the man from behind. He gave him a good whack with the hammer. It was enough to knock him off his feet and out of his way. A second later, he was already flying towards Founder Chong. His hammer was cocked high, ready to come crashing down on his enemy. The man stared in horror at the guy who was about to attack him. He reached into his pocket to pull out his cell phone and call for help, but the guy's hammer was much faster. A deafening thud echoed through the parking lot, echoing that sickening sound. The boss fell to the floor and clutched his head tightly, blood already trickling from it. His eyes darkened for a while from being hit so hard. Hwan Seok was angry that he had made him wait. Hwan Seok pulled on the duct tape, ready to apply it immediately. His face distorted with anger, for he had really waited a long time for this thug to execute his plan. After a while, the car that the subordinate had prepared for the boss drove out of the building's parking lot. The guy completely wrapped Founder Chong with adhesive tape so that he couldn't break free and move. The men growled and yelped at the pain that continued to throb in his head. The boss turned sharply to the guy and growled in his direction to untie him. Anger was bubbling up in the man's body. He was unable to realize that he had been able to be tied up so easily, and he had gone from predator to prey. Hwan Seok immediately decided to calm down the overexcitable passenger and smacked him on the top of his head with the hammer. He yelped in surprise, and the pain hit his body with renewed vigor. The guy didn't like the behavior of his captive, as he acted as if he still had some power over him. Threatening him with the hammer, he reminded him who was in charge. The man covered his face with his hands, anxious not to get hit again. Hwan Seok's gaze was fixed on the road they were traveling on, and at the same time, he decided to share his thoughts on the situation that had arisen between them. He said that the thought had come to him to start his revenge right off the top, because of which commands had been given. Founder Jong silently but angrily glared at the boy, realizing that it was about him. Hwan Seok took his eyes off the road and glared angrily at the man who was sitting next to him. It was this man that the guy wanted to give the hellish torment he had long deserved. The gang leader looked at him seriously for a while, but then his face changed and a sharp laugh escaped his mouth. He immediately covered his mouth with his hands to keep from laughing even harder. This whole situation was just another game to him. Even now, tied up and beaten, he didn't feel any danger to his own life. This daredevil's behavior only made him laugh, and for good reason. His men were already on their trail. In the rearview mirror, 3 cars could be seen following them at the same speed. Hwan Seok clucked his tongue loudly. He couldn't understand how those freaks could have realized his plan so quickly and were already catching up to him on the road. Now, the real chase had begun. Satisfied that he had caught the guy off guard, Founder Chan showed him his phone, which displayed a map with a tracking beacon activated. He had managed to activate it back in that moment in the parking lot, before Hwan Seok's first punch. Even though it was a couples app, the boss had made everyone install it, and he couldn't even think that he'd ever need it so much. Right now, the group of thugs were rushing on the trail of their ringleader. Hwan Seok was pushing the gas so hard that the arrow on the speedometer was ready to lie down. The speed was too fast and too dangerous. The chase continued. The cars literally didn't drive, but flew down the road. The founder continued to mentally pressure the guy, telling him about their plan, how they would do to him this time. He believed that he had the situation under control, because he had his men moving behind him who would be able to handle this guy at any moment. Hwan Seok's eyes widened when the bandit talked about the schoolgirl he was going to hunt down once they dealt with him. He was very pleased that he was able to hook Hwan Seok with his words. The guy stopped reacting to him, immersed in his own thoughts. While Founder Zhang was jubilant about the situation, Huang Xiao's lips spread into a smile as an idea crept into his head. He spoke cryptically without revealing his plan of action. That's when the boss's eyes stared at Huang Xiao in surprise. He didn't understand what it meant for him to let things go. A satisfied smirk slid off his face, because the laughter of the guy who should have been worried now had made him very tense. A satisfied Huang Xiao turned his head to his enemy. His smirk was still playing on his lips. He was glad that he was able to worry this smug gang leader, and now he would be ready to demonstrate his idea to him. Founder Chong continued to stare at the guy in utter bewilderment. After all, it seemed to him that he had managed to stump him, and now he would have to fear for his own life and the life of the schoolgirl, after all he had heard. And then Huan Xiao turned his head to him again, ready to show his plan in all its glory if he was so eager to know the details. As the guy's plan changed dramatically, he thoughtlessly decided to go to the extreme. His foot sharply rearranged itself on the neighboring brake pedal and depressed it with force. The guy's sudden action caused panic in the car that was chasing after them. The driver was trying to do something and swearing because of what was just happening. Everyone in the cabin tensed up, and just a few seconds later, Wang Xiao's sudden braking caused the cars that were following them to immediately crash into them, and suddenly, a friend. There was total chaos on the road, and the cars were smashed to smithereens. The traffic on the bridge they were traveling on came to a halt. Other cars began to slow down, trying not to get into the accident. The bandits who were in one of the cars immediately died on the spot. Their bodies collapsed and blood ran down their faces. The impact was so strong that the chance of survival was too minimal. Hyun Nim had also hit his head hard and was senseless. Blood was dripping from his head and the glass on his glasses was cracked. The eyewitnesses immediately started calling for help. They looked in horror at the people who had died in such a terrible car accident. Only those who were the least injured came out of one car. Huan Xiao was pulling the hair of Founder Zhang, who was trying to break free, but the guy's grip was surprisingly too tenacious. He had no choice but to spew threats and swear at the top of his voice. Huan Xiao didn't pay attention to the thug's cries. He was surprised at the strength of the car they were riding in, as he had already said goodbye to his life, but the airbags had done their job. The gang leader's face darkened when his own app, on which he had summoned the rest of his guys, forced the guy to commit such a reckless plan. Wiped out so many people in one fell swoop. Huan Xiao dragged the ringleader to the edge of the bridge and continued to hold him tightly, poking his face down to gauge the height of the flight. The girl was in this state through no fault of his own, and now he would meet the same end. The man looked down and was horrified at the height they were now at. He realized that there was nowhere else to expect help, and the boy had already shown the seriousness of his attitude. The height of the bridge was staggering. The boss realized that even while flying, his heart might not have been able to take it and burst before the collision. Wang Xiao pulled him even closer to the ledge, clutching him tightly by the hair. Founder Zhang groaned in horror and in a completely different voice begged the man to stop. The guy cast his angry glare at him as his victim began to promise that he wouldn't go near the girl again in his life, just so long as he gave him a chance to stay alive. Except that wasn't enough. Wan Seok slammed the man's face against the concrete fence of the bridge with all his might. Blood spurted from his nose, and some of his teeth flew out of his mouth. The man groaned from the intense pain that pierced his face. Hwan Suk was not interested in his promises. He had long ago decided to finish off these thugs, and his words were nothing more than lies. He continued to hold his boss tightly by the hair. Founder Chong's face too crumpled from such a blow. The guy above him continued to resent the fact that these freaks decided to mess with Yeo Rin, who had nothing to do with them at all. Suddenly the gang leader started talking about something Hwan Seok didn't understand. The guy lifted his head so that he was looking at his face. The boss's whole body was trembling with fear and pain. This was the first time Hwang Seok had heard of some Director Kim that he didn't even know about before. He was so sick of it all that he couldn't stand the whining voice of the gang leader anymore. It turned out that it was Director Kim who needed the girl's father. The guy was sick of this talk, and he started pushing his boss toward the abyss that awaited him. The man howled, begging for mercy, sputtering bloody saliva. He repeated over and over again that it was all Kim Min's fault. He was only following orders from above. Quite suddenly at this very moment, Hwang Seok felt a strong, cutting pain. It was too sudden. His eyes opened wide and his heart pounded frantically in his chest. Behind him was Hyeon Nim, who by this time had managed to wake up, get out of the car, and get to his boss in order to save him at the last moment. He plunged his knife into Hwang Seok's shoulder, thus stopping the guy. Hwang Seok started swaying from side to side. Shocking pain paralyzed his body and he couldn't comprehend what just happened. An agitated Hyeon Nim immediately started to untie his boss's hands, ripping off the duct tape that was holding the man down. The man yelled at him in indignation that the man had been gone for so long and he had almost died. Hwang Seok was swaying from side to side, still unable to come to his senses. Even so, he pulled out the tool that was lurking on his body with his other hand and used it to forcefully strike the bully's head. There was a thud, and the blood from Hyeon Nim's head gushed out with renewed vigor. Hwang Seok had once again acted rashly, thinking that the bulky man wouldn't give him any more trouble. He hadn't even considered that this man could be so tenacious. Founder Chong pivoted backward, trying to hide behind the bulky man's back. With the knife sticking out of his shoulder, the guy swung again to strike with the heavy metal wrench. The swing was strong, but Hyeon Nim was able to deftly dodge it by moving slightly to the side. Hwang Seok was no longer sharp enough to coordinate his movements quickly because of his injury. A fight broke out between the two. The bully struck the boy's body several times with his fists. He was unable to heal quickly, and all of them hit the target. The pain in his body continued to grow. Taking out the knife he had stashed, the bulky man swung it around to crush the guy with all his might in one blow. Hyeon Nim flicked the knife through the air, feeling the blade go through the guy's flesh. Scarlet blood rushed out, splashing violently in different directions. Hwang Seok ducked down, grabbing his face with his hand, blood gushing from his face. The sharp throbbing bothered him, the guy trying to gauge the severity of the wound. Taking his hand away from his face, he looked at his palm full of blood. The stabbing had gotten to his face and split his cheek, leaving a deep furrow. His gaze then shifted from his hand to the one who had left such a terrible wound on his face. Anger bubbled up in the boy, and a moment later his face broke into a horrifying smile, the only one that could bring fierce terror to those it was intended for. His face was covered in blood. He could taste his own blood in his mouth, and adrenaline was pounding in his temples nonstop. Hen Nim was stunned because of such an inadequate reaction from the guy. He looked at him with horror, trying to understand the motives of this madman. Thoughts about this matter flashed through his mind, and he was trying to figure out his next move. And at the same moment, Founder Jong grabbed onto Hyun Nim, shoving him aside. The man had a knife in his hands, which he was going to use to kill Hwang Seok and end the matter. Hyeon Nim held out his hand, where his boss's knife went in. He stared at his subordinate in surprise, not understanding what he was doing and why he wouldn't let him finish the job. But only the thug had already guessed that by killing this guy, he would return to their souls again. Founder Jong started yelling at the bully in anger because he was so brazenly interrupting him. Hyeon Nim tried to explain his actions to him. This whole situation was too strange. The guy didn't try to defend himself at all. The sudden clicks behind their backs distracted the bandits from their conversation. The two of them abruptly turned around in the direction from where the sounds were heard. The people who had witnessed the accident were now standing around the bandits and filming everything on their phone cameras. There was clamor and indignation, as well as fear, because everyone realized that this was a gangster showdown. Completely forgetting that they were in a crowded place, the bandits only now realized how they looked to the others from the outside. And it was just that they had almost committed murder in front of so many witnesses. Hwan Seok's loud laughter sounded behind them. The two turned around again and looked at him in surprise. And the guy didn't stop laughing. He kept laughing and smiling through his teeth. The knife was still sticking out of his shoulder, but he didn't feel any pain now, satisfied that these assholes had been caught on camera, and in time the whole internet would know their faces. Hyun Nim was angry, his rage raging, his fingers gripping the hilt of the knife that was in his hand tighter. Only now did he realize why the man was standing there smiling. He could see that they were already being filmed on their cell phone cameras. Anger flooded the man's soul so much that he became completely desperate. Ignoring all the witnesses who continued to stand by and watch what was going on here, Hyun Nim rushed forward with his knife. He had already mentally made a plan to leave the country after killing Hwang Seok. But that wasn't Hwan Seok's plan. He jumped onto the railing of the bridge. A moment later, he pushed off with his feet, and it was as if time stood still at that moment. Hyun Nim braked and watched as the boy jumped into the abyss. He was shocked at so much determination in his action. The guy's absolute fearlessness was so amazing that the bully still couldn't believe what he had done. Even as Hwan Seok flew down and knew what was about to happen to him, he still had a smile on his face. He knew what he was doing. The two bandits remained standing on the bridge, watching Hwan Seok's body flying downward, and Hwan Seok himself was ready to meet them again. They just had to wait 3 days for their next meeting. With those thoughts, he flew downward, his lips stretched into a satisfied smirk. A short while later, all the television channels were showing news of what had happened on the bridge. The footage from the scene of the accident was shared by eyewitnesses who witnessed this terrible accident. She also said that the bandits started a real massacre, because of which a young man fell from the bridge and crashed to his death. The two armed criminals started threatening ordinary people with violence, which caused them to flee the scene. Kim Min-hyuk continued to sit in his office listening to the news that was being broadcast on TV. The criminals were wanted. The man turned to Deputy Yo, who was in his office. The girl responded immediately. With a smile on his face, he gave the girl orders to track down the two before the police got to them first. A man in a tracksuit and with a low-cut Panama on his head sat by one of the cargo port containers. He was smoking his 6th cigarette in a row. The excitement raging inside him was too much. Founder Chan never thought he would reach this life. Just recently, he had status and people who were willing to do his every bidding, but now he was a wanted criminal with absolutely nothing. From the maze of containers, Hyun Nim came out to him, his arm bandaged after being stabbed, and in his other hand, the man was carrying a bag. The boss looked up at him and showed his displeasure because the bulky man had been gone for a long time. Founder Jong got to his feet and demanded an answer as to whether Hyun Nim was able to get the money. The thug revealed that he had to evade the police because of what caused the delay. He opened the bag he had brought with him. There were a dozen wads of money in it. Boss looked into the bag and assessed its contents. His mind began to calculate how much money Hyun Nim had managed to take with him. After a few moments, the man tore his gaze away from the bag and shifted it to the bulky man. He was angry because the money was too little. Hyun Nim told him that their accounts had been blocked by the police, and that was all he had managed to get. Founder Chan's anger burst out of his body, and he slammed with force on the iron container that was standing next to him. Despair flooded his mind. He realized that he was in a terribly bad position. In the boss's opinion, the reason for all their troubles was simply because that unemployed kid had interfered in their affairs. Hyun Nim silently watched his boss without interfering with his thoughts. He turned his gaze back to the bag, noticing something else strange. Tensing slightly, the man wanted to know what it all meant and sprinkled unhappy questions towards his subordinate. The man decided to warn his boss and told him that the sea smugglers would be worse than they were. They'd take you on board and kill you there. That was the order of the day for them. The man's face broke into a smile, pleased that his man had been very prudent after all. Gathering themselves, they walked through the corridor of iron containers to where the boat would be docked. It would be there in 10 minutes. Founder Jiang continued to ask questions of the silent subordinate. The man said that many of their people were in hospitals and he did not want to be there right now. Also, he had unfinished business. The man's thoughts were only on one person, Wang Xiak, who might show up 3 days after the event that happened on the bridge. He knew that the guy had crashed to his death, and yet a suspicion lurked in him that he would soon make himself known. Haiyan Nim's face tensed up just at the thought of this unemployed man. The thirst for revenge pulsed through his body. His boss didn't insist on going along with him. He was even glad that Hyun Nim would keep him informed about everything that was happening in the city. As they walked, Founder Jiang realized that he had lost his phone and was outraged because there was real gold all around him that he could turn in now and get some good money. He turned to Haiyan Nim and asked for his phone. The man managed to read something on his phone and told his boss about his suspicion that the police were already around. Founder Jiang all flinched at such news, panic swirling in his chest. The man couldn't believe it and wanted to know how those could have figured out where they were. Haiyan Nim then speculated that someone might have leaked the information to them. The bully immediately volunteered to protect his boss. He decided to sacrifice his own safety just so that his boss could get out of this city. He immediately rushed in the other direction, and Founder Jiang didn't even rush to say anything, staring in surprise at the back of his man who ran to lead the police away from him. Hyun Nim was running too fast, his whole body tense from running so intensely. The man ran for a while longer until he was out of sight of his boss. Then his running slowed down to a leisurely stride, and then he stopped altogether, surveying the area he had entered. Hyun Nim took out his cell phone from his pocket and looked at the screen. Turning around slightly, he only spoke a single word that said that he knew another person was present here. An evil spark gleamed in his eyes. Someone was holding a cell phone in his hand that belonged to Hyun Nim's boss. There was an app activated on it through which they were able to find each other. Behind the bulky man's back stood a completely alive and unharmed Wang Xiak. He was the one who activated the app and gave Hyun Nim a sign that the guy was nearby. The man was furious that this kid was once again standing in front of him. Wang Xiak wished he knew where the man had taken his boss. He realized that things were not going well for them at all right now. They were wanted and were now hiding from the police like rats. The guy didn't need that phone anymore, so he decided to give it back in a friendly manner. He swung his hand and the boss's phone flew towards the thug. The phone fell at the man's feet, but he didn't even look at it. He just stared at the guy in front of him. The fact that he had risen from the dead still didn't settle in the man's mind. Thinking that it was a game of fortune, the man stepped on the phone at his feet. There was a crunch. The bully was filled with anger and he didn't take his eyes off the guy. He was annoyed by the fact that they had run into him, someone who could come back to life after 3 days and then live on as if nothing had happened. Wang Xiak smiled, glad that the thug had finally realized that no matter how many times he was killed, he would reappear in 3 days. They continued to talk as if they were cronies, yet the tension between them was growing by the second. Wang Xiak's gaze changed when he reminded him that it was their own fault for what had happened to them. If they hadn't touched the schoolgirl back then, they wouldn't even know each other now and were each living their own lives. They stood opposite each other. The bulky man kept looking at the guy. He kept his gaze on him, ready to repel the attack at any moment. Likewise, Wang Xiak was on guard as well. Their menacing gazes collided with each other. Even though the relationship between them was hostile, the guy was grateful for the fact that they had once killed him, and he had learned about his resurrection ability. Wang Xiak reached his hand under his jacket. He himself was sick of dying every time, so he was determined this time to finish the battle between them and come out of this fight victorious. Grabbing a heavy iron wrench, he rushed towards the man, wanting to resolve their feud and end this matter once and for all. There was a resounding click, and the man's hand extended a pistol in front of him. A moment later, the sound of gunfire rang through the air, bullets hitting the guy, knocking him to the ground. This was a turn of events Hwang Seok hadn't expected. The sounds of gunfire were still echoing in his head, and his body was writhing in vivid pain. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily and coughing. Hyun Nim slowly started to approach the guy. This time, he drastically decided to change his tactics by getting a gun. The cold muzzle of the gun touched Hwang Seok's hot skin. The bully put his foot on the guy's head, pinning him firmly to the ground so that he couldn't even twitch. The gun was pointed so that when his finger pulled the trigger, the guy's brains would come out along with the bullet. He wished he could shoot him so that the guy would stay alive, but there was nothing else he could do. Chain him to a hospital bed for the rest of his miserable days. The man's foot continued to squeeze Hwang Seok's skull with force. He was still in shock that this thug had gotten a gun and decided to use it. On the dock where the boats were, there were men waiting for a man to depart and leave the country. One of the men was smoking a cigarette and began to turn his head. At one point, he noticed someone starting to move toward them from the shadows. Founder Chan slowly and uncertainly approached the men waiting for him by the boat. The one who spotted him first immediately recognized the man and couldn't believe that such an important person had come to them. It cheered him up too much, for people like Founder Chong thought he was just a common rabble. He put his hand in his pocket, took the cigarette away from his face and smiled, satisfied that he was now a head taller. Of course, the boss didn't like such overt hostility. He realized the situation he was in, and this freak was still daring to mock him. Founder Chong extended his hand with a stack of bills towards the smuggler. His black bag was held tightly by the man. The smuggler was surprised that even without looking at his current situation, this bandit was still dealing with his issues. The man lowered his gaze back to the bag. Hyeon Nim's words about the danger of sea smugglers resounded in his mind. In addition to the money, the bag also contained a pistol, which the thug had put there in advance. He didn't want his boss to be defenseless and could use the gun in case of an emergency. He did not wait for approval and started to climb up to the boat, which was waiting for him. The man who accepted his money noticed how worried he was. He began to tell him about the plan they would follow. He would be dropped off in China, and from there he could safely make his way to the Philippines. Then the man turned to the boys and immediately drew their attention to the fact that this man was to be treated with respect and protected if necessary. They obediently bowed before their boss. The boat made a sound that meant it was ready to depart. The men stood on the dock and watched as the boat moved away from the dock a little at a time. After a couple minutes, the smuggler picked up his phone. He had gotten a call from a girl, Deputy Yeo. The man spoke to her very politely and reported back that he had completed everything exactly as she had asked. The man's smile stretched, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. He asked to pay his respects for Director Kim. A shot rang out from the gun and a light puff of smoke came out. Only the bullet didn't hit the desired spot. The guy's hand firmly clutched the bully's arm, pulling the weapon aside. Because Hen Nim's other hand was bandaged and incapacitated, it was harder for him to deal with the guy. He kicked the guy's head with force to loosen the grip he had on his arm. Hwang Seok glared at him from under his soul and resented him for talking too much out of turn. The thug wasn't too worried about the wasted bullets, for he had brought enough of them with him to deal with him for sure. There was silence between them, the bully trying to point the gun back toward Hwang Seok's face. The pain in the guy's body kept him from concentrating and giving himself the full force he'd come here with. The bullets in his body were messing up his plan too much. While one hand was fighting for his life, pulling the gun aside, he managed to swing the metal wrench with the other. With all the strength he had, he slammed the wrench into the bully's sore arm. He jerked from such unexpected pain, and in a sore spot that had not yet had time to heal. Blood began to ooze from the bandage. The man felt as if he had been electrocuted because his arm was so sore from the blow. He jerked away from Hwang Seok. The guy staggered after such a violent jerk, his body aching with the pain that was in every bit of flesh. Hyeon Nim bounced off of him, pressing his sore arm against his chest, letting out a guttural growl of anger. Hwan Seok looked up at the bulky man and noted wryly his slowness and stupidity. He had a good chance to shoot him if he didn't talk about various topics. The boy was able to rise to his feet, ignoring the pain he felt. Hyun Nim was surprised to see such rejected behavior from his enemy. Hwan Seok couldn't help but praise the villain for preparing for their meeting. He had even brought his weapon with him this time. But he couldn't stay on his feet for long. What he was trying so hard to ignore was blowing his mind. A heavy exhalation came off his lips, his whole body shook. The guy just fell off his feet, unable to hold his own body up. His feet flew into the air, and his back hit the ground with a thud. Hwan Seok was angry. His strength was leaving his body too fast. He was losing blood, and he was unable to resist the bully if he was just beating him with a bat. Hen Nim slowly started heading towards the guy while still clutching the gun in his hand. The stomping of his feet echoed around the neighborhood. It felt like time had frozen for the two of them and never remained in this world again. Hyun Nim wouldn't delay any longer and would do what he had planned to do to the guy. Hwan Seok clenched his fists. He had made a firm decision to finish this matter. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. The guy made a sharp tug with his hand. He had no more choice left, so he decided to accomplish something. Taking out a long and sharp knife, the guy put it to his neck. A smile once again graced his face as he decided to face the thug in his next life. Hyun Nim was shocked that the guy decided to commit suicide this way, and he didn't care at all about measuring up. He did it as if he was completely unconcerned about the fact that he might not resurrect in the end. The knife went into the guy's body, and the bully stood frozen in place, unable to stop him. It was at the same time horrifying and undeniably beautiful. As soon as the shock had worn off the thug's body, he rushed towards the guy. Hwan Seok was lying on the ground and didn't move, and Hyun Nim stooped low over him, wanting to make sure he was dead. He was in no hurry to hide the gun, as he might still need it. The man pressed 2 fingers against the guy's neck, trying to feel his pulse. Hwan Seok didn't react to his touch in any way. Hyun Nim did everything with incredible care. The pulse was still beating against the man's fingers. The guy was still alive, and the man decided that the right thing to do was not to let him die. He began pulling the bandages off his arms so that he could put pressure on the man's wound. While the bully was busy fiddling with the bandages, the guy quickly reached into his pants pocket. He actively began to search for something in it. Hwan Seok held a small iron bottle containing gasoline in his hand. It clinked audibly when the guy opened it. A second later, he splashed the contents of the bottle into Hyun Nim's face. The pungent aroma of gasoline wafted out. The man twitched from the substance that was splashed in his face. Hyun Nim was perplexed, and he started wiping his face with his hand to wipe the corrosive liquid from his face. Hwan Seok at the same time started to get up from the ground, chuckling quietly. He was pleased that his plan had come to fruition. The moment he stabbed the knife supposedly into his neck, the guy's hand slipped a little further and didn't hurt him at all. He only pretended to kill himself so that the bully would come closer to him. The guy wasn't going to die unless he could take this thug with him. He pulled out a lighter defiantly and ran his finger over the wheel, activating its function. At the same moment, flames erupted between them. Because of the spilled gasoline, the fire immediately spread to them, enveloping their bodies with its hot tongues. Although the bulky man was prepared for any of the guy's antics, he didn't have time to do anything. Hyun Nim's face began to blaze. He cried out in pain that gripped him tightly with its fire. Since the gasoline had gotten exactly on his face, the skin very quickly burst into flames there. Then the flames moved mercilessly and wildly to the man's clothes. He did not know where to go. His whole body was on fire. He let go of the gun, thinking only of how he could put out the fire as quickly as possible. The solution came to his mind in a lightning-fast thought. He was thankful to fate that they were now in a place where there was water all around. Hyun Nim immediately jumped off the dock towards the cold river. After a while, the man was underwater, and then his head popped up and he greedily started breathing fresh air. The skin on his face was baking after such a hot attack. He was breathing heavily, glad to be alive. The arm that had been wounded in their previous encounter was treacherously unwilling to function. That made it heavy, and he struggled to get out of the water, leaning against the pier. At that very moment, a familiar sound was heard. Hyeon Nim raised his head and faced the muzzle of a gun that was pointed directly at him. The flames were still raging around Hwan Seok, but he didn't pay attention to them. He only saw the enemy in front of him, whom he was ready to shoot at this very second. But before making the last step, the guy slowed down. It was as if time had stopped around him. The fiery tongues continued to sting his skin painfully. For some reason, it was at this very moment that a memory came to him of sitting in the hospital near Yeo Rin's bedside. The guy then was thinking about how he could solve the problems they had gotten themselves into. He looked at the girl and couldn't imagine how she could survive under such circumstances. She had a lot of blood loss, and yes, her organs were all bruised. It was really a miracle that she could still breathe. The girl didn't react to him in any way at that time. He realized that it was normal, and yet deep in his heart, he wanted to see her open her eyes just by hearing his voice. And now, standing in front of the bandit and holding a gun in front of his face, the guy realized that he was doing all of this for that girl. If they hadn't touched her, none of this would have happened. Hwan Seok answered his gaze when a piercing sound came from very close to them. That sound was from the very boat that the boss had decided to leave town on, snapping away from the police to another country. He stood on the deck and watched what was happening on the dock. Hwang Seok was still holding the gun in his hand. Hyung Nim also turned around at the sound of the boat. Founder Jong and Hyun Nim looked at each other. Their gazes met. The men were shocked that they had managed to see each other once more, though the circumstances were not pleasant at all. Even a cigarette fell out of the boss's mouth when he witnessed that his loyal man was on the edge of a precipice. While everyone was in a stupor upon seeing each other, Hwang Seok immediately sprang into action. As soon as he noticed that Founder Jong was so close, he completely forgot about the bully and used his head as a support and jumped off the dock toward the boat. After pushing off from Hyeon Nim's head, the guy flew into the air, his whole body still burning with scarlet flames. The boss darted his eyes and looked at the flying guy as if he was a real phoenix. The landing was not the best landing one could think of. He tumbled several times and his body continued to glow from the fire that engulfed him. Founder Jong flinched, recoiling from the guy. After a few movements, Hwan Seok threw off his burning jacket and the fire no longer stung him with its tongue. The man stared at the guy who had appeared in front of him like this, not for the first time when the others were sure he was dead. Hwan Seok smirked as he realized that the freak was in a hurry to leave the country. But this time, he would do anything to make their plans fail. Strength exuded from the guy's body. Despite all the wounds, he was ready to stop them. The founder could no longer hold back his emotions and started asking questions about who this guy was, that every time he died, he would come back to them again and truly ruin their lives. The man's nerves were on edge and he raised his gun and pointed it towards the guy, taking the safety off. He couldn't stand his smirk anymore and was ready to shoot immediately. Hwan Seok, again, hadn't expected that these guys had switched to a completely different kind of weapon. It was changing the situation of the case too much. The guy's body tensed up after all. A bullet wasn't a bat. The boss squeezed his eyes shut and the first shot sounded. Hwan Seok managed to bounce aside in time and was glad that this thug was not such a confident shooter. Hwan Seok was amazed because of the fact that this bandit was carrying a gun as well. This raised too many questions as to where they got them from. At the same time, the people who were driving the boat startled in fright at hearing gunfire on the deck. The man had no idea what was going on out there. The guys decided to get off the boat before they too were hit by flying bullets. While Founder Chan was trying to hit the guy, the two guys ran away in a hurry. He continued to hold the gun. After pulling the trigger a few times, it stopped firing, and only made a chirping sound. The man's hand shuddered and he perplexedly rubbed it a few times as if the bullets would hit the gun by themselves and he could keep firing. Only now, as he raised the weapon closer to his face, did he realize that he was out of ammunition. And that was a big problem for him. He was shaking with rage as he failed to hit the guy who had deftly dodged the bullets. While the man was assessing the condition of his gun, he completely let his guard down. Hwang Seok took advantage of the situation and shoved the muzzle of the gun into the man's mouth. His eyes widened in horror, cold sweat dripped down his face, and his heart thumped loudly in his chest. Hwang Seok was pleased with himself. He had his enemy and had complete power over him. He even mocked his ability to shoot inappropriately. He had indeed spent all his bullets, but none of them had hit their target. The guy was so satisfied with catching the freak that he kept talking to him, savoring this moment of victory. He wanted the guy to watch and learn how he should have shot so he certainly wouldn't miss. Founder Chan was too tense. He realized that this was the end for him. The man tried to utter something, but the words were only a set of squeezed sounds as the gun prevented him from speaking properly. Suddenly, at the same time, a huge hand appeared at the stern of the boat and came out from the waterside. Behind the guy, a bulky man suddenly appeared who was rushing to his boss's aid with all his might. Hwang Seok only heard the sudden splash of water and was immediately distracted from his victim. The bulky man came over the railing. He immediately grabbed Hwang Seok in his strong and huge hands, pinning the guy down. The gun disappeared from the guy's hands. He coughed violently because of the squeezed throat his enemy was clutching. Because of this sudden appearance of the boogeyman, the pistol fell out of the lad's hands and landed on the deck of the boat near his feet. The founder immediately noticed this moment, and fire flashed in his eyes as he realized that this was an exceptional chance to rescue and destroy this freak who stood in their way and interfered with his plans. The man ordered his subordinate to hold the guy as tightly as possible. He managed to pick up the gun and kept his eyes on them. He wanted only one thing, to destroy Hwang Seok once and for all. The man pointed the gun at him and roared with rage, aiming it at them. Hyun Nim didn't dare disobey his boss's order, but one realization came to him in an instant. And just as he started yelling to his boss to stop, because if he shot the guy, he would also hit the bulky guy. But it was too late. The shot rang out, and the bullet flew through Hyun Nim, striking his body with its sharp pain. The man's eyes read fear and pain, and a last look was cast at his boss, whom he had served as faithfully as he could. The man flew into the water and couldn't believe that such a stupid oversight had cost him his life. His own boss had shot him, and nothing else could change that fact. He was flying, and already blurry he could see the man continuing to shoot. Somewhere in the distance the pops of gunfire could be heard. The last memories of the care he had shown his boss flooded into his head. How he hadn't wanted him to get hurt on the trip and had provided him with money and weapons. And the last words he had said to him about his boss taking care of himself. The man was sincerely devoted to the founder Chan. For his sake, he was willing to accomplish many things. The boss walked to the edge and looked into the water his subordinate had just fallen into. Even though he had been loyal to him like a dog, even in this situation, Chong himself felt that Hin Nam's death had come at just the right time. He was still looking at the water with a sad face for a while and was just glad that he was still alive. Hwang Seok and Hyun Nim were sinking to the bottom, and Founder Jong was only thinking that even if the guy managed to resurrect again, in 3 days, he could get out of Korea and he would never see him again. Hwang Seok opened his eyes abruptly, realizing that he couldn't die right now. His lungs slithered in pain, his body continuing to bleed. He stretched his arm upward, trying to scoop up water to push himself toward the surface. He realized that if he died now, 3 days would simply disappear from his life, and he would no longer be able to find the creep who tried to escape. The guy through the terrible pain started paddling, moving higher and higher with each second. He wouldn't let Chan escape so easily and go unpunished. After a moment, Juan Siak was out of the water and greedily gulped in air, trying to catch his breath after such a long dive. His lungs continued to ache, and he could no longer feel his body at all. As soon as his head was on the surface, there was an incredibly loud explosion. Huang Xiuk looked toward the boat where the explosion had occurred. It was immediately covered in fire. Black smoke rose into the air. Even at this distance, he could feel the heat that was coming off the boat. Another explosion was heard, and fire splattered in different directions. Tongues of flame too near him licked his skin. Huan Xiuk covered his face and eyes with his hand. Flashes of fire rose again and again, lighting up everything around him. The guy was shocked and bewildered at what could have happened on the boat that it exploded like that. The boat was on fire and began to submerge a little at a time. The flames had completely engulfed the deck. At the same time, Kim Min continued to sit in his office. He was like a puppeteer directing people without any effort. A sinister smirk stretched across his face, which said only that he was satisfied with the work that had been done under his orders. The smugglers watched the burning boat from the dock, who ushered Founder Chan aboard. The man smiled when he saw this boat burning, for he had succeeded in carrying out the order that had been given to him. At the same time, on the blazing boat, bent in half, was Chan. The man had managed not to be hurt by the explosion and was now feverishly considering how he could escape from the situation. A sudden new explosion caused him to duck even lower, scaring him even more. He screamed in fear, completely unable to contain himself. He was no less shocked because of what was going on here. The man didn't understand what had caused the boat to catch fire and what he should do. Fear gripped his body from head to toe. His first sensible decision was to go to the wheelhouse, where the other men would be. When he entered it, all he saw was an empty room with absolutely no people in it. Only the steering wheel alone greeted the entrant. He was furious that no one was here. The fire was spreading too fast, and the first thing he did was try to find a walkie-talkie so he could contact the shore and they could send help. The man grabbed the handset of the radio and started yelling into it about the incident that had happened. He was so concerned for his safety that he even dared to admit to being a fugitive felon, hoping that it would be so much more likely to rush to save him. He didn't care about being imprisoned. The most important thing to him right now was to survive. The walkie-talkie began to creak and make rustling noises, and then a very familiar voice was heard. The man who spoke to him knew him and even spoke of a conversation he owed him. Hearing those words and that voice, Founder Chan shuddered in horror as he realized that it was none other than Kim Min himself who was speaking to him now. It was so unexpected to him that the man was thrown into a fever, even though it was already very hot. Realizing that he was unlikely to be rescued, the man did not respond to the headmaster's voice. His face stretched out in an astonished grimace, but the voice from the walkie-talkie continued to speak to him. Kim Min began to express his displeasure that the subordinate to whom he had entrusted an uncomplicated job was unable to do it. The man started shouting into the walkie-talkie that he wasn't going to run away and the director had gotten it all wrong. The man clutched the walkie-talkie to himself and in a whimpering voice began to beg his master to help save him. He began showering the man with promises that he could finish what he had started and bring the schoolgirl to his feet. Founder Zhang froze, for this decision was not because of the girl who had managed to escape from them. There was something even more important behind it all that the man had overlooked. Kim Min continued talking. He didn't want anyone to know that the Dawan group was doing business with a second-rate gang of criminals. Therefore, a question arose in front of him. Ending the life of a girl who was already in the hospital seemed too despicable an action to the man, even for him. His eyes narrowed as he was ready to communicate his decision. After all, it was easier for him to cut off Founder Chan's life, so that nothing would ever bind them together again. Another very strong explosion sounded on the boat, causing the man to duck sharply so that the shrapnel that flew out of the windows wouldn't injure his body. He screamed in terror, not thinking that anyone would hear his cries. As the man fought for his own life, the voice from the walkie-talkie continued to pour out. The fire had already engulfed the wheelhouse in its flames, and Kim Min had only now decided to reveal a certain secret since Founder Jong was already on his way to resign. It was about Cha Hyun-seok, the father of the schoolgirl they were holding captive. Words poured out of the walkie-talkie and the man's face stretched out in surprise. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The longer Kim Min spoke, the more the man's eyes widened. Apparently, what he heard was such a horrible revelation that he didn't even want to believe it. The man roared after all the information was told. He began to furiously call Kim Min names, no longer choosing his words or putting on a hypocritical smile. A new explosion sounded on the boat. Hwang Seok was slightly thrown aside by the shockwave. He was still watching what was happening on the boat. After a while, the boat was almost completely submerged under the water. There was no longer such a hot fire that was so frightening and scorched the guy's skin. He was breathing heavily, realizing that his fight was over. The two men who had directly given orders on the girl's account had been destroyed. Perhaps it wasn't the revenge the guy had hoped for, but it was an option that suited him just fine. Now that everything was over, he had one last step to take. To die. To come back to life in 3 days and not have the injuries he had sustained during that evening. His body immediately went down, leaving behind scarlet trickles of blood that stained the water. He knew that from this moment on, when it was all over, no one else would be able to harass his roommate. The girl was still in the hospital and her condition was still bad. In all that time, the girl had never once regained consciousness, and today she got worse again. Yo-rin went into cardiac arrest again. The nurse and doctor immediately went to her, with a resuscitation kit to give her help as soon as possible. An ampoule of epinephrine was administered, and a defibrillator was prepared to shock her with the discharge. While the girl fought for her life, Hwang Seok continued to sink into the depths of the dark and cold water. Several attempts were made to resuscitate her, but her heartbeat never resumed. The doctor who performed the shocks was in no hurry to give up hope and gave quick orders to the nurse. Not a second was to be lost. The girl's body was swept into the air by another defibrillator discharge. All Hwang Seok could think of was that he wished he could give his resurrection ability to the girl who was in dire need of it right now. Another shock from the discharge ripped the girl's body from the bed. She was trying to be helped no matter what. Yo-rin opened her eyes. She made her first self-conscious entrance on full lungs and 1,000 thoughts flew into her head. The nurse immediately reported that the patient had regained consciousness and opened her eyes. Her heart began to beat again, and she was out of her coma state. The doctor was still standing over the girl with discharges in his hands. The girl could not believe what she had seen and heard. After all, her last memories were too terrifying. Tears came out of her eyes as she realized she was still alive, and the only person she thought of first was her neighbor. By this time, the TV news reported that the police had managed to arrest 20 criminals who were involved in driving the schoolgirl to suicide. As the girl regained consciousness, she immediately informed the police about who these people were, and they were immediately swooped down and caught. The police were also able to prove their involvement in kidnapping and violence. The faces of the gang leaders were revealed in a previous news report where they killed another man in front of witnesses and managed to escape. Their leader Jong and Deputy Hyun Nam were still wanted. This news was turned on in the girl's room so she could understand what was happening now and how her case was progressing. The girl could already sit up and looked at the TV with bated breath. The nurse was next to her and was glad that the scoundrels who had caused so much grief and harm to the schoolgirl would finally get what they deserved. The girl was not very happy, as the two main ones who had been giving orders all this time were still at large, and no one knew what was on their minds. Yo-rin exhaled heavily, not feeling the relief she wanted. Even though a large portion of the gang was behind bars, the girl still mentally returned to that memory every time Founder Jong showed her his phone with a picture of Hwan-seok in a barrel. The doors to the girl's room opened abruptly, and a doctor entered the room. His voice had a note of irritation in it, He wanted to know if the girl's guardian had shown up. Nurse Sue shrugged her shoulders as she had been trying to call him since this morning, but no one had picked up the phone. Yo Rin tensed up, not understanding which guardian was being talked about, and the doctor was also so angry at him for disappearing for 3 whole days. She stood up on the bed and turned to the doctor, her voice treacherously trembling as she spoke of her father, who she hadn't heard from in a long time. The doctor was surprised at such a question. But regardless, he told the schoolgirl that her guardian was a neighbor. Yo Rin's eyes widened in surprise and confusion as the dates she knew about didn't add up. She had seen a dead guy, and there was no way he could be her guardian. After a while, Nurse Sue came into the girl's room. She brought her a thermometer to take her temperature. The woman carefully told the girl how to use it. Yo Rin looked at this kind woman with a slight smile as she tried her best to make her stay in the hospital easier. Nurse Sue realized that the girl in front of her was just a child who had experienced so much pain and grief. Every time she looked at her, she felt a burning pain inside her chest. The sadness in the girl's eyes was not hidden from the nurse, who was constantly just thinking about whether the neighbor she was thinking about could definitely be her guardian. The fact that he could have been alive simply did not settle in her mind. The woman tried to cheer the girl up with a kind word to make her less sad and worried. She gave her a suggestion that the guy might have had his own worries because of which he had not had a chance to contact them. Sister Sue continued to comfort her, but her voice broke. She never finished her sentence as the news started on the TV, and the case that involved Yo Rin was brought up again. A news anchor appeared on the screen and announced that Founder Jong had been found. His picture appeared on the screen. It was further reported that his body had been found at the harbor. The crime scene was papered over, and no outsiders were allowed there. The police raised the suspicion that Jong's boat had been blown up as he was trying to leave Korea. The girl's eyes opened wide when she heard that the body of a young man in his 20s had also been found. After those words, the girl couldn't listen to anything else. Another day passed, and there was still no word from her guardian. Yo Rin was increasingly losing hope that her neighbor was alive. The news of a 20-year-old boy had dampened her morale too much. Nurse Sue entered the room. She warned the girl that she was going to turn off the lights so she could go to bed. Yo Rin looked at the nurse and turned to her. She wanted to ask her for something, but she was worried that the woman would refuse her. She looked at the woman with hope in her gaze. She needed her help in order to fulfill her wish. Yo Rin hoped that the woman would not cross her. Even though Sister Sue had long persuaded her not to do it, she still insisted on going home. The girl wanted to come here very badly, and so they walked together on the balcony of her house. Yo Rin went to the door of the apartment and stood in front of it. For a while, she just stood there, unable to make a single action. Her gaze lowered, for at this moment she would definitely be able to find out if her neighbor was alive or not, whether he was at home and just minding his own business. She gripped the doorknob with trepidation, and a quiet creak sounded as the door slowly began to open. Yo Rin had an amazing and strange dream before waking up. The girl dreamed as if she was drowning, walking to the bottom of a deep and dark ocean. All the while, she felt a strange calmness and peace. She didn't even want to open her eyes anymore. She just sank lower and lower. She wanted to stay there forever. But something strange happened. A hand reached out to her. It was so persistent that it was able to catch her hand and squeeze it tightly. Because of such an unexpected touch, the girl opened her eyes and saw before her a male image that was painfully familiar to her, but she couldn't understand anything. The guy who had extended his hand to her pulled the girl up, and she was no longer sinking. He told her not to dare to give up and to climb higher and higher from the depths of the ocean, except that he was getting farther and farther away from her, sinking deeper and deeper into the depths of the strange ocean. He believed that she could handle it, and was worthy of a second chance in this life. Yo Rin opened the door to Hwang Seok's apartment. At that moment, she thought she would never see him again. The room greeted the girl with deafening silence and emptiness. She stood on the threshold, wrapped in a hospital blanket, staring into the empty room, and her heart clenched. The small hope that her neighbor was alive was melting away with every passing second. Tears ran down the girl's cheeks because of her powerlessness to do anything. It was hard for her to be here, and the emptiness in the room only confirmed her fearful thoughts that the guy was long gone. Yo-rin clung to her sister Sue because of the realization that the guy had sacrificed himself to save her, made the girl cringe even more. It was as if the last of her strength had left her. The nurse, realizing her condition, gently put her arm around the girl. The pain in Yo-rin's chest was excruciating, and with her head down and not thinking lightly, they moved along the balcony to go back to the hospital. All the schoolgirl's thoughts were only of the man who had tried so hard to save her from the dreaded bandits. She cried again, feeling the hot tears trampling paths on her cheeks. Suddenly, someone abruptly flew past the girl. Just a little more and that someone could have caught her, knocking her down. Yo-rin dazedly raised her head, but the person moved so fast that she couldn't get a good look at his face. She and Sister Sue stopped and stared at this guy who was shouting into the receiver of the phone. Suddenly, he introduced himself as Yo-rin's guardian and wanted to know how she was feeling. The guy had his back to the girl and completely missed her as he ran down the balcony. He was so worried about her well-being that the first thing he did was to call the hospital to find out. Yo-rin stood there in shock, eyes wide open. She heard him say her name, and it was definitely about her, except his appearance was very different from the one she remembered. As Hwan Seok held the phone to his ear and listened to the words that were being said to him, a girl screamed behind him. The guy suddenly froze because the voice he heard was painfully familiar to him, and then he turned around and, not believing his ears, looked at the one who had called him with such excitement. He saw the girl in front of him, the very one he had been willing to do anything for. Yo-rin saw his face. The color of his hair was confusing, but his face hadn't changed. It was the same neighbor. He was standing in front of the girl now, completely alive and unharmed. Her heart beat excitedly in her chest. The guy looked fearfully at the neighbor standing in front of him and could not believe that he saw her in front of him. He took the pipe away from his ear. The girl was looking at him with the same eyes. Hwang Seok never thought he would meet her on the balcony of their house, as he thought she was still lying in the hospital bed. She was still looking at him as if she was seeing a ghost, and she couldn't figure out until the last moment if this was the guy she knew. He was surprised that the girl couldn't recognize him. He was a little embarrassed that the girl couldn't recognize him, but it soon dawned on him that the girl had never seen him with a new hairstyle before. Hwan Seok scratched the back of his head as he did every time he felt strange. At the same moment, Yo-rin couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. She was so grateful to him and so glad he was alive. The girl rushed in with a hug, wrapping her arms around him and squeezing him tightly. Hwan Seok hesitated, unaccustomed to such attention. Yo-rin's voice warmed his heart even though she didn't know what he was going through. She whispered words of gratitude to him time after time. Her tears were pouring down, her face resting against his chest. Yo-rin realized that if it wasn't for this guy, things would have been even worse, and she might not be alive anymore. A slight smile touched Hwang Seok's lips. He was really happy to see his neighbor alive and able to move. It was the best thanks for everything he had done. The woman began to show the footage that had happened not too long ago. The first incident happened at a construction site. It was when the structure collapsed that two bodies were found. One of them was a young man in his early 20s. The man watched and listened to Deputy Yo intently. She continued to speak. At that time, the body could not be identified. The next frame was taken from the office surveillance cameras. The guy was violently kicking the door to the office, and in his hands he was holding a cylinder. A minute after the guy broke into the office, another man, bald with glasses and a large build, entered the room after him. And a minute later, this man came out, and by his hair he was already pulling the guy who had kicked in the doors. He was now unconscious. Deputy Yo was showing all this footage through a projector screen. At the shot where the guy was in the barrel, the woman assumed he was already dead. She switched the footage. It was taken a few days later. The guy had changed his hair and made it look like the thugs were accused of killing him, since he jumped off the bridge in front of many witnesses. The girl also added that the other day he was spotted at the hospital visiting Cha Hyun-seok's daughter. The man who listened to her entire report asked a strange question about believing in miracles. Kim Min was the man who had been listening to that report. The man rubbed his chin. He assumed a crazy theory that he really believed in for some reason. He assumed that the guy the girl was showing him had the ability to resurrect. Having fully recovered from her severe fall, the girl couldn't wait to be released from the hospital. Since it was morning, she had already packed her things and dressed in her own clothes. Yeo-rin thanked Nurse Sue for all the care she had given her. The woman smiled at her because she did it from the bottom of her heart. They talked for a while longer. The woman thought that her guardian would come to pick her up, but Yeo-rin was anxious to leave the hospital and go home. The schoolgirl smiled because her plan was to surprise her neighbor. That's why she was in such a hurry while it was still morning. The girl's joy was not long. The moment she entered the guy's apartment, her face twisted with anger. There was an audible snore echoing through the room. She immediately looked around the room, and that was the reason why she was so twitchy. The entire table was cluttered again. There was a smoky aroma in the room, a whole bunch of unthrown cigarette butts, and a mountain of dishes in the sink. It was as if she was back to the time when this guy's apartment was a mess, and Hwan Seok was sleeping in his bed without a care in the world. Even there, things were out of place. She walked closer to him, carrying the bag of groceries she'd bought before coming home, and just looked at what was going on. Hwan Seok continued to sleep peacefully and snore loudly. She looked at her phone for the time, since they had originally agreed that the guy would come to the hospital to pick up the girl. But it was like she knew he wouldn't be able to keep his word, especially since the time had long since passed the time they had agreed upon and he hadn't even woken up yet. She looked around the apartment again and was just furious that he had messed the place up again. She had cleaned up his room not too long ago and had cleaned it up and put it in order. Hwan Seok didn't even realize that someone was in his room. He twisted his head and continued to sleep sweetly. Yeo-rin turned to him just as her roommate's hand reached into his underwear and started scratching the secret place. The girl froze in horror, and a second later, she flew out of his apartment with her heart pounding frantically in her chest. Such stress was too much for her youthful psyche. Blushing with embarrassment, she wondered how she could forget what she had just seen. She strode menacingly towards her own apartment, and the image of his hand in his underwear still hovered in front of her eyes. Yeo-rin couldn't think about it anymore and decided that she'd better start cleaning her own apartment now. She hadn't been home for almost a month now, and the girl was afraid to even imagine what state her room was in. She reached for the doorknob. Only at one moment an unimaginable shiver came over her. The girl had not even expected that such a thing could happen to her. It seemed to her that she was able to overcome her fear. Holding on to the doorknob, her thoughts went back to the days when the room had been in chaos. How the thugs had trashed her apartment and just how many things had happened to her in general. It all made her excitedly stand in front of the door and dive back into that state of mind and relive everything from the beginning. The schoolgirl shook her head, trying to push away the terrible memories that would torment her soul for a long time to come. She needed to gather her thoughts and stop being afraid. After all, everything was already behind her. Gathering all her will, she still opened the door to the apartment she lived in. Light began to filter into the room from the open door, and when she looked into her room, she was shocked at the sight that opened her eyes. She thought for a moment that she might have even gotten the wrong door. Yeo-rin's apartment was sparkling clean to her great surprise. All the things that had been scattered and smashed were no longer lying on the floor. The appliances that had been smashed also stood reassembled and repaired. Even the window above her bed had been carefully taped shut. There wasn't a speck of dust on the floor, nor was there a shoe slid. It was as if no one had ever trashed the place. Wang Xiok's startled voice sounded on the balcony. He had woken up and apparently looked at the time, afraid that he had overslept the appointed time. The girl turned around and there was a smile on her face. Because of this surprise in the apartment, she had already forgotten that she was mad at the guy. Wang Xiok ran out to the balcony in a hurry. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were hanging off his body. The guy saw the girl at the door of his apartment. She giggled softly as she listened to his excited voice. The neighbor was surprised that the girl was already back from the hospital. She continued to stand there giggling because of his dumbfounded look. Afterward, her face brightened up with the cutest smile. She was very happy that she was finally back home, and all the troubles were behind her. After a while, food was prepared from the groceries she had bought. The girl set the table. Of course, there wasn't much food, but everything looked very appetizing. Wang Xiok stared at the table in front of him. He felt really bad that the girl had just gotten out of the hospital after being badly injured and had prepared such a meal instead of resting. He admitted that he wanted to give her a little surprise himself and buy something tasty for them to eat. But the girl didn't think it was necessary, especially when she knew that he was already having severe money problems. Yo Rin didn't even want to hear anything. The girl wanted the guy to eat a good home-cooked meal. She immediately assumed that he was probably eating some kind of instant noodles. She proceeded to reprimand the guy, reminding him that his refrigerator was empty and there was a mountain of unwashed dishes in the sink. He sat like that, like a little kid being scolded. A feeling of embarrassment filled his soul more and more, since the girl had completely crushed his desire to court her. He took a spoon from the table and scooped up a small portion of the food she had prepared. Silence reigned in the room. Yo Rin watched him silently as Wang Xiok took the first taste from her dish. As soon as the food touched the guy's tongue, he felt an incredible taste of bliss. Wang Xiok didn't even realize that he would be so ecstatic. He had forgotten the last time he had eaten a really good home-cooked meal. He immediately scooped up another spoonful, his eyes bulging as he showered his neighbor with many compliments. Compared to the cafeteria food he'd eaten before, it was crap. Even though the compliments sounded dubious, Yo Rin knew that he couldn't express his emotions any other way. She was very happy that her neighbor liked her food so much. He continued to nibble and praise the delicious food. He even called Yo Rin a real chef. A smile shone on Wang Xiok's face, and his stomach was warmed by the warm food. At that moment, it seemed to him that he didn't need anything else to be happy. A memory of her father surfaced in front of the girl's eyes. She had also set the table herself and prepared food for him. The man was eating with the same appetite and couldn't stop praising her cooking skills. Yo Rin smiled. She had already forgotten, since it had been so long since she had shared a meal with anyone. Now she was glad that the guy was keeping her company, and the girl didn't feel so lonely. They were sitting at the table eating delicious food and chatting merrily. They wanted this moment to last as long as possible. So happy and carefree. When the plates were empty, it was already hard for the boys to sit. They laid down on the floor and relaxed. The guy was satisfied, even a little overeating because everything was so delicious. The neighbor couldn't help but laugh. Their idyll was broken by a phone call. The girl jerked to the side and looked at her phone, the screen on which was cracked. She quickly picked up the phone and jumped to her feet. Her voice sounded excited. Wang Xiok sat down like that and quietly listened to what the conversation was about. While the girl was on the phone, he decided to take a smoke break and threw a cigarette in his mouth. The guy kept his eyes on her, trying to figure out who she was so excited about. She kept talking and didn't mind being interviewed. At the same time, she waved at Wang Xiok not to even think about smoking in her apartment. The guy obediently took the cigarette out of his mouth and put it back in the pack with sadness that he wasn't allowed to do it in the apartment. When the girl finished talking on the phone, he couldn't hold back from teasing the girl. She didn't flash him the same enthusiasm, but instead, her voice was slightly darker than it had been, since she didn't consider herself a celebrity. Wang Xiok didn't notice the sad note in her voice and continued to tell her with a silly smile that there was even a fan page in her honor on the internet. Except that the girl couldn't listen to his jokes anymore and abruptly cut off his conversation. She absolutely did not feel like a celebrity and agreed to the interview not for the sake of popularity. With her head down and her voice completely depressed, she admitted that she was just trying to find her father. She hoped that she could reach him through television and hoped that he would come back. Wang Xiok immediately faltered and realized that he had acted foolishly. He felt bad about it. The schoolgirl talked about how her father had never hurt her. He did not insult her and did not raise his hand on her. Tears of pain reappeared in the girl's eyes. Her voice was completely sad as she spoke further about her father. Cha Hyun-seok trusted too much in the people who betrayed him, and also because of his cowardice, he was unable to stand up to the bandits. The girl felt guilty for the day she had yelled at him and said everything she thought about the situation they were in. Only now she realized that it was all the fault of those debt collectors who were pushing her father too hard. She started crying and wiped her eyes with her hand. She wanted so badly to go back to the last day she saw him and never say those words that provoked him to leave everything and leave their home. She continued to cry as she told Hwang Seok all of this. She shared with him what she hadn't told anyone for so long and what she felt guilty about. The guy didn't know what to say. It hurt him to see her like that again. He understood perfectly well why she felt guilty, especially when her father never hurt her, but just got into such a situation and couldn't do anything about it. After a while, Hwan Seok decided that it was time for him to leave. He felt awkward for provoking the girl to such strong emotions. The high school girl also felt guilty for spilling all her pain to him. Before he left, he turned his head to her and called out to the girl. His gaze was still sad. He wanted her to know that he could come to her at any time once she was sad and share the same lunch. Yo-rin didn't mind and smiled at him, glad to have made a good friend who could support her in her time of need. She decided to play a joke on him and asked him why he was asking her to join him at the table. Wang Seok was ashamed of himself. He felt embarrassed. He liked the girl's cooking so much that he wouldn't mind eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner at her place. Their conversation was interrupted. A man peeked into the girl's apartment, introducing himself and saying he was their police. The guys excitedly turned their heads in his direction. Wang Seok looked at the man carefully, and the girl was very excited because she didn't expect to see a policeman. The man was serious and asked the girl to follow him since it was about her father. Yo-rin's heart trembled as she hadn't heard from her father for a long time, and now to find out anything about him was unexpected. Many cameras were pointed in one direction. Everyone wanted to catch a good shot, and journalists wanted to hear the information. Dozens of microphones were in front of Yo-rin's face. She stood in front of them with her head down and tears in her eyes. All of her clothes were a mournful black color. There were sounds of cameras clicking. All eyes were on her. There were too many questions poured in her direction that she was unable to answer. The police hypothesized that her father had committed suicide in the Umyeong Mountains. They wanted to know if she agreed with that conclusion and kept asking her more questions. It was the day of her father's funeral. The questions kept pouring in on the girl, and they were all too personal and tricky. It turned out that he had died another month ago. Yo-rin stood silently in front of the cameras, unable to say anything. Her heart was heavy, and the reporters were asking her questions. Out of all the noise that was going on around the girl, she heard a saving voice. A guy started yelling at the reporters. The schoolgirl turned her head sharply in the direction where his voice was coming from. Won Seok was standing in front of the reporters with a bucket full of water. He was furious that these people were like vultures trying to find out the details of the girl's father's death, and he was ready to throw that rage in their faces. Suddenly, Hwan Seok picked up the bucket of water he was holding and pointed it toward the people with cameras and microphones. The people fell into a panic after feeling the whole bucket of water on their faces. They started screaming and worrying about their expensive cameras. The guy, on the other hand, was pleased as he watched those quickly began to hustle and leave. When the commotion subsided, He and Yeo Rin walked to the memorial room and sat down on the floor. Silence fell between them. Each was immersed in their own difficult thoughts. Wang Xiok involuntarily recalled how he had organized his father's funeral many years ago. It had been a very difficult time for him. He raised his head and looked away. He felt sad at what he saw before him. There was no one on the benches meant for the people who had come to say goodbye to the deceased. This disappointed him too much. For some reason, no one wanted to come. Yeo Rin was just as sad about never wanting to say goodbye to her father. The room was too empty. She assumed it was because her father was a bankrupt businessman. Her gaze was blank. After all, her dad had once been the director of a construction company and had good prospects for the future. Once upon a time, a long time ago, before the events that were happening now, Yeo Rin's father had come to the company and outlined his brand new project to build housing complexes in Seoul. The man Cha Hyun came to see was worried about whether he could meet the deadline. The girl's father smiled broadly. Then he was absolutely confident in his abilities and the project he presented. Cha Hyun made a promise that he would handle everything within the deadline and would not fail. The contract was signed that day, and it was an occasion to celebrate. Except that Cha Hyun had to back out as he had other plans for that evening. The man couldn't hold back a smile when he talked about his daughter who had passed her midterm exams today, and he wished to spend this evening with her. Yeo Rin had shared this story with Wang Xiok. Her father was a good boss, but this time was different. A lot of responsibility fell on her father's shoulders because of which he had to work overtime and no days off. The boy listened to her very carefully. The girl's voice turned dark because it was the housing complex that had started all their problems. She remembered the day that was the turning point in their lives. The girl was still very young, walking from school, and called her father. Yeo Rin had made lunch for Cha Hyun at that time and decided to surprise him by bringing it to work. The man spoke to her calmly, telling her that he and his employees had already had lunch. But the girl, not seeing any problem in it, continued to walk happily to his workplace. She really wanted to see her father, except that his voice changed very much, and he literally began to shout into the phone to her that she should not come to his work. Her father continued to yell into the phone, forbidding the girl to come. She stopped hearing him the moment she saw something terrible before her eyes. Something terrible was going on at the construction site where her father was supposed to work. A large number of people in black suits were swinging bats and beating the construction workers with their fists. Yeo Rin witnessed this horrible massacre. At the same time, Cha Hyun was being held by the scruff of his neck. He had already been hit by the thug's fist many times, and yet he tried to calm his daughter down and asked her not to come to his workplace. The people who attacked him and the employees didn't care about anything. Another fist flew into the man's face, blood rushed from his nose, and his phone flew out of his hands. Because of this blow, he collapsed to the ground at the feet of the man who had caused this mayhem. The man's voice sounded commanding and arrogant. He didn't like that Cha Hyun had decided to interrupt their serious conversation with a phone call. In front of him stood the very same founder Jong. On his head was a bandage that agitated to stop the development. The man graciously gave the businessman a choice: stop the development or he would be finished. Unfortunately, the girl had to see her father being beaten. Only later did she learn that it was a gang that pretended to be ordinary people and came to riot. This bullying lasted for a long 3 years. One day she witnessed one very unpleasant incident again. It was raining heavily that day. The girl stood and watched her father fall to his knees, begging for a little more time so that he would have a chance to complete the project. The man who stood under the umbrella in a haughty and deliberately polite voice could do nothing to help him. Despite being turned down, the girl's father still kept begging for an extension on the deal. He promised that he could manage in 3 months, but after a second, he interrupted himself and promised to manage in 2 months. The words of the man under the umbrella were harsh and undeniable. He made it clear that there would be no more chances. Cha Hyun snickered, rain dripping down his face, but the man didn't even notice the cold drops. The man under the umbrella turned around and walked away. He had the last word, and whatever the girl's father kept shouting in his wake, nothing would change his mind. He walked past Yeo Rin without even paying attention to her. The girl held the man's gaze, her heart clenched with pain and worry for her father. Because the company broke the contract with her father, he had to make up for the losses that were too big. He had to say goodbye to his company and sell everything he could, and they themselves had to move. That day when they were moving, the girl remembered very well, because she saw something in the window that struck her very hard, making her cry. In front of her was a view of a housing neighborhood that had been completely rebuilt and exactly recreated according to her father's design. Already then, the girl realized that the customers and those bandits were for one, and did all this just to take away all the buildings from him. Next came the events that were already known to Hwang Seok. The debt collectors had no rest. The constant harassment and pressure from the bandits completely killed any desire to act in Cha Hyun's desire. The customer let the thugs do whatever they wanted as long as the girl's father kept his mouth shut. Hwang Seok was pained to hear all this, and he realized how serious the situation was. The girl's father had never admitted the name of the client's company. Yeo Rin had no idea who he was dealing with. The high school student lowered her head. Only now she began to realize why he was silent. All this time her father was just trying to protect her. Her tears flowed even harder, for it hurt her so much to realize this. She remembered their last conversation over and over again, and she blamed herself more and more for what she had said to him that night. She couldn't hold back any longer. A bitter sob escaped from her chest, and Yeo Rin covered her face with her hand. After all her thoughts had come to one conclusion, that she was the one to blame for her father's death. The girl was all cowardly, and she found herself crying harder and harder. Hwang Seok turned his head toward her and didn't know how to comfort the feelings of a girl whose heart had been broken. He wanted to scream at her not to blame herself for her father's death. In Hwang Seok's eyes, the girl wasn't at all responsible for what had happened to him, but he remained silent, and Yeo Rin continued to kill herself with grief. There was a man in the memorial picture. His smile lit up the room. This photo was taken before all the terrible events that happened to him. The villains went unpunished and the common people suffered. The guy's look changed drastically when he thought of those who were really to blame for what happened to the girl's father. The lad wouldn't mind getting even with them for the evil done. A man came to the funeral. Before entering the room, he took off his shoes. Adjusting his jacket, he walked down the aisle where Cha Hyun's picture stood. Hwang Seok jerked in place, for the guy didn't expect anyone to come here at all. This man was the only one who had come to the funeral of the girl's father. Yeo Rin herself didn't immediately notice the new guest. Everything happened in silence. He lit a single stick of incense that stood on the altar, then walked over to the boys. They rose to their feet and all bowed to each other. The man spoke first, and it was immediately clear from his words that he knew the girl. Yeo Rin folded her arms and couldn't remember the man, since their meeting had been years ago. He pulled his hand into his pocket, the electronic watch showing the state of his pulse. And after a second, the man introduced himself as Kim Min-hyuk. He handed the girl his business card and told her that he had worked with her father a few years ago. He was the man who had once left her father in the pouring rain without the slightest chance of being given a chance to finish the construction. He was the one who had then walked past the girl who had been pained to see her father suffering. The man didn't even look at her. And it was he who was the puppeteer, pulling the strings in this whole business with the collectors and lawlessness going on around. Now the man stood in front of the girl as if he were very kind and caring. A man who had heard about the terrible tragedy and remembered that he had once dealt with her father and couldn't stay away, deciding to honor his memory. Yeo Rin looked at him and couldn't figure out if she knew the man, whether she remembered him from her father's past life. They sat down at the memorial table. Yeo Rin remembered the name of the firm where Kim Min worked, but she decided to ask again so she wouldn't make a mistake. It was Dawon Group, a firm that dealt with tourism and hotel business. It seemed impossible to Yeo Rin that her father worked with such a large company. He didn't deny it, silently listening until Yeo Rin finished speaking. After that, his gaze lifted to the girl, and he told her that he once had a chance to lead a major project with her father. Kim Min continued talking but didn't go into details. He talked about how conscientious the girl's father was. He also didn't hide the fact that because of his work, Kim Min was able to advance his career and become an executive director. A slight smirk pulled the corners of Kim Min's lips. The man turned his head toward the altar where Cha Hyun's picture stood. He really wanted to thank the girl's father in some way, but he couldn't even imagine that their next meeting would be under such circumstances. The schoolgirl was very surprised when Kim Min talked about her. It turns out that the father told him a lot about his little girl. The man recalled the days when he met the girl's father. He revealed that he always spoke warm words about her. As soon as Cha Hyun started talking about his daughter, his face would spread into a sincere and open smile. For Kim Min himself, it was something incomprehensible because in his heart the man was callous and cold-blooded. But now, sitting in front of the boys, his face radiated only benevolence and warmth, remembering her father. Even now he was playing a hypocritical game, admitting that he couldn't believe the grief that had happened to the girl's father. It was all the more difficult to realize that he had committed suicide. Yeo Rin lowered her head. She herself realized that it was all too scary, and the thought of it depressed the girl greatly. During the whole conversation, Hwang Seok stayed out of it and listened silently. Kim Min reached into the pocket of his jacket again. After a moment, he put a white envelope on the table and held it out towards the girl, after which he got up from the table. Buttoning up his jacket, he headed towards the exit of the memorial room. Yeo Rin took the envelope that the man left behind and opened it. There was a check lying there for a very large sum of money. As soon as she saw how much money there was, the girl's hand trembled. She couldn't leave it like that and immediately called out to Kim Min. He stopped. Yeo Rin felt very uncomfortable about this kind of money that Kim Min decided to give her. The girl with the envelope ran after him, unable to find words, and started stuttering. Hwang Seok was rising from his seat. She held out the white envelope back to Kim Min with the words that she couldn't accept it. Kim Min didn't even turn full circle to her, and the girl continued to say that she couldn't accept such a large amount of money. She believed that she was able to handle her own problems, and she certainly didn't want to remain in debt to anyone. Her voice sounded thin, but was full of determination. Kim Min turned to her, his gaze radiating sadness. There was no intention in the man's thoughts to lend the girl money. He looked at the two who were standing against him. The man said that the victim should be compensated, while the perpetrators would not escape the punishment of the court. He wanted the money to help the girl in some way. Won Seok continued to listen to him, trying to understand his thoughts. The man continued to say that he had a desire to help the growing generation. He bowed once more in front of the girl, asking her to accept the money and not refuse it. After that, Kim Min put on his shoes and was ready to leave the memorial room where only Yeo Rin and Hwang Seok remained. Before finally leaving, the man's gaze slid back. It was filled with a kind of mystery and secrecy. He took another glance at the guy he had just recently listened to a report about. They didn't speak again, and Kim Min left the wake. Hwang Seok sank into his own thoughts. Something about this man seemed strange to him. After attending the funeral, the man got into the car where Deputy Yo was waiting for him. They went about their business. The girl was the first to speak. She was surprised that after being caught in such a heavy rain that was now falling outside, the man didn't even get wet. He glanced silently in her direction. The woman continued talking, and the topic of her conversation changed abruptly. From her boss's calmness, she immediately realized that the girl's father hadn't handed over any documents to her, and she didn't know who Kim Min was. Kim Min had very likely assumed that he would. He knew how much he loved his daughter Cha Hyun. He wouldn't put her in any more danger. Her superior's answer surprised her. She now wanted to know what the true reason was for him going to the funeral was if he was sure the girl didn't know the truth. Kim Min looked at his deputy and a sinister smile played on his lips. The man took incredible pleasure in helping the families he himself had destroyed. The woman took this information in silence. She looked away from her superior and bowed her head slightly, suggesting that this was not the only reason he had attended the funeral. After all, that was what it really was. He wanted to see Hwang Seok with his own eyes very badly, but he hadn't yet realized exactly what feelings the encounter had evoked in him. The traffic light turned green and the car started abruptly. A moment later, it braked just as sharply, despite the fact that the traffic light was green. The driver of the car opened the window and started cursing loudly at the person who made him have to brake so sharply. Standing in front of the car in the pouring rain was Hwang Seok. He spread his arms and tried to stop the car. The rain had made all his clothes hopelessly wet. Water was dripping down from his hair, but he didn't pay attention to it at all. He had only one goal in mind. The window in the back seat opened and Kim Min looked at Hwang Seok puzzled. He was trying to figure out what the reason was for such bold behavior. Hwang Seok lowered his head slightly so that their gazes crossed. He recalled the words Kim Min had spoken in front of them about victims and perpetrators. Kim Min listened to him with interest, and the guy, as it turned out, had one freak in mind that would be worth punishing. Kim Min's gray eyes looked at Hwang Seok appraisingly. He looked at him and couldn't believe that this guy who was standing in front of him now could really resurrect 3 days after death. Kim Min smiled through all his teeth, offering him a ride with them. And a very intriguing question arose in his mind that he wouldn't mind figuring out. What happened to his body after he was resurrected? There was only one way to find out the answer to such an interesting question. After a while, they arrived at a very beautiful place. Hwang Seok's head was spinning as he had never been to such a luxurious place before. They walked into the hall, which shouted that only people of high wealth were here. The boy could not stop his curiosity, and his eyes ran from place to place. He wondered what kind of place it was. Kim Min kindly told him that it was the bar of one of their hotels. The girl followed them in complete silence. Since Kim Min had bothered in advance to make sure that no one would disturb them, there were absolutely no people in this bar. They took a seat at the bar. A slight smirk played on the man's lips. He was curious about the guy's statement that he had thrown out back at the car. Who was the one who deserved to be punished? A bottle of high-end liquor was placed on the bar. It looked expensive and well-aged. The bartender picked up an ice knife and began preparing a glass for the drink. Hwang Seok told a brief story that there was someone who had framed the girl's father. Kim Min was saddened because of the heavy fate that had been placed on Yeo Rin's fragile shoulders. Hwang Seok reminded him that the man had once worked with Cha Hyun, according to his own words. The boy bowed his head and wondered if Kim Min was aware of who the man might have been, or which company might have gone to such dastardly deeds. The woman and man didn't utter a word, silently listening to Hwang Seok's words. Kim Min pondered the guy's words and didn't know what he wanted him to know yet. That's why he preferred to remain silent, so that Hwang Seok would speak more on his own. The guy picked up the glass that was already filled with drink and ice. He looked at Kim Min and took a big sip. It seemed to him that the man might know something since they all hung around in the same environment. Hwang Seok looked sharply at the drink that was in his hand. He was so much surprised, for not once in his life had he ever drunk something so delicious. He immediately turned to the bartender, who was standing opposite him, and wanted to know what he had bought him. The bartender, in a reserved voice, told him the name of the alcohol, as well as the year of its release. As it turned out, it was an elite whiskey. The cost of one such glass was 2 cosmic. Because of this, the guy's face twisted greatly as he didn't realize that a single glass could cost so much. Hwang Seok continued to be surprised at such a large price for just one glass, since he was even paying several times less for an apartment. He felt a little embarrassed for such a violent reaction. He apologized to Kim Min for his reaction, but the man politely pretended that nothing had happened. He immediately returned to the topic that Hwang Seok had originally wanted to discuss. Kim Min immediately talked about how construction firms often hired gangsters to do dirty work. He began to tell the details of this kind of work pattern. and why some construction companies did that. Hwang Seok was amazed at how brutal such work methods were. Kim Min continued to talk, saying that the case of the girl's father was different from the standard schemes. The outcome was too deplorable, and they were also taken into custody almost at the beginning of construction. The man's lips quivered slightly as he pretended to think of a company that might have done that to the girl's father. Hwang Seok held his breath, for this was exactly what he had come here for. Except the man abruptly changed the topic of conversation. He wondered what the guy would do when he found out who was involved in Yeo Rin's family's troubles. This question caught Hwang Seok off guard. He looked at Kim Min in surprise, because for a guy to ask such a question was too stupid, since there was only one answer. His cheekbones tensed and his voice became coarse. There was only one sentence for the freaks who destroy human lives just for profit. He was going to destroy these people so that they could never do that to anyone again. Kim Min had expected such a response. He lifted his head slightly and decided to warn the guy from on high about the dangers of such people. If, supposedly, they were the ones he was thinking of, then they were too powerful and dangerous. Hwang Seok tensed up slightly when the conversation went on about the danger of such people. It cost them nothing to kill and destroy human lives. Kim Min talked about the sadness of the fact that the girl's father had died, and decided that it would be right to warn Hwang Seok that he might also suffer the same fate if he rebelled against them. Such noble thoughts of a guy like that would not lead to anything good. This was hard for Hwang Seok to hear, as he thought that someone should punish the bandits. Hwang Seok was surprised to see such distinctive behavior from Kim Min. In front of the girl, he had said one thing, but now he was saying something completely different. He didn't understand why he had given Yeo Rin false hope that the criminals could be punished, but now he was contradicting himself. The man's head lowered slightly and his voice became more irritated. As it turned out, Kim Min didn't want to upset the girl, and because of that, he had said so then. But now, he felt it necessary to speak the truth. Kim Min was saying all this to the guy since he was an adult and should have a sober view of the world. Hwang Seok stared at him. After a brief pause in their conversation, the guy's eyebrows furrowed. He had a different first impression, and now he didn't really like what he was hearing. Kim Min squinted his eyes the same way. First impressions were often deceiving. They sat silently looking into each other's eyes. Hwang Seok didn't know what to say to the man anymore. Neither did Kim Min himself feel the need to add anything else. Hwang Seok turned his head sharply toward the bartender, calling out to him. The man immediately looked up at the guy, ready to follow any order. The guy pointed to a glass of whiskey on the rocks. This drink was not of his status, so he asked the bartender to give him a soju. The man tensed up a little because he rarely ordered such a drink, but after a minute he took out a bottle of soju and began pouring it into a glass. Hwang Seok didn't see the point of drinking from the glass. He snatched the bottle from the dazed bartender's hands in one deft move. Without any words, he simply tipped the bottle into his mouth and began to drink loudly. In the silence, the sounds of his gulps were too resounding. Deputy Yeo and Kim Min watched him silently, each keeping to his own thoughts, not daring to comment. Finishing the bottle in one go, Hwang Seok just as abruptly set it back down on the bar. Hwang Seok abruptly rose from his stool. His gaze was angry, and his soul was in a hurricane. He didn't like the politics of the rich at all. They allowed themselves to destroy ordinary families and not be held accountable for their crimes. The guy was infuriated by the fact that the man who sat in front of him did not care about this at all. After all, he was loaded with money and was quite capable of standing up to such firms that were doing lawlessness. Hwang Seok looked at him and saw no support in his gaze. The guy resented the fact that such a powerful man didn't try to do anything about it. Kim Min listened attentively to Hwang Seok. He found it funny to watch him. But what struck him the most was that such pathetic beliefs had led him to destroy founder Jong's corporation. Realizing that he wouldn't find any allies or support in this place, Hwang Seok wiped his lips with his hand and thanked his drink. He walked past his interlocutor. He was no longer willing to stay in this place and seek help from someone who didn't share his view. The guy was confident that he could figure out the matter himself. Kim Min silently listened to Hwang Seok being torn apart from the inside out for the fact that such people continued to live their normal lives. A storm of emotions was boiling up in his body. Kim Min's words that he threw in the guy's wake made him stop. After all, the man was talking about the firm that had been ruined thanks to Hwang Seok. The guy looked back in surprise and looked at Kim Min. It was very strange that the man knew about this case and Hwang Seok's involvement in it. Kim Min smiled caustically. There were too many secrets in that smile and also something very sinister. Hwang Seok stammered. He couldn't understand how the latter knew about it. The guy's heart clenched hard with excitement. He wondered how Kim Min knew this, and why he even thought he had a hand in destroying this firm. Deputy Yo slowly started walking towards them. The girl waved her hand while Hwang Seok was completely absorbed in Kim Min's attention. The knife she had stashed away flew out of the girl's sleeve sharply and quickly, and in the same second, she swung it, inflicting a serious wound in the area of Hwang Seok's neck. At the sudden and sharp pain, his back arched and his eyes opened wide. He clearly didn't expect to be attacked. Kim Min acted completely calm. He wasn't surprised by what had happened here. The man slowly rose from his chair at the sound of Hwang Seok's lurching. The boy had fallen to the floor, blood gushing out of his neck rapidly. He tried to clamp his wound with his hand and looked at the pool of blood that had collected underneath him. Kim Min started to slowly walk towards him, and the girl stood behind him with a knife, ready to use it if need be. The man stood loftily in front of the boy. He wanted to convey to Hwang Seok a little secret of this world. It didn't matter if the man was strong or not. There was only one truth. With a full-mouth smile, the man gave a hint of what he wanted to say. When the name of the girl's father was spoken, Hwang Seok looked up in horror at the man who stood in front of him. He didn't want to believe what was just happening, and how he was even related to Cha Hyun. Hwang Seok was furious, his face contorted with anger at what was happening here. Blood flooded his face, and the guy didn't want to believe to the last minute that this man was involved in Cha Hyun's death. Kim Min was no longer hiding his true face. The man continued to talk about the girl's father with an acerbic smirk and said in a convincing tone that he didn't commit suicide. And then he admitted that he had killed him. Everything inside Hwang Seok's body shattered. He wanted so badly to find those involved in Cha Hyun's death, but he had never thought it would be so soon. Kim Min squatted down next to Hwang Seok and looked him straight in the eyes. There was some secret that Cha Hyun had found out about, and it was the main reason why he was taken away from his life. The man was sticking his nose into matters that didn't concern him, which provoked this outcome. Hwang Seok didn't care what business it was. What infuriated him was the fact that it gave him the right to take his life, and the killer was now in front of him. Kim Min shrugged his shoulders and only hummed. He didn't deny that he was scum, but if Chae Hyun had lived quietly, no one would have touched him. The man remembered that last day of the girl's father. He was sitting on a chair in front of the man who had been hanged. Still, he wondered why he needed the information he had subjected himself to death for. The man hanging from the rope that was tightly tied around his neck could hardly speak. Very slowly, with a wheeze in his voice, he said that he wanted to teach Kim Min a lesson. Kim Min watched Cha Hyun's torment with elegant arrogance. Even though they wanted to teach him a lesson, it turned out to be the exact opposite. He was now the one in charge here, and he was the one who decided the fates. Cha Hyun died with the words that there were more valuable things in this world than some money. It was hard for him to say those words, but at that moment, it was the last thing he managed to say. Kim Min stood up to his full height and started buttoning his jacket. He felt funny remembering this incident. The girl's father had decided to confront a force that was many times more powerful than him and had paid with his life for it. Because of Cha Hyun's blunder, his daughter was also hurt. Hwang Seok was staring at that sick lunatic with all his eyes. He was shocked at how people could be like beasts ready to destroy their prey. The man narrowed his eyes and spoke to the boy. He deliberately stretched out each word, holding back the intrigue before he said something stunning. His smile stretched across his mouth as he said that not everything in this world could be solved by resurrecting Hwang Seok. Kim Min decided to make it clear right away that he knew about the little secret and wouldn't act like it wasn't something real. These words shocked Hwang Seok too much. His heart trembled. The guy definitely didn't expect this turn of events, especially that someone knew about his resurrection. But he smiled in surprise that someone else knew about it. And then he started laughing, loud and booming. The guy was laughing so hard that blood began to flow out of his wound more profusely. Kim Min and Deputy Yo looked at him with slight bewilderment. And after a second, he jumped up from his seat in an instant and grabbed the jacket of what turned out to be not an ally, but an enemy. Now the guy guessed what this was all about. Kim Min had decided to give him a test. The woman immediately jerked toward her boss. She stopped just as abruptly when he raised his hand to keep her away. Hwang Seok clutched his shirt tightly and stared into his face, initially knowing more about him than he expected. His gaze was fierce and wild. Hwang Seok realized that he wanted to know for sure if he would rise after death. And the guy didn't mind kindly showing him the power of his resurrection. No longer having the strength to speak, Hwang Seok slumped to the floor, drowning in his own pool of blood. Deputy Yo immediately walked over to him and put 2 fingers on his neck. She wanted to make sure the guy was dead. And when she didn't feel a beating pulse, she turned to her master. The girl stated the fact that the boy was dead. She was convinced of it. She wanted to hear further instructions from her boss, and when she glanced in his direction, she saw that the man was bent over and holding his chest. His face was twisted in pain. Cold sweat stood out on his body. He was clutching his shirt around his chest area and struggling to inhale air. The watch on his arm that measured his pulse started beeping frantically. On the scoreboard was the number 128, which was well above his normal heartbeat rhythm. The girl immediately pulled out the pills and squeezed a few out of the jar. Her every action was clear, without the slightest delay. She walked over to her boss and very gently put the pills into his mouth. He was pale and overly tense from the pain that had abruptly come over him. He still felt too bad for a while, but as time went on, the pain began to recede, until eventually it let go of him completely. He exhaled in relief and was able to open his eyes. He was even able to get to his feet now, feeling considerably better. The girl was still watching him anxiously, but Kim Min reassured her that everything had passed and the seizure had happened because he was a bit nervous. Her superior returned to his previous state, and the girl listened to his subsequent commands. He ordered to leave this place and not to touch the corpse, lock the bar, and point all the cameras that were present here at the body. He looked at the dead Hwang Seok with that face. Now he would know exactly what was going on with this guy's body. Hwang Seok was still lying on the floor of the bar in a pool of his own blood. Hwang Seok's eyes opened abruptly, and he took his first deep breath. The guy's heart pounded in his chest in a frantic rhythm with the realization of what had happened to him. He woke up, as he had the previous times in his room on his own bed. He didn't even lift his head, thinking over everything that had happened. He was really pissed off that he had died too quickly, and it really was a surprise to him. His eyebrows drew together as he thought of Kim Min, the psychopath who had gotten him into so much trouble. Hwang Seok was clearly unwilling to let it go, and he was already thinking of different variations of how he could get back at him. The first thing that came to his mind was to get out of bed and head straight to the nightstand in his room. He crouched down and opened the door, assessing the contents of the drawer. There were various tools lying there, and first, the guy picked up a weighty key. Fury was still swirling in him for being treated like this. Suddenly, Hwang Seok felt too strange. His body staggered, the key he had just taken fell out of his hand. Everything swam in front of his eyes, and he began to lose his bearings in space. Hwang Seok clutched his head tightly and started screaming in pain. His head felt like it was being torn apart. The guy growled and moaned. In his life he had never felt so helpless and in so much pain. His eyes drastically changed color to red. Even his pupil was a scarlet hue. He was breathing heavily and my mind was not recovering. And after a moment he closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the color of his eyes returned to normal. The pain that had come upon him so abruptly receded with equal speed. He was sweating all over and was shocked that nothing hurt now. The guy stood in a stupor for a while, not realizing what had just happened to him. The only thing he realized was that something about him had changed. His eyes widened dramatically when he remembered that 3 days had passed since his death. His heart thudded in his chest. He hurriedly started looking for his phone in his pocket to check what time it was. Looking at the time, the guy realized that if he left the house right now, he would be able to get to Yeo-rin in time. In a hurry, he immediately jumped out of the apartment to the balcony of their house. He had to hurry to make it in time. The camera was right in front of his apartment, and those following him immediately saw Hwang Seok leave his house. Kim Min and his indispensable assistant watched as the guy they killed 3 days ago left his apartment. Kim Min looked very happy because his assumption about Hwang Seok was confirmed. He didn't even doubt it. The girl, on the other hand, apparently doubted it because her look was dumbfounded. Now, seeing that Hwang Seok was alive, he wanted to see those hotel camera footage of his body. The girl was winding her computer mouse very quickly, searching for the file she wanted. Seoul Crematorium. Yeo-rin stood near the incinerator for burning the dead. At this hour, her father was being cremated. Hwang Seok was almost too late. He stood behind the girl and remained silent. She turned around abruptly when she sensed the guy's presence. The fire inside the furnace was blazing with hot flames. Yeo-rin's eyes didn't dry up. The schoolgirl lowered her head. This was the last stage of the funeral. 3 days later, he was to be cremated. The girl had spent all these days here, next to her father's body. The boy's heart squeezed when she informed him that her father was gone. It was too painful for him to watch her suffering, and he had absolutely no idea how he could comfort her broken heart. Kim Min and Deputy Yeo continued to investigate the video footage that had been taken at the bar where they had left the dead boyfriend's body. The man watched the scene with great curiosity. The woman pointed to the footage. Kim Min's lips stretched into a smile, for what he saw in the footage was too entertaining for him. They had gotten to the point where something was about to happen to the body. In the first shot, the guy was still lying like that in his own pool of blood. A moment later, his body, as if by magic, began to dissolve into space, and a second later there was nothing else but a blood stain. The woman looked at the video and could not believe what she saw. She could see such a thing only in a fantasy movie, but definitely not in real life. It made her feel uncomfortable. Her supervisor felt less of this intense excitement. Yes, he made no secret of the fact that it was astounding, yet he remained more cold-blooded. He turned to the girl and decided that they would leave the time for surprises for later. Right now, the main task was to figure out how they could use this guy's powers for their own devious purposes. Hwang Seok and Yeo-rin stood against the booth that held all the urns with the cremated deceased. They were silent. At this moment, each was immersed in his own difficult thoughts. Yeo-rin was the first to speak. She casually reproached her roommate for leaving her for 3 days, even though she had promised not to stay long. He shook his head awkwardly in her direction, not knowing how to justify his own absence. She didn't want to be angry with him anymore. A slight smile flashed across her face, the schoolgirl expressing her gratitude for him coming and helping her. The girl's words were like an elixir for his aching soul. He had no idea how much he had contributed to the girl and was surprised at such sincere gratitude. After everything was over, they went on. The guys were silent for a while. Hwang Seok's gaze was sad. Too much had happened recently. He was able to find out who was the cause of the girl's father's death, and now he had to decide what to do with that information. But right now he was concerned about the girl's future life. She was a minor. The girl had to finish school and somehow live on. He looked at her, waiting for an answer. During these 3 days, she had time to think a little about her future. There was only a year left for graduation, and the girl also wanted to find some part-time work. As she continued walking, she told the boy about her future plans. The girl was so detailed that Hwan Seok felt a twinge of excitement at the details she was giving him. His gaze faded when she told him that the plan wasn't her own, but her father's. He wanted a happy life for his daughter. Lowering her head, she became sad again. Her father had always thought of her first and foremost, and only then only about himself. The girl's body shuddered as she shared her thoughts on her father's death. She was unwilling to believe that her father had committed suicide. The girl was clearly convinced that he had been murdered. The girl turned to Hwan Seok completely unexpectedly and abruptly and grabbed his hand. She looked at him with a pleading look, having an important request for him and hoping that he would not refuse her. Hot tears flowed from her eyes again. The girl was angry and despairing. She was fully convinced that her father had been killed by people from the organization that covered for those bandits. She asked Hwang Seok to help her find the firm that had done such a cruel thing to her father. The girl relentlessly kept begging the guy to help her in this case. Hwang Seok silently looked at her, understanding her desperation and desire for revenge against them. She looked at him with hope, because she realized that she couldn't do it alone and saw only one person who could do something in this situation. Yo Rin remembered again that day at the construction site when it was pouring rain. The man who had left her father kneeling down and unwilling to help him. She knew it was the one who had caused all the grief in her family, but she couldn't see his face because of the umbrella. The boy's eyes widened. He really wanted to help the girl, to tell her everything he knew, but he couldn't do it. The tension in his body was growing. He remembered the moment when Kim Min had stood over him, the words he had spoken, and how weak Hwan Seok had been. The way he had crouched down beside him and acknowledged to his face the fact that he was the one who had done him justice, knowing that he would go unpunished. Remembering all this made the blood run cold in his veins. Hwang Seok realized that nothing was sacred to people like Kim Min. He wouldn't stop and would easily get rid of the girl if he found out that she was looking for information. The guy's jaws clenched tightly. Yo Rin continued to hold his hand, tears streaming down her cheeks, and the hope in her eyes began to fade as he asked the girl to put those thoughts out of her head. Her eyes widened as she couldn't believe her ears. It seemed to her that he more than anyone else would understand her and be able to help her. The girl was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to react. Hwang Seok continued to insist that she forget everything and live the normal life her father wanted her to live. Yo Rin couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. The girl switched to screaming furiously. Her father no longer cared about how she lived or what she would do. He was dead, and it was because of the bandits. The girl was shaking with rage. She couldn't leave this case and pretend like nothing had happened. The girl loved him too much. It hurt Hwang Seok to see her in such a state. The guy looked at her in surprise, not knowing how to comfort her despairing soul. She was very much tormented by the thought that the people who had killed her father and ruined their lives were still living free and completely unbothered by what they had done. She raised her head in anger and looked sternly at the boy. She was disgusted at the very thought that he wanted her to forget everything that had happened. She had nothing more to say to the guy. He had made it clear that he wasn't going to help the girl. Yo Rin walked past him, wiping away her tears, and Hwan Seok remained standing still, realizing that this was the best thing for her. As much as it pained him now to alienate Yo Rin and trample her desire to avenge her father so cruelly into the ground, he knew there was no other way out. He was sorry, but Hwan Seok wouldn't let the girl get hurt again. His gaze changed and became determined. He knew exactly what had to be done to Kim Min before the girl found out who he really was. The guy, gaining a firm resolve to avenge Yo Rin's father, menacingly started walking. He had a whole whirlwind of emotions raging in his head. He had already begun to think about how best to deal with the current situation. Hwan Seok didn't want to make the same mistakes he had time after time against the collectors. As he walked along, completely immersed in his own worries and thoughts, he didn't pay attention to the guy who was walking towards him. He looked completely innocent, carrying a toddler and a kangaroo. Hwang Seok was building a plan of action from which he would start to think and decide what to do next. He was almost on a par with the guy who was coming to meet him, and he didn't notice the fact that the seemingly harmless man pulled out a silenced pistol from his hiding place, pointing it directly at Hwang Seok. Opening his eyes, the first thing Hwang Seok saw was Kim Min's face. The man was looming over him, with his acerbic smirk. He was pleased when the guy finally opened his eyes, greeting him after waking up. Hwang Seok's eyes opened wide. He had no idea at what point he had managed to die in time to find himself back in his apartment, and he was even more amazed that Kim Min himself was beside him. Hwang Seok looked around and was shocked at what was happening in his apartment. Several big men had tied his arms and legs so that he was unable to move at all. Hwang Seok started screaming, trying to find out what was going on. Kim Min, as if he couldn't hear him, decided it was only right that he apologize for that incident at the bar. The guy looked at him with an embittered look, while Kim Min was praising his incredible ability to come back to life after 3 days. The man was smiling through his teeth, liking what was going on here. Hwang Seok, on the other hand, was shocked at the terrible situation he had gotten himself into. Kim Min decided not to be mysterious and got straight to the point. He offered the guy 1,000,000,000 won. Hwang Seok listened silently and tried to move as he spoke, but his hands and feet were tied too tightly. There was a suggestion from Kim Min that Hwang Seok with his interesting abilities should work for him. The ropes tightened even more under the guy's onslaught, but once again he realized that he absolutely could not overpower them. Hwang Seok started yelling and cursing at the psycho who was looming over him with a nasty grin. He would never agree to work for him. The guy's body twitched, but all the same without success to break free. A wide and heavy hand came down sharply on the lad's face, clenching his jaws tightly. Whoever did this clearly didn't like his expressions towards their master. Kim Min had no hope that Hwang Seok would agree to his proposal so immediately. The man stood up and turned around. A strong hand continued to restrain the guy's mouth, and only some indistinct sounds came out of it. The man saw no point in lingering in this place any longer. He knew that it would take some time for the boy to respond positively. 3 men stood in a row in front of Hwang Seok. One of them was short and had a playful smile, and behind him were 2 huge, dark-skinned men. They were all dressed like a team in the same color and wore glasses. Kim Min's gaze took one last look at Hwang Seok's condition. He gave a hint of what was going to happen here so that his decision would be positive. The boy's eyes bulged and his heart pounded frantically in his chest. He didn't want to believe that this was really happening to him. Yo-Rin walked out of the house. She was dressed in her school uniform, with a backpack hanging behind her back. The girl cast a sad glance in the direction of the guy's apartment. It was already summer, and the last time she had seen the guy was the day her father was cremated. It made her sad, because she didn't even know if he was home or if he had gone somewhere else. She remembered their last conversation well, and the words he'd said to her, how she had held the guy's hand and begged for help, how that day had been hard on her, and the emotions had burst out of the girl, how she had screamed and cried, trying to find comfort and understanding in him, and how quickly she had left Hwang Seok, and from that moment on, Yo-Rin hadn't seen him again. The girl didn't even hear any of the sounds that used to always accompany their lives. Hwang Seok used to play computer games too loudly, but now there was complete silence, and there was no way for her to contact him. She didn't see the point of lingering at his door any longer, and the girl headed off to school. She didn't want to depend on him, much less put him in danger. At the same time, inside the apartment where something terrible was going on, one of the men that Kim Min had left with Hwang Seok stood at the peephole. The guy was very happy with the soundproofing they had installed in his room. As he continued talking on the phone, the guy looked back in the direction where Hwang Seok was. With a smile on his face, He thought slightly before answering his boss about his situation. At the same time, two thugs were standing over him and wiping his weapon clean of blood. Hwan Seok was already dead at this point. By the little guy's count, Hwan Seok had died 23 times. On another day of torture, the kid opened his eyes and looked around his room. He didn't recognize his room at all. It had changed too much. Against the soundproof wall, a bulky man's hand with a stun gun showed up. That one too dangerously began to crackle as the discharges showed on its head. Another pain overcame his body. He screamed like he had never screamed before in his life. The pain was too unbearable. And in his mind, each time he thought that he would wake up and make a difference. Hwan Seok woke up, his eyes opened and the pain was gone. But waiting in his room were the same people who took pleasure in inflicting new wounds on him. They were skillful in their choice of torture instruments each time. And they did not spare Hwan Seok at all, giving him the full range of painful sensations. The next time he woke up, they already had other tools to give him the most pain. This time, they got back at him with heated iron. And the little guy, all the while standing there with his phone and filming everything. They came up with new ways to end the guy's dignity every time. Every time he woke up, it was painful and frightening. One day, one of the thugs took out an ampoule and a syringe. He began to draw the compound from the ampoule. Hwan Seok lay there with absolutely no strength, no more fire in his gaze, and no more strength to fight for his existence. He didn't understand how he could even get to this state. The needle entered his arm and the contents of the syringe began to be injected into his vein. And at the same moment that the liquid began to spread through the flow of his blood, he arched up on the bed and screamed in the furious pain that struck every part of his body. He tried to figure out at what point he took a wrong turn. The first thing that came to his mind was that it was a big mistake to chase after the car Kim Min was sitting in at the time. After that, his memories went back much further, when he was just beginning to realize what was happening to him. Hwan Seok realized that he couldn't take the agony anymore. The pain was too much in his life. He lifted a trembling hand upward and pulled the cloak of his executioner, begging for them to stop this abuse. The guy didn't take his phone out of his hands, and even this shameful moment was captured on camera. Hwan Seok raised his head and began his appeal to Kim Min. He addressed him as his principal, ready to carry out any order he gave him, wishing for only one thing, that this pain and bullying would stop. The guy with the phone was very pleased. Of course, Hwan Seok couldn't resist saying everything he thought about them, about how sadistic they were and how tired he was of the constant pain. Kim Min and his deputy Yo watched the video where Hwan Seok kneeled down to apologize for his words and swore that he would never say anything bad again. Kim Min wasn't so pleased anymore. The guy broke down and it didn't give him as much pleasure as his stamina did. The girl was surprised that, putting aside his ability to resurrect himself, the guy in front of them was a completely unremarkable guy who had been able to endure such torture for so long. The man rose from his chair and walked towards the window, which offered a gorgeous view of the city. Deputy Yo sensed her superior's strange disposition. She noticed that there was something wrong with him and something was troubling him. He was standing with his back to her and was tense. The man continued to look out at the city, which was bustling with activity. He couldn't tell there was anything wrong. A smile pulled at his lips. After all, everything he wanted was going according to plan. In front of his eyes was a memory from the video he had just watched, where Hwan Seok was on his knees, completely broken. For some reason, Kim Min would have been more pleased to see if he had created something that was in his spirit. But he chose the path of a broken man. It was depressing to him. He was sickened to see the guy who was on his knees begging to be spared. Kim Min felt that his hopes and expectations were crumbling like a house of cards. The police came to the hospital. The man showed his ID card to the doctor. The doctor immediately greeted them. The doctor told them that the patient they were very interested in was on the mend. The inspectors went further, and one of them immediately ordered to handcuff the patient. The men walked through the ward, towards where the patient was lying. The doctor was shocked by such cruel measures. One of the policemen started to follow the inspector's orders and took out the handcuffs. As soon as he was about to put them on the patient's arm, he heard a cry for him to stop. The policeman turned his head to the doctor, who was shocked at what was happening. He began to defend the patient who had just regained consciousness and should have had peace. The policeman then decided to tell the doctor about the man's abilities. He had single-handedly put down 20 mobsters, and such measures were necessary for their own safety. He couldn't guarantee the safety of the hospital staff unless they did everything in their power, except it was too late. The patient who did get handcuffed and chained to his bunk didn't care about such precautions. He was so strong that he managed to rip a piece of metal out of the bed. Everyone in the room stared in horror at the bulky man who stood before them. After a while, the first policeman was already lying on the floor. He was unconscious and blood was gushing out of his head. The second policeman landed into the wall, on which he left a smeared trail of blood. The only one not touched by the patient was the doctor. He fell to the floor and slumped against the wall. He had nowhere else to go. The doctor was shivering with fear. The man threw off the handcuffs that were fastened to his wrist. He pulled off another policeman's suit, choosing a larger man and leaving him in his underwear. The bandit swiveled his head in the direction where the doctor still sat shivering. His face immediately merged with the color of the wall because he was worried that now the big man would hit him. The man came closer and in one easy movement removed the glasses from the doctor's face. The doctor nearly died from the sting and squeezed himself as hard as he could. Young Nim did not die that night. He had been in a serious condition for a long time, but thanks to the doctors, his health had returned to normal, and he was now ready to do his own justice. One of the policemen was still conscious. He raised himself on trembling hands and tried to stop the man. The man only glanced in his direction. The policeman was angry at the way they had been treated, bleeding and staring at the bandit who he thought would try to flee the country again. But here, Hyeon Nim had a different plan, and he wasn't going to leave the country. His eyes glittered as he thought of that one person. All he was thinking about now was how he would pay him back. The guy with the square glasses was having a lot of fun talking to his boss on the phone. Just as they were talking, Hwang Seok came back to life. His body disappeared and reappeared in the same place where he was lying. The guy's face showed absolutely no emotion, even though he had just come back to life and should have been fine. But then his look changed dramatically, making it clear that he was ready to fight for his own life. The first 28 times he was killed, Hwang Seok fought back with all the strength he had. He tried to fight back, but he was stronger and won every time. After the 30th death, Hwang Seok tried to escape from the pain they were giving him. But again he was caught too easily and continued to abuse his body. From the 35th death to the 39th, Hwang Seok broke down and started begging the guy in the red cape who was in charge here for life. The guy kept videotaping Hwang Seok the whole time, taking some sort of pleasure in what was happening. After the 40th death, Hwang Seok stopped reacting to anything. He was lying in bed like a vegetable. He no longer cared about what was being done to him or what kind of torture he was being subjected to. Deputy Yeo looked carefully at the monitor screen where the video of what was happening in the room was playing. She assumed that Hwang Seok had suffered a nervous breakdown due to the painful shock. Kim Min rubbed his chin sadly. Deputy Yeo looked at her boss and worriedly muttered that further such interventions would only make the situation worse. She wanted to know how they would proceed further, but Kim Min didn't answer anything. The man silently and with a slight squint continued to look at the surveillance video. The guy in the red coat picked up the phone and greeted his boss in a cheerful voice. In his other hand was a fan of playing cards. While the phone conversation was going on, he and his two goons were playing a card game. They were waiting for the moment when the guy would wake up from his death 3 days later. In this way, these people were trying to entertain themselves. Since Hwang Seok had already returned from his death and was in a lifeless state, Kim Min ordered the guys to bring him to him. The guy in the red cloak joyfully jumped up from his seat and informed his subordinates about it. One of the thugs took out an ampoule and syringe and began to draw some medicine. After the syringe was drawn, he walked over to the lying guy who wasn't reacting to anything around him and grabbed his arm to inject the medicine. Except Huang Xiok didn't have the slightest desire to feel the unknown substance on him again. He grabbed the dark-skinned man's hand sharply and forcefully, stopping his actions. The dark-skinned man immediately tensed up, not expecting the guy to react so sharply to his action. Huang Xiok jumped up from the bed and yanked the man with force. Because of the guy's attack so unexpectedly, he was confused and couldn't react quickly enough to prevent the guy from doing anything. The guy twisted his enemy's arm so hard that the syringe that was meant for him went into the thug's body. As soon as the drug entered his system, the man immediately let out a groaning sound. All his muscles tensed up. It was hard for him to breathe and control his own body. He tried to resist these feelings, but it was too late. It was happening so fast that the others in the room noticed that something was wrong when one of the men bent in half. Huang Xiok's eyes darted around the room, looking for something he could use quickly. It had to be something effective. The first thing that caught his eye was a bat that pierced a man with electricity. It was stashed by the bulky man in his jacket. While one was writhing in pain, Huang Xiok snatched the bat from him, quickly activated it, and swung it at the other who was already running towards him. The bat cracked with a nasty sound as soon as its tip touched the body of the second thug. That one immediately screamed in pain, his body stiffening for a second due to the discharge that slammed into him. Everything was happening too fast to be able to prevent this incident in any way. Huang Xiok had successfully felled the two thugs who had tormented and bullied him for so many days. He walked onward, towards where only one of them remained. The guy was very angry, rage boiling in his soul. He had died so many times in these days that he was now in a position to tear this place and these people who had abused him so cruelly. He lowered his tie as if it was tightening his soul. While Huang Xiok was cursing in rage, the guy in the red cloak watched silently, bowing his head slightly. He was assessing the situations, coming up with a plan of his own. He was not at all frightened by the fact that their subject had felled the two thugs. The guy threw off his red cloak in one motion, anticipating what was brewing in this room. To the villain, this was all nothing more than some kind of game. He felt even pleased that Huang Xiok had finally rebelled after so many days, and was even able to move forward with his actions. The enemy grinned. He was amused to watch Huang Xiok. They were about to finish with him and take him to Kim Min, except there was an abrupt change of plans. He took out a pair of black gloves and gently put them on his hands without taking his eyes off the boy. Huang Xiok was also preparing for their upcoming fight. He realized that no one would let him go without a fight. He began to roll up the sleeves of his shirt so that nothing could restrain him in his actions. Before he did anything, he lowered his head slightly as vague memories of the past days began to creep in. Everything that had happened to him here was jumbled into one lump where he couldn't make out the sequence. But the moment when he had begged for mercy in the most pathetic way was etched into his head like an outdated scar on his body. He himself was disgusted to think of it now. He was so tired from those days of abuse that he had given into weakness of character and almost agreed to be Kim Min's servant. He had been bullied for so long that it was not surprising that he could not take it any longer and sagged before these people, begging for mercy. He had never even considered before how many scary people there were in this world who were willing to kill a person like swatting a fly without even feeling a thing. His gaze frowned, for Huang Xiok had almost gotten on the same side as them. But he came to his senses in time and found the strength to resist the horror in which he had been plunged. At this time, the camera that stood in the corner of his room was filming everything and transmitting it to the main computer. Kim Min had been watching intently what was happening in Huang Xiok's apartment. Right now, he was looking at how the guy stood up to his enemies. Kim Min folded his arms on his chest contentedly. A smile appeared on his face. The man enjoyed watching what was happening on the monitor screen right now. He looked at the rage that was bubbling up in Huang Xiok's body. saw all of his tense muscles and his desire to fight for his life. Suddenly, Hwang Seok looked straight into the camera, as if he knew that Kim Min was looking at him right now. After all, he was the one being addressed. The boy would not hold back and would do anything to get out of this confinement. Kim Min felt incredibly excited because this was what he wanted so badly to feel and see. His recent disappointment in this guy had caused the man to feel too bad, and now it was as if he was at the height of his fun. His watch on his arm had dangerously started signaling his heartbeat had increased, but no one was paying attention to that right now. Kim Min was admiring the guy. He was very happy that all that bullying and death hadn't managed to break his spirit after all. Now he was even more convinced that Hwang Seok was the one for him. Hwang Seok swung his baton with an electric shock and raced toward his last enemy, who shared his path to freedom. But something unexpected happened. The enemy calmly caught the baton, which gave the strongest discharges with his hand, and his hand did not even tremble under the onslaught of electricity. Hwang Seok was very surprised by this turn of events, for he had not expected that such a thing was even possible. His eyes widened, and his mind was feverishly making a new plan. The enemy was quite pleased with this reaction of the guy, because the effect of surprise had worked. The black gloves he wore on his hands did not allow the current to flow through his body. Putting a smile on his face, he clutched the bat and made a fist. The same fist flew into the face of Hwang Seok, who had no time to react because he was still in shock that he was able to handle the electric bat so easily. A melee ensued between the two. The guy in black did not let Hwang Seok recover. He attacked him with his fist every now and then. Hwang Seok took a defensive stance, trying to think of the next plan. Hwang Seok shrank back, feeling the many blows on his body. The enemy continued to attack him relentlessly. He knew that sooner or later the guy would pull something like this, so he was prepared for his antics, and it was no surprise to him. A blow and another blow. The enemy made his swing and hit the unkillable guy in the jaw with an uppercut. Hwang Seok couldn't stand on his feet from such a strong blow. Blood spurted from his face and his body flew into the air. The enemy was satisfied that he was able to bring Hwang Seok to the floor. He stood over him, clenching his fists and grinning through his white teeth as his victim lay on the floor, recovering from the blow. Hwang Seok began to rise to his feet and spit up blood. A low chuckle came from his lips. The victim's laughter grew louder and louder, which puzzled the villain. The guy with the square glasses looked at him silently and bowed his head. He was puzzled and didn't understand what had caused such merriment. Hwang Seok started to rise, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, his eye already slightly swollen from all the blows that had hit him in the face. He looked at his Kata and said with a smile that all those blows, after the torture they had given him, were completely insensible to him. This provoked the enemy's intentions even more. The boy had learned that simple blows would not be enough now, and a small silver knife appeared in his hand from nowhere. It was a surgical scalpel with an incredibly sharp blade. He demonstrated the scalpel by twirling it in front of Hwang Seok's face. The enemy promised that he would do such a thing to him, after which Hwang Seok would regain his senses and beg him again for death or life. Hwang Seok was not frightened when he saw such a dangerous weapon in front of his nose. He even remembered the bald-headed thug who had the same intentions of destroying him. Hwang Seok's hand reached into his pocket. He was ready to demonstrate what happened to that bald man. With an incredible smile on his face, the guy demonstrated the item in his hand. It was a small lighter, which he flicked a few times, and a few moments later, thick black smoke was already billowing from the window of the guy's apartment. The fire was spreading too fast. The enemy immediately became hysterical. Looking around, he could not believe that in just one moment the room burst into bright scarlet flames. Tongues of fire began to climb the walls and ceiling, immediately filling the room with their heat. The enemy ducked, trying not to get hit by the tongues of fire, and was furious that the guy had started a fire in here. The only one who wasn't hysterical was Hwan Siok himself. He stood there watching his enemy running back and forth. A smile stretched across his face, for he was now in control of the situation. The guy stared at him as he noticed that his room was covered in isolation noise, which was very easy for a fire onslaught. The enemy was furious that the guy had decided to start a fire in here and called the guy a psychopath. He didn't want to die burning alive, so he immediately headed towards the exit of the apartment. But Hwan Siok wasn't going to let him go. He sprinted after his enemy and kicked him with all his might. The guy in black felt a strong jolt in his back and couldn't stay on his feet. He fell to the floor. Fire was everywhere and the room was filling with acrid smoke. It was already hard to breathe. He was covered in cold sweat. A moment later, before he could even get to his feet, Hwan Siok leaped up from behind him and threw his arm around his enemy's neck. The guy roared in his grip, trying to get out, but the grip was surprisingly very strong. Hwan Siok didn't give him a chance to get up and laid down on the floor himself. The fire continued to blaze around him. The guy was pinned not so much by Hwan Siok's hands, but also by his legs, unable to move his entire body. The enemy roared and screamed, trying to get out of his enemy's grip. Hwan Siok himself felt an incredible rush of exhilaration at this moment, because now he was in control of the situation, and the guy in his hands was experiencing the same fear that he had been living with for months. The guy who was trying to get out of Hwan Siok's arms started screaming. He was begging to be let go because he didn't have the super strength that his enemy had. And if he died here, he wouldn't be able to come back to life. Kim Min had been watching what was happening in his victim's apartment the whole time. The man tensed up because of the way his subordinate had dropped the phrase that if this apartment burned down, there was a chance that Hwan Siok would no longer be able to come back after he died. Kim Min's face twisted at what he heard. After all, the man also realized that because the guy's apartment could burn to the ground and after his death, he might not be able to come back to life again since there would be nowhere to return to. Hwan Siok knew that they were being watched now. He glimpsed a glimpse towards the camera that hung in the corner of his room. It made him even more excited because he realized that Kim Min needed him. He smiled and looked straight into the camera as he continued to clamp down on his enemy's throat. Hwan Siok didn't put his enemy down. They were still spinning on the floor for a while, but the guy's grip was so strong that there was absolutely nothing the enemy could do to help himself. Suddenly, he grabbed a scalpel from the floor that he could pick up and stuck it into Hwan Siok's body, hoping that his grip would weaken and he would be able to get out and escape from this fiery apartment. Hwan Siok howled at the sharp pain that pierced him completely unexpectedly. His body tensed up, the veins in his neck swelling. But there was one thing. The pain that was caused by the scalpel stab didn't last longer than a second. Hwan Siok's lips curved into a smirk. He ducked closer to his enemy, reminding him that he himself had created him into a monster that was no longer susceptible to the pain he was trying to inflict on him. Hwan Siok no longer cared about that pain. It felt to him like a scratch on his body and nothing more. His arms wrapped around his enemy's neck even tighter and squeezed. The boy could no longer resist him, no matter how hard he tried. His eyes rolled back and Hwan Siok felt his enemy's body soften and no longer resisted. He didn't know if he had killed him or if he had just passed out from lack of air. The guy unclenched his hands and the body fell to the floor, giving no signs of life. The guy was satisfied. He had managed to get rid of those who had been bullying and killing him for so long. But there was only one nuance in this case. Such a strong and rapid fire had also affected his well-being. Hwan Siok began to cough, choking on the smoke that hovered in his apartment. The smoke was so suffocating and acrid that Hwan Siok's consciousness staggered. The joy he had felt just seconds ago quickly faded away. His eyes began to close and his lungs burned with pain from the smoke. He realized that he wouldn't be able to get out of the apartment as his mind began to fall into unconsciousness. He was so much of a tough guy that he didn't even think about the fact that he would be exposed to the fire that he himself had started. Terrible thoughts began to creep into his head that if his enemy was right, and he would not be able to rise again if the apartment was destroyed. Someone was rapidly ascending the stairs, step by step, with each second getting faster and higher. Hwan Seok's friend Hyung was furious. The man was terribly angry with his friend. Not so long ago, he had barely pulled him out of the police station, but he had disappeared again and hadn't even thanked him for it. After that, he only came to him to ask him for a loan for the umpteenth time. After a while, he appeared in front of him again, and his hair had been dyed a strange color. Hwan Seok stood in front of him with his hand outstretched, asking for money and promising to pay him back. The last time he appeared in front of him, he asked to borrow a suit. Then Hwang asked where his previous suit had gone. The guy scratched the back of his head dully and rolled his eyes, saying that the previous suit was slightly burnt and was no longer usable. Hen was angry since he wasn't the owner of a costume store. He continued toward Hwang Seok's house with rage. This guy had destroyed 2 of his suits, and on top of that, he disappeared for 4 months to an unknown location. As soon as he reached the balcony where his friend's apartment was located, he froze. A fire was rapidly burning out of the window of Hwang Seok's apartment. The guy was shocked at what was going on here. He had to come to Hwang Seok's apartment at a time like this. He stood there and watched as his friend's apartment burst into flames. He didn't understand what could have happened here. After a while, a fire truck arrived at the house where the fire had started. Sierra howled throughout the neighborhood. Firemen in full uniforms exchanged information quickly and clearly. One of them reported that 2 casualties had been found in the apartment where the fire had started. Many people gathered around the house, as well as residents of the house itself. Everyone was evacuated. In the same crowd of people stood the red-haired Deputy Yeo, who was closely monitoring the situation, relaying information to her superior. Kim Min was at the phone and wanted to know all the details that were happening at the scene. The girl revealed that the guy's apartment was completely destroyed by the fire. There was some chaos going on around. Firefighters were frantically trying to help everyone who had inhaled the smoke, as well as to take all measures to douse the fire as soon as possible. Director Kim's only concern was whether Hwang Seok was among the injured, but the girl reported that only 2 bouncers had carried him out of the apartment. Just at that moment, one of them was being pulled out by the firemen. She also assumed that the guy her boss was so worried about had managed to escape. The man stood in his office by the window, looking out at the beautiful evening city of Seoul while he talked to Deputy Yo. He gave the girl the go-ahead for her and her men to begin the search for the missing Hwang Seok. When the phone conversation was over, Kim Min shifted his gaze and looked at his own reflection. The man was very pleased that Hwang Seok had exceeded his expectations. This game was becoming more and more interesting to him. He continued to think and immersed himself in his memories. His first thought was how he walked out of his own apartment exactly 3 days after Deputy Yeo killed him in the hotel bar. Except what would happen to him after his death, when there was nothing left of the apartment. The man thought about it for a moment. Would the guy's abilities disappear if there was nowhere to go back to? Kim Min smiled as the thought crept into his head that he would have to kill Hwan Seok one more time to see if that theory was true. Hwan Seok was lying on the ground unconscious, and his friend, Hyung, was trying to clean him up. The guy patted his cheeks a few times. Hwan Seok opened his eyes. His head was buzzing, but he heard clearly his own name, and a very intensely familiar voice. The man continued to hover over him and was at the same time angry and glad that his friend had woken up. Hwan Seok came to his senses and looked surprised at his friend, who he definitely didn't expect to be here. He continued to be surprised at the sudden appearance of his friend. Hen began to yell at him, because he would have to explain what was going on and why his apartment was on fire. The man pointed his finger in the direction of his friend and went on to say that he was too worried about him because the guy had been missing for 4 months. And when he came to see him, he was shocked to find that there was a fire in his apartment. Hwang Seok was devastated. Hyeon was still cursing at him, and after a while he noticed that there were fresh abrasions on his friend's face. And when Haiyan asked about the unknown man he saw next to Huan Xiok in the apartment, the guy turned pale and twitched with tension. Huan Xiok immediately swooped down on Hen and started questioning him about the second guy he'd seen in his apartment. He wanted to know where he was. Hen was a little puzzled by such a strong onslaught. The man awkwardly poked his finger to the side, pointing to where he had left the second guy from Huan Xiok's apartment. The guys turned their heads to the side and saw the bandit already looming over them with a scalpel in his hand. His smile was stretched all the way to his ears. Hen immediately caught the stranger's intent, his glasses gleaming, and a hand with a scalpel in it swept in front of him. The man immediately picked up his friend like a kitten by the scruff of the neck and pulled him aside, preventing the unknown man from reaching him. Haiyan's face tensed up as he didn't expect such an unexpected attack. Huan Xiok looked amazed and upset that his cat was conscious again. The guy with the square glasses tisked loudly as his punch traveled through the air and didn't hit the person it was meant for at all. He glared at the two men, satisfied that he had managed to catch them off guard after all. Realizing that a scalpel would not do the job, he tossed it aside and reached for the gun hidden in his pants. Hen was furious again because he had saved this asshole and he had decided to swing a knife at them. The man's face twisted with anger. But when a silenced pistol appeared in their enemy's hand, the situation immediately changed. The man was pointing the gun at Huang Xiok, a smile on his face that didn't bode well. He was really curious if the guy would resurrect if a bullet hit him in the head. Hen stood back and stopped realizing what was going on here altogether. He stuck his finger up his nose, thinking that the gun that was pointed in their direction was a toy gun. But Huan Xiok tensed up even more because he knew that the gun was real. The bandit was about to shoot while Huan Xiok yelled to his friend that they should leave. Suddenly, a huge and heavy hand was placed on his head. He immediately felt an unbearable pressure on his skull. Hen and his friend stopped abruptly and turned around as they heard a very strange sound. They bulged their eyes in bewilderment, for the picture behind their backs had changed very dramatically. The hand was unbearably heavy and strong. The boy could not understand what was happening to him, and who had so much strength to lift him by the head with only one hand. It was as if he had been caught in a metal hedge. The one who was able to lift the man by his head with only one hand was none other than Haiyan Nim. The bandit was in so much pain that he let go of the gun he was going to kill Huan Xiok with. Haiyan Nim couldn't let the bandit kill Huan Xiok because he felt that he had to do it himself, and no one would be able to stop him from executing his revenge plan. His eyes glittered dangerously. The lust for revenge was so strong that Hyun Nim didn't care who stood in his way. Therefore, his hand clenched even tighter, and he pushed the bandit away from him with a sharp push. The guy collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from under his body. The thug stepped over him and walked with a confident and menacing gait toward his victim. Huan Xiok had forgotten how healthy Haiyan Nim was. The man seemed to have gotten even taller and broader since the last time they'd seen him. His friend Hen was just as shocked at such a huge cabinet that moved right at them, and with just one hand was able to smash his head. Haiyan Nim spoke first, his words sounding very slow, making Huan Xiok tense up more and more. He realized that in his condition, he had nothing to counter such a formidable opponent. The bandit's face was distorted with anger and rage, but he wanted to know one thing before he took his revenge. As he came closer and closer, speaking only one word per step, Huang Xiok's excitement wore off as he could do nothing and had nothing at hand to defend himself. Haiyan Nim stopped in front of Huan Xiok. He started talking about the day they had last seen each other, the day they had a confrontation at the harbor, the day when his boss had fired a shot and accidentally hit his body. That night, the ship his boss was supposed to escape on after leaving the country had exploded. Haiyan Nim wished to know if the explosion had been planned by Huan Xiok. Huang Xiok frowned, for he had absolutely nothing to do with blowing up that boat. The guy immediately answered the bully like that. He immediately started talking about how if he had explosives, he wouldn't have wasted so much time fighting with them. Hen stood behind and was shocked at the kind of talk these guys were having. He saw his friend in a completely different light, mired in a pile of problems. The man stared at Hwang Seok, and for some reason, he immediately believed him that he had nothing to do with the explosion. There was only one person left in his mind who could have planned it, and who had a lot of power. Kim Min-hyuk's face immediately surfaced in front of the big man's eyes. He stood silently for a while, actively thinking something over in his own head. Even though Hwang Seok was not involved in the explosion on the ship, the man still considered him his enemy and would not let him go. He immediately got into a fighting stance, wanting to do everything he could to ensure that his revenge would prevail. His hands clenched into tight fists, ready to destroy his enemies. Hwang Seok knew that he couldn't avoid this fight, so he also got into a defensive stance. His body was so tense that it trembled slightly. He realized that he could not withstand an opponent like Hyun Nim with his strength alone. Suddenly, Hen appeared between them. He crept up so quietly that they didn't immediately notice him. Hen Nim lowered his eyes to the guy in front of him, trying to calm the tense situation. He was very uncomfortable, and yet he wanted to protect his friend and decided to negotiate first rather than jumping straight into a fight. The guy even suggested that they put aside all their grudges and go to a bar where they could have a drink and in a calm atmosphere resolve all the disputes they had. The bulky man looked down at him, and his face expressed absolutely no emotion. Hwang Seok was the only one who knew that this was not going to work with the big man. He shouted at the top of his voice, trying to warn his friend, but it was too late. Hyun Nim's elbow flew straight into Young Hyun's face. There was a nasty crunch, and the guy felt a sudden pain in his face. This blow was very strong, and the guy was immediately thrown a few meters away. Hwang Seok rushed towards Hyun Nim with a guttural growl. He couldn't let anyone else get hurt because of him, much less a friend. Although Hwang Seok swung, Hyun Nim deftly dodged his punch. It was as if a red veil had covered the world in front of his eyes. He was in a rage that made him unable to orient himself in space. The bully took advantage of the situation and threw a counterpunch towards his enemy, and it was accurate and strong. The blow knocked all the air out of Hwang Seok's lungs. The guy bounced off the bogeyman, skidding across the ground, trying to slow down. His attention was only on his enemy. The fight between the two was back on between them. Hwang Seok tried to strike, but his opponent kept dodging. The guy's fist never reached its target, flying through the air. Hyun Nim, on the other hand, once again hit the guy's face. Hwang Suk's head twisted sharply and a burning pain crashed into his cheek. At this time, Ha Hyun was lying on the ground. He was just now starting to come to his senses, and began to harp on the fact that his friend always managed to get involved in some questionable matters. He raised his head. The glasses that had always been on his nose had fallen off and shattered because of the impact. The man's gaze was full of determination. He realized that he would not be able to escape his own essence this time. At this time, Hwang Seok's face was soaked in blood. Hyun Nim had done a good job of decorating the guy with new abrasions. Right now, his hand was holding Hwang Seok's neck. He was looking at his victim and already imagining the bones crunching under his fingers. The man squinted at Hwang Seok's face. He was surprised that the guy didn't put up the proper resistance he had seen earlier. The guy himself couldn't do anything. His neck was crushed by the large fingers, making it hard for him to take a breath. Hwang Seok's eyes began to roll as he was short of air. The guy realized that without a weapon, he wouldn't be able to stand up to the big guy. The guy's mind was feverishly bubbling with thoughts of how he could cope and get out of this situation. All he could do was stare around at his surroundings, trying to see anything that might help him. Not too far away from them still lay the corpse of a guy whose head had just been smashed in. He was no longer showing signs of life, and Hwang Seok couldn't say for sure if he was alive or not. But the gun that was lying next to him really caught his attention. Hwan Seok could think of nothing better than to provoke the bouncer even more. Unable to fight him off, the guy began to speak, coughing between words. He knew how Hyeon Nim felt about his boss, and unable to find a better topic, the guy hit on this particular one. His smirk tightened as he told the man that his boss only took advantage of him, and he was still his loyal dog, even though he was long gone. The man's eyes narrowed, not liking the words Hwan Seok had said about him and his boss. Because of that, he couldn't contain himself any longer and shoved the rambunctious guy away from him, slamming him to the ground as hard as he could. Hwang Seok felt his own body in flight and was very pleased that his ploy had gone as he wanted it to. Even though blood gushed from his mouth, it didn't matter to him right now, and he fell right where he'd planned to. He was only a short distance from the gun. All that remained was to finish the job. He jumped to his feet, quickly picked up the silenced pistol and pointed it at his enemy. Everything happened so quickly that an ordinary man would have been surprised by such an unexpected turn of events, except that his opponent was not as simple as one might think. The man, without fear in his eyes, rushed to the guy, grabbed him by the hand with the gun and took him aside, and with his other hand held his head. Everything happened so abruptly and quickly that Hwan Seok, even though he had a gun in his hand, was once again on the losing end. Hyeon Nim's knee slammed into his body, once again knocking all the air out of his lungs. Standing over him, the man clenched his hands into fists. He saw the guy squinting towards the gun, and it was no surprise to him that he would immediately rush towards it. Since the man didn't see the point in killing him because the guy would resurrect after a while anyway, he thought of a more logical way to hurt him. His hands reached for the guy's body. Hwang Seok exhaled heavily when he heard that the bulky man wanted to break every bone in his body. He didn't want to believe that everyone wanted to maim him for their own pleasure. He'd just gotten out of one mess, and then he'd fallen into the hands of another beastmaster. When Hen Nim was about to make the first break, his friend Hen appeared behind him. He started the conversation very politely, asking the man to stop and move away from Hwan Seok. He didn't know what the situation between them was, but everything that was going on right now, in Hyun's opinion, was over the top. He once again decided to diplomatically offer to negotiate to resolve all the strife between them. Hwan Seok was horrified that his friend had gotten back on his feet and went to the bulky man again. He shouted at him not to do that, and Hyeon Nim abruptly started to rise to his feet to deal with the guy. He swung toward Ha-Hyeon without any words, but his fist only flew through the air before hitting the guy's body. Ha-Hung ducked quickly, dodging another attack. The guy had expected that this bulky man would do something like this again. Completely unexpectedly, the leg of the guy who only wanted to talk to him flew over and hit him. This impact was enough to knock the bulky man down. Hwan Seok stared in surprise at his friend, who was able to fend off the bully's attack so well. Hyeon Nim found himself on the ground, the man himself not expecting that someone would be able to crush him with just one blow. He raised his head in such a bewildered manner, feeling the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. There was also a thin trickle of blood coming out of his nose. The guy who was able to crush such a bulky man so easily threw off his top jacket. His words were with a slight sneer, for he himself thought that it would be harder for him to do it than it turned out to be. The man stripped down to his white tank top, shook out his arms, and prepared himself for a completely different type of fight. This stance looked more confident, his muscles were tense, and he also jumped from place to place several times. Hwang Seok also noticed that his friend had changed his demeanor a lot, and when he stood in this position, it was as if someone had replaced him. There was a completely different person in front of him now. Back in his high school days, Hwan Seok had only dreamed of one thing: to become the biggest brawler in school. He would get into any fight he could find. He wanted to gain experience and strength, as well as the respect of the other students. Fight after fight, building up his spirit. Only one person remained completely invincible to him. Their next fight only confirmed this. This invincible man was none other than Ha Hen, who at the time was a big fan of Bruce Lee. The guy honed his every action and also studied all the techniques he could find. So on one such day when Hwan Seok and Ha Hyun faced each other in a fight, Ha Hyun was able to defeat the guy with ease. Hwan Seok lay on the ground and didn't move. Ha Hyun smirked and started opening the sodas in the tin cans. The sun was merciless, and after the battle, he wanted to quench his thirst. He placed one of the cans near Hwan Seok's head. The boy glanced down at the can. The boys sat down next to each other and began to drink the water. Ha Hyun tried to understand why Hwan Seok was trying to bully him so fiercely, even though he was losing every time. But Hwan Seok only snapped at him. Then Ha Hyun came up with his own theory as to why he was doing that. His eyes sparkled with pleasure and the fantasy that hovered around him. Then he held out a card to Hwang Seok that was meant to demonstrate to the guy that once he got it, life would inevitably change. It was an identification card. Ha Hyun looked somewhere in the distance, because the moment he received it, the guy realized that even if he could punch anyone in the school and be the strongest, it wouldn't matter after graduation. After sipping some water, he continued his frustrating rumination aloud. For adulthood, the kid hadn't done anything to help him. He looked at his newfound friend and said only one phrase: to live his life in such a way that he would not regret anything later. After a while, Ha Hyun got into a very serious mess and had to go into serious debt to pay for the damage. That incident changed him a lot. All he could do was try to keep his cool. And even in moments of total despair, the guy silently followed the most despicable orders in order not to lose his job. That incident had changed his attitude towards life completely. Now, Hwang Seok looked at him and couldn't believe his own eyes. He knew his friend was a good fighter, but now it was like he was seeing him in a new light. While Hwan Seok watched his friend with his mouth open, the fight between Hyun Nim and Ha Hyun continued. The two men attacked each other. Ha Hyun was not inferior in strength to his opponent. Hen Nim tried to get the guy with his punches, but the guy either dodged them or blocked them, taking his hands somewhere to the sides. His legs were also working. The guy was dancing around his enemy, moving his feet to the beat of the music that no one could hear but him. One more step and the blow hit right on Hen Nim's nose. This moment was one of the best, watched from the sidelines by Hwan Seok. His friend was at the peak of his glory right now. Hwan Seok himself continued to stare at his friend in amazement, unable to believe that he could pull off such a stunt. In his eyes, it was something unreal and marvelous. Ha Hyun stepped aside and stood in a stance opposite his enemy. He had reason and didn't want to cause colossal damage, so he suggested to stop and end this fight before anyone was seriously hurt. Ha Hyun didn't think that this fight was worth the effort they were putting in. At this time, Hyun Nim didn't reply anything but only spat out a clot of blood. The man continued to stare at his enemy, waiting for him to be sensible enough to disperse. But in his heart, he felt that it wouldn't end that easily. Hen Nim honestly decided to recognize his opponent's strength. He had never met such a strong opponent before, and it really impressed him. But such a strong opponent only whetted Hen Nim's mood, and he prepared for another round between them. The man got into a fighting stance and was ready to use the maximum of his skills. Ha Hen sadly realized that his words were meaningless. He now looked carefully at the stance his enemy had gotten into. It was clearly a boxer's stance. Hyun Nim went on the attack first. The guy slightly pulled back to see more of his actions. He watched Hen Nim's actions carefully, trying to anticipate where the next punch would come from. From the left? From the right? Unfortunately, his opponent was as skilled as he was strong. At the very last moment, Ha Hyun realized that he was coming at him with an uppercut. And because that realization came to him too late, Hyun Nim's fist was able to reach its target and smack Hwan Seok's friend right in the jaw. It seemed to Hwan Seok that it couldn't get any better, but his friend had surpassed the guy's imagination even at this point. His friend was carried sideways from the blow, but he landed on one arm and started doing something unreal. While Ha Hyun Nim was still in position after his punch, Ha Hyun was like the wind. The guy did an arm flip in an instant, planted his feet on the wall that was behind him, and jumped towards his opponent. The guy swung around, and with all his might, he smacked Hyun Nim with his foot right into his head. It was one of the most epic punches that Hwan Seok could only see in movies. The guy still sat there completely bewildered and completely unable to recover from such a shocking fight. Ha Hyun landed as if he had just performed some kind of gymnastic element. All that was missing was a table where the judges were sitting, and all of them would have given a score of 10 points. And Hyun Nim, after that punch, was sprawled out on the ground. The guy was concentrating. His heart was thumping in his chest and all his muscles were tense. He couldn't allow himself to relax. And a second later, Ha Hyun desperately grabbed his neck, which immediately made itself felt. It had been so long since he had done such an action that his body immediately reminded itself of itself, being in great shock from such a shakeup. The guy walked over to his friend, still holding on to his neck. He was furious that he had to get into a fight because Hwan Seok had gotten into some kind of trouble again. While Hyun was yelling about how he had vowed to get into fights, Hwan Seok saw something that stirred his mind. He shouted at the top of his voice for his friend to turn around. Quite suddenly, Hyun Nim came to his senses and very quietly crept right up to Ha Hyun. The man was still holding on to his neck and realized that the danger was too close very late. A swift fist flew in his direction just as he started to turn around to see everything with his own eyes. Tension rose and his heart thundered in his chest. And just before his nose, as the man squeezed his eyes shut and expected severe pain, the fist stopped. He stood like that for a while, not realizing why the pain never came. Everything stopped because strangers arose very close to them. They very loudly began to discuss the fight that had unfolded right in front of their eyes. The people who had unwittingly witnessed the fight immediately recognized the bald man as the wanted criminal who had been all over the news channels. The man saw the big man stagger, and he immediately took his fist away from his face. Ha Hyun realized that it was a great deal of luck that people had shown up at this very moment. Not wanting to be caught by the police, Ha Hyun Nim immediately turned around and walked away. The guys stared in surprise for a while as the bulky man decided to retreat and not finish his mission. Hwan Seok was insanely happy that Hyun Nim was more prudent and afraid of falling into the clutches of the police. Except Ha Hyun himself thought that their strength was equal, but they were just lucky. But a second later, the moment his body relaxed, the man felt an unreal fatigue. It had been a long time since he had exerted himself so hard. This fight was too difficult for him. The man woke up, feeling that he was lying on a soft mattress. Sunlight, warm rays caressed his face. He groaned at the tension he felt in his body. He pulled himself up and realized he was in his own apartment. Sitting against the wall was Hwan Seok, who was resting his hands on his knees. He looked at his friend and memories flashed through his mind. He had gotten into a fight because of Hwan Seok, who couldn't even look him in the eye right now from the shame he felt. The guy continued to complain about the ill feeling he had just because of the fight. Hwan Seok continued to stare at the floor in silence. After a while, Hwan Seok raised his head and with seriousness in his voice asked his friend to teach him how to fight like that. Ha Hyun's voice accompanied all of Hwan Seok's memories that got him into this mess. He told him how he'd come home one day and had a drunken fight with a man. He then told his friend that the fight was so bad that he almost killed the man he had a fight with. Hwan Seok further said that the man was a member of a gang and was not the last person in the gang. And because of that incident, he began to demand a very large sum of money from him, and all this was accompanied by beatings. Worried for his own life, Hwan Seok decided to change his appearance to become less recognizable. He decided to leave the city. But despite the fact that he had been out of town for so long, Hwan Seok's hope was not successful that he had been successfully forgotten. The bandit had figured him out and found him anyway. Hyun fixed his glasses, a little shocked at such an epic tale from his friend. He hadn't even realized that he was in such a predicament. Hwan Seok looked at his friend guiltily because of the deception he had made up on the fly. He felt bad for having to lie so brazenly. They sat opposite each other for a while and were silent. Hwan-seok didn't know what else to add, and his friend was still in shock. But after a few moments, Hyun grabbed his friend by the scruff of his neck and pulled him towards him, swinging his fist. He was so angry at him that he was ready to punch him hard for his blunders. Hwang-seok realized that his friend was only angry because he cared about him so much. But the guy couldn't tell him the whole truth. Ha-yeon could barely contain himself, his hand trembling with the desire to run over Hwan-seok's face. The guy himself couldn't bring him into the matter. He was really worried about not getting killed. He squeezed him for one more question, which was about the police. But Hwan-seok didn't even want to hear for it. Hen had seen for himself how the police didn't care about ordinary people. He remained silent, thinking over all the information his friend had just told him. The guy clearly had a decision to make. Hyun backed away from Hwan-seok and grabbed his Olympic and started to get dressed. That's what he ordered Hwan-seok to do as well. The guy was already excited that his friend was going to be his mentor. The man zipped up to his throat and glanced angrily in Hwan-seok's direction. He wasn't going to be his mentor since he didn't have time for that. He had a job to go to and earn money. After a while, the guys were standing against the building where the gym was located. Ha-yeon had already brought Hwan-seok here about a year ago. Hwan-seok lowered his head as he remembered this place well. He couldn't linger here since it was hard for him to exercise here at that moment. In the moment of his rage that surged up to him, Hwan-seok grabbed a mop and forcefully charged towards one of the gym members with it. Hwan-seok remembered that day well. While Hyung had talked about how there were still some people from that time in that gym, he would need to be more careful not to run into more trouble. The boys entered the hall and they were immediately greeted by a man. He was standing against the punching bag and practicing his punches. Turning his head, the man immediately recognized Hen and greeted him. Hen awkwardly waved his hand. Hwan-seok stood next to him, his head still as downcast. Ha-yeon was really worried about this guy not remembering his friend. The man told him that the hall director was just napping in the office. He scrutinized the guy who was standing next to Hen. Hen immediately covered himself with a cold sweat because he realized that if Hwan-seok was found out, there could be trouble. Hwan-seok tried not to look the guy in the eye and wandered around the room. The man came closer and looked at him even more closely. He rubbed his face with his fingers because he remembered this guy from last year. He remembered Hwan-seok well because he had left him with a scar halfway down his face when he had thrown the mop at him. Hwan-seok realized that this conversation was inevitable. He lowered his head and apologized in a guilty voice for his behavior at the time. Then he bowed low before the man and asked for forgiveness in a louder voice, wanting another chance to start practicing at this gym. The man was taken aback, not expecting such an apology at all. He turned to Hwang and wanted to know what was going on here. Pointing his finger at Hwang-seok, he expected to hear a clear answer to his question. Ha-yeon awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked for a chance. As the guys bickered with each other and Hyun tried to solve his friend's problems for the umpteenth time, Hwan-seok stood with his head down, realizing that he was very guilty. A lot of words were said that made Hwan-seok feel generally lousy. He knew that his behavior was not a role model, but right now he was really burning to change things and learn how to fight. Kwang-soo climbed into the ring, pushing back one of the ropes. He called out to Hwan-seok to get into sparring with him. The man was determined to take a quite serious look at the lad's training and see if he had definitely changed and was ready to accept training. Ha-yeon didn't like the idea at all, since it was up to the principal but not Kwang-soo to accept Hwang-seok into the gym. His friend came over and put his hand on his shoulder. The guy didn't want him to fight with Kwang-soo, so he didn't mind going to the ring. There was sadness in his eyes, and despite that, he still wanted to prove that he had changed in the year that had passed. He really wasn't that flighty anymore since he had experienced so many scary things. The two got into the ring. Hen stayed to watch the fight outside the ring. Kwang-soo immediately started wrapping bandages around his fists, while Hwan-seok waited with his hands in his pockets. Yoon raised a finger up, stipulating the terms of this bout. He immediately established that it would be 1 round and no more. The boy raised the hand in which he held the metal bar to strike the gong that would signify the start of the fight. Before Hen could do anything, he heard the thudding sounds of blows. Kwang-soo immediately started hitting Hwan-suk as if he were a punching bag. Hyeon Rezko turned around and started yelling at the guy for not waiting for the signal. He started the fight without paying attention to Hen and thought he did the right thing. Kwang-soo kept throwing punch after punch, but Hwan-seok didn't resist it at all. He felt the fists of his opponent firmly on his body, but the pain was dull and it felt like he was being hit through a pillow. At the same time, the hall director was resting in his office. His face was covered by some kind of erotic magazine. The blows from the bout carried even to his abode. The man could not let these sounds pass his ears. In addition, there were also screams coming from the hall, which would definitely not let him rest properly anymore. The doors opened with a quiet creep, and the director looked out into the hall from which various shouts and sounds of blows continued to come. The fight was still going on, with only Kwang-soo swinging his fists in the ring. Hen continued to shout from his seat, ready to intervene in the fight. He didn't like his comrade's behavior at all. Ha-hyun was already ready to jump into the ring to stop this beating. Behind them, he heard the voice of the hall director who was coming closer and closer to them. The guy turned around and saw the director, who looked completely unrepresentable. His hair was messed up, his face was unshaven, and he looked too wrinkled in general. The man scratched the back of his head and yawned. Hen immediately started asking the principal to intervene in this fight, since Kwang-soo completely refused to listen to him. The man started picking his nose, and unfortunately for Hen, he saw absolutely no reason to separate people in the ring. After all, in his opinion, what was going on there was quite normal. He wondered who Kwang-soo was beating up so furiously. At the same moment, there was another blow that knocked the soul out of Hwang-suk. The guy's head cocked up strangely, and a dew of blood flew out of his mouth. The man started looking at the guy carefully, but he couldn't remember him. Hen decided to refresh his memory and told him that he had been here last year but left in a scandal. The hall director continued to keep a close eye on how the fight was progressing. What was going on in the ring interested him. Kwang-soo-chan punched Hwang-seok's jaw with all his might. Then with his other hand, he punched him in the chest area. And the guy still didn't block them and didn't take any action to retaliate. After that, another wave of new attacks followed, which still looked like a single beating rather than a fair sparring session. Hwang-seok was really acting like he was just a punching bag. The hall director smiled through his teeth. He really liked what was happening in the ring. The guy he was looking at was behaving completely out of the ordinary. Kwang-soo stopped for a moment. He didn't like what was happening here. For some reason, the person he was beating so furiously was not giving up at all, and at the same time not attacking him. Hwang-seok continued to stand in front of him, and then started talking about how everything was wrong. Kwang-soo felt even stranger, and completely didn't understand what was going on. The guy looked at his opponent from under his forehead, for this was not what he had hoped for. He muttered something to himself under his breath. Kwang-soo tensed up even more. He was already sweating and even tired of hitting him, but he still continued to mutter something. This behavior was as strange as possible for him. After that, Hwang-suk's gaze rose. It was somehow beastly and wild, and his lips stretched in a terrible smirk soaked with blood. The one he had a battle with would be completely different from this. Such an expression struck Kwang-soo too much. The guy turned pale, for he was prepared to see anything, but definitely not such a sinister grin. The director ordered him to stop. He thought that would be enough. Hwan-seok put his hands back into his pockets. Hyeon stared at the man in surprise, waiting to see what his verdict would be. The man started scratching the back of his head again and then named the price that one would have to pay monthly to attend this hall. Hwang-seok was given the go-ahead to come here and learn fighting techniques. The girl looked at the data on the flash drive and put it back on the table. The same receptionist from South Korea's firm was sitting together with Yeo Rin in the cafe. They were discussing something. The girl assured Yeo Rin that South Korea was a foreign company that didn't care much about their employees' backgrounds. But there was something wrong with this case. The girl was clearly worried about Yeo Rin, who was sitting on the opposite side of her. She was afraid that the consequences that might happen would affect the girl's life too much. But Yeo Rin was unwavering in her decision. She looked resolutely at the receptionist and firmly stated that she was ready. Hwang Seok was expiring sweat. He was already completely soaked, and his face was twisted with tension. At this moment, when it was at its most difficult, he began to remember the reason why he left the training at this gym. He remembered the principal who was all bottled up and sleeping on the workstation. He also remembered Kwang Soo, who was only looking for an excuse to poke around and burden him with work that didn't involve training. But the worst part was the training that the guy was doing now. Doing those moves again, he remembered exactly why he felt so eager to send everything away and leave. The task seemed simple, but when you did it for too long, your nerves started to give out. He needed to be in place and move his feet very quickly. Seemed simple, but no. Hwang Seok stopped. His breathing hitched, causing him to breathe intermittently and wheezily. His lungs were burning and ready to burst. He looked at his trainer, who was sleeping with his hand in his pants. Since Hwang Seok had finished doing his 15 approaches, the guy decided to find out what the next task would be. He had to call out loudly to him several times, only to be honored by the hall director with one open eye. A second later, he ordered him to do 20 more of the same, and then he turned his back on him and didn't say another word. Hwang Seok almost exploded from the anger he felt at that moment. Yet he started yelling, asking for something else because he had been doing only this exercise for a week. It was getting to his throat and he felt like it was pointless. Hwang Seok didn't understand how this exercise would help him at all. He wanted to exercise his arms and legs already, learning various techniques. But all his indignation ended the moment a wooden stick flew right into his face. The man missed through his ears all the guy's statement and his discontent. That blow was enough to make Hwang Seok howl in pain and shut up. Still, the mentor decided to change his mentee's assignment and ordered him to walk on tiptoe only. As Hwang Seok tiptoed toward the house, he regretted that he had ever wanted to do anything else. The people who were walking past him stared in surprise at his strange gait. Hwang Seok himself, even though he was furious and felt embarrassed, was still doing the task that his mentor had given him. Because Hwang Seok couldn't go back to his apartment for many reasons, Hyung generously took him in. In the evening, Hwang Seok sat and looked at his feet. His body was trembling and the guy himself was depressed. Hyun had prepared dinner, which he offered to eat. Hwang Seok's feet were too scarred from practicing so hard. There wasn't a living spot on them at all. There were bruises, calluses, and abrasions. Hwang Seok then questioned his friend about such brutal training. The man's eyes sparkled, and he spoke in a stern voice about how it was the foundation of the basics. And his friend's question was too stupid. Holding a pot of ramen in his hands, he deftly demonstrated his stretch by throwing his leg out to the side. The guy's stance was crisp and confident, all thanks to the fact that he had worked out like that back in the day. Hwang Seok pressed his lips together as he began to realize that the gym director wouldn't just give him ridiculous tasks just to annoy him. The day was over and the boys went to bed tired. Hwang Seok had also fallen asleep, but his sleep was too fragile. The moonlight was shining through the window, lightly hitting his face. Through his sleep, he heard some stomping. Hwang Seok's eyes opened abruptly and his heart thudded in his chest. He jumped up from his seat and sat up on the bed. The sound of stomping grew louder and louder, causing him to jump up. Turning his head toward the window, he noticed someone's shadow. The excitement in his chest continued to grow and the stomping was getting closer and closer. Since Hen's apartment was located lowered into the ground, the window in his room was at road level. Because of this, passers-by were stepping too close to the window. Someone's feet just passed by on the street. Juan Siak realized that it was just an ordinary passerby who didn't even care about him. But the anxiety that burned in his chest bothered him too much. The boy frowned, realizing that he had too little time. The following days passed in a frantic pace of training. He stopped complaining and silently performed his task, as many approaches as he was ordered to. Yes, it was difficult, but Juan Siak did not give up. He couldn't sit still and wait for Hyeon Nim or Kim Min to come after him. Another training session and another flight of sticks hit him directly in the guy's face. He silently obeyed Kwang-soo's orders, and he wanted Juan Siak to scrub the floor so clean that he could see his reflection in the clean floor. Juan Siak returned home on tiptoe, and every day he waited for his training to change, when he would see the result of his suffering. Another day and another day, the guy's hot temper made itself felt. His face twisted with anger as he turned to his mentor. He was tired of the monotony of training and wanted to know when this bullying would end. And just like all the other times before, a wooden stick flew in his direction. Only this time, something was wrong. Juan Siak jumped aside in an instant. He did so quite quickly and deftly as his mentor swung it at the spot where he had just been standing. A moment later, several more of the same swings flew at him, and this time he managed to orient and dodge the wooden stick very quickly. And then the mentor swung his stick one more time, and the guy still managed to jump back and dodge the blow. Juan Siak himself was shocked at how he managed to dodge the blows. The man looked at him through the fallen hair on his face. He made a satisfied sound, for now Juan Siak had actually shown a result that he hadn't had before. The guy was shocked that his body was reacting faster than he thought. It was purely on an intuitive level, and it amazed him. The mentor looked at him and invited him to follow him. They walked to a building that was very familiar to Juan Siak. The boy still didn't understand the reason they had come here. The man looked at the building and began to tell Hwang Suk that once upon a time there was a thug named Jong In-wan. He kept the entire block in fear, but he died 6 months ago. The boy listened to his mentor in silence. The man told him that after that freak died, the place became calmer, except that new freaks had taken his place. The mentor picked up a weighty stone from the ground and began to toss it playfully in his palms. Then he suddenly threw it toward the building. Hwan Siak was speechless, surprised by his mentor's actions. A hole appeared in the window and an angry shouting started coming from there. After the screamers started asking who did it, the mentor extended his index finger. He pointed it shamelessly at his mentee and told the thugs with a completely innocent look that Hwang Siok had done it. The guy was stunned and didn't even bother to object. A short time later, the two were rushing down the city street, trying to get away from a gang of bandits who were following them with wooden sticks. As they raced through the city streets away from the angry mob of thugs, Hwan Seok turned to his mentor, wanting to know why he was doing this. The man only smirked, for this was just another form of training. He was so pleased with himself that he couldn't stop smiling, thinking that this kind of combat practice the guy wouldn't be able to find anywhere else. Eventually, their run ended when they came to a dead end. Hwan Seok was breathing heavily after the long run and was excited because of the fact that the mob of thugs was not at all lost somewhere in the streets of the city. The men were ready to destroy the guy for brazenly breaking their window. One of them stepped forward and wanted to know what gang they were from and why they were even bothering to come to them. They all had an angry and aggressive look, clutching their sticks tightly. Hwan Seok had no face on him. He stared anguishedly at the crowd of men and realized what was about to be done to him. He berated himself for taking a wrong turn and getting into a dead end. The mentor saw absolutely no reason to worry and patted the guy on the shoulder, encouraging him. The lad turned sharply to his mentor and was viciously angry with him, for all the time he had been going to the gym, his assignment had been to tap his feet. The director put something heavy in Hwan Seok's hand. Hwang Seok felt the weight in his hand and lowered his head and looked at the object his mentor had put in his hand. He was puzzled as it was a baden, a metal ball with a braid around it. It was quite a formidable weapon if one knew how to use it, The mentor was clearly making it clear that not only fists were good in battle. Hwan Seok stared at the weapon in his hands for a while longer. The boy tried to find the courage to use it. After a second, he didn't slow down anymore and began to quickly slip the rings onto his wrists. And a moment later, Hwang Seok was already standing with two of those balls, ready to fight, with a whole crowd of thugs. He had doubts in his heart that it would help him deal with the problem his mentor had gotten him into. He had no choice, only a fight, because he had backed himself into a corner by running into the wrong alley. The boy took a swing and charged into the crowd of bandits. After a while, Hwan Seok bent over, resting his hands on his knees. He was breathing heavily, as if he had run many kilometers. But even though he was tired, the crowd of men who had been ready to kick him were now lying on the ground moaning in pain. Hwan Seok himself had not received a single injury, having brilliantly handled his new weapon. He stared in surprise at the balls that now lay in his hands. The guy did not believe in their effectiveness to the last, but he was wrong. After all, practically with one swing he managed to put everyone down. The guy was amazed by such a miracle weapon, and only now it came to him that it was just a great weapon. Hwan Seok turned to his mentor, who stood behind him, and chuckled quietly, realizing that his student was surprised by such an effective fight. The hall director flashed his eyes and smiled full mouth as he spoke about how in battle, nothing was more important than winning. Hwang Seok listened to him attentively as his mentor's words were very sound. He was telling the truth. If there was no victory, then all the techniques that one would know would be useless. Kim Min was washing the woman's feet very gently and carefully. He did it with warm water, very gently and delicately. The man sat in front of his mother as he continued to wash her feet. The woman sat quietly and waited for her son to finish. A maid stood beside them with a towel in her hands. Kim Min turned to his mother in a gentle voice, wanting to know how much she enjoyed the sensation. The woman smiled, for she felt a slight tickle when the boy touched her ankles. The woman had an intimidating scar on her face and neck. Also, she didn't see Kim Min as her own son but called him Daddy. The man looked at his mom, feeling a strange feeling. He could not help her, and it was useless to explain to her that he was her son. After he finished with his mom's feet, the guy took a towel and wiped his hands from the water. Kim Min sensed the strangeness in his mom's behavior. He turned to the maid, wanting to know what exactly had happened. The woman lowered her head and squirmed, not knowing how to explain to him what had happened. At the same moment, the woman started calling for her daddy, wanting to show him what she had drawn today. Kim Min turned to her, not waiting for a response from the maid. It was a cute drawing of the woman's father. He was smiling and waving from the picture. Kim Min was pleased to see such work from his mom and praised her for her efforts. The woman was pleased that he really liked the drawing. He immediately assumed that she was trying to portray him in the drawing. The boy smiled as he looked at his portrait as if it had been drawn by a child. The man's gaze immediately changed when he saw something that excited him very much. There were patches on his mother's arm that covered the wounds. He immediately turned towards the maid and demanded an answer for what had happened to his mother's hands. The woman became very agitated and stammered and began to apologize. Her body was all shaking as the woman revealed that his mom had cut herself while she had retreated to the restroom. She realized that this oversight would be punished too severely, but she certainly did not expect such a vivid display of anger. In an instant, the man jumped to the woman and squeezed her throat tightly. Tears sprang from the maid's eyes, from the pain and fear she felt at that moment. The man was furious that his mother had been maimed and the maid had been unable to prevent those injuries. After all, he had warned about not letting her out of his sight. Because of such an aggressive reaction from the man, his mom clutched her head and looked on in horror at what was happening. Her psyche was not prepared for something like this, and she experienced a very intense fear. Kim Min continued to squeeze the maid's throat without fearing that he could easily kill her. Kim Min felt a strong pain in his chest. His body trembled and his heart stabbed violently. He immediately loosened the grip in his hand and the woman was free from his punishment. She inhaled the air hoarsely, filling her lungs with oxygen. The clock on the guy's arm showed a rapid heartbeat, triggered by a fit of anger. The watch started beeping loudly and exasperatedly. Kim Min clutched his chest tightly. His body was too tense. He was fighting the pain he was feeling right now. It was even difficult for him to take a breath. The servant girl bounced aside from him in horror. The boy immediately found his medicine, and 2 life-saving pills fell out of the vial into his palm. He immediately popped them into his mouth, swallowing the pills that were like a lifeline for him. After a while, he felt relief in his body. The pain that had been clutching his heart with tight searches began to recede little by little. His mom cried and looked with fear at her son as she continued to call him daddy. She thought it was her fault that he had flared up so much and apologized for the offense she had committed. Kim Min looked at his mother in horror, realizing how much he had frightened the woman with his behavior. It pained him greatly to see her in such a state. The man took his hands in his mother's hands, and squeezed them tightly. He felt the warmth of her touch, which made him feel a little better. Even though the woman didn't understand what was going on, Kim Min promised her that he would soon take revenge for what they had done to her. Hwang Seok, after a while, still decided to visit his home. He hadn't come here once before after the fire incident. The guy stopped at the entrance of his apartment, which was sealed with yellow police tapes. He looked inside, realizing that there was nothing left after the fire. Most of all, he felt sorry for the pornography that had burned down along with the apartment. Hwang Seok twisted his head around, glancing at his roommate's door. By the looks of it, the fire hadn't made it to her side, as the doors were clean and had no traces of fire. The boy only now realized that he had last seen Yo-rin a few months ago, after her father's funeral. He really hoped that Kim Min hadn't touched her and that the girl was okay. He reached his hand to the girl's door and made a promise to himself and her that it wouldn't be long before he would deal with the enemies that made her and him suffer so much. And then he would return, and the girl would be sure to cook him a delicious dinner. The only thing the guy didn't expect was that Yo-rin could appear at this very moment on the balcony and catch him. The girl looked at the guy with wide-open eyes, completely disbelieving that he was the one standing in front of her door. It had been so long since she had seen him. Hwang Seok was equally surprised to see her here and now and not at home. His heart thumped excitedly in his chest. The guy had really counted on the fact that at this late hour the girl was asleep in her bed and dreaming. He looked at her and hoped that the girl hadn't heard any of the things he had promised himself. And then the question arose in his mind as to why she was even out so late somewhere. The girl was surprised to see him here, because the landlady had told her that the guy had moved out and some handsome guy had bought his apartment. Hwang Seok was stunned by this information. She glared at him because the guy could have called her when he decided to come here. Yo-rin decided that he only came here to meet her. Hwang Seok lowered his head. The girl had no idea what was going on behind the next wall in his apartment. But then he smiled slightly, for he was really happy to see her. He walked past the girl, telling her that he had heard a rumor about a fire in his apartment. This interested him, and he decided to come take a look at the apartment. Seeing no point in lingering here any longer, Hwang Seok waved to the girl and wished her a good night. She watched in a stupor as the guy walked away. She stood silently looking at him for a while. She didn't know how much she missed this guy and was really happy to see him. Unable to resist, Yo-rin called out to her friend. Hwang Seok stopped and turned his head slightly in her direction. The girl stopped and proposed to the guy to spend this night together. Her words were so frank and direct, and also the wind too especially developed her already so long dark hair. Her whole appearance was too unusual. Hwang Seok abruptly turned around in her direction. Such a blatant suggestion caught the guy off guard. His cheeks immediately flashed scarlet in color. The girl came closer to him, asking him if he had any plans. The guy was puzzled, and he didn't have any plans for this night. She ran her hand through her hair, telling him that she had wanted to do something special with him for a long time. Her whole look screamed excitement. Wang Xiok almost lost his mind at his own thoughts that insistently started creeping into his lustful head. His heart started pounding frantically in his chest. After a while, he was walking next to the girl and carrying a black bag from the store in his hand. The guy looked confused and did not understand what game the girl was playing. After all, she had instilled false hopes in him. The guys came to the beach. Yo Rin sat down on the sand and the guy did not understand why they came here. The girl gave him a puzzled look. The girl looked sharply at Huang Xiok and wondered what he was thinking that he was so upset when he found out they had come to the beach. The guy realized with horror that his thoughts were completely different from what the girl had hoped for. He pulled a small carton of milk out of the bag and held it out to the girl. There was an indignant tone from Yeo Rin. She definitely didn't expect him to buy her milk.